Yo, test, mic check. Big up to the crew waiting. Big up to Saruman. Big up Sid Vicious. Big up Truth. Big up to Sir Faz. Controversial one, Sir Faz. Yeah. Might have opened a little bit of a can of worms with your appearance the other day. Big up to Age Case. I was watching an interesting documentary over on his channel that he was premiering earlier on called Greenwashing, which is all about the kind of marketing and stuff behind the green industry. Yeah, so big up to Age Case. It's saying the bandwidth is limited. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah. Oof. Yeah, so some eventful goings on, I guess, this last 24 hours. What's been going on? So, the first thing I was going to talk about was last night, because I don't think anyone, or I say this morning probably is more accurate. RS Sid was on Raspect's show yesterday. For those who don't know, RS Sid, I'll big up to Luca Brazi, big up to Hassan Saber as well, big up to Nasser. Yeah, for those who don't know, RS Sid is a fairly wealthy benefactor of several YouTube channels. Yeah, he's donated quite a lot to this channel. He's supported Jedi's channel, Raspects, Raj's, Banksy's, BVM's, Sir Faz's. I think most channels have had some donations from him. Also Reels. So that's who he is. He's a guy who likes to, I don't know, kind of donate and invest and ask questions and issue challenges and all sorts of shit. Yeah, so he was on Raspects yesterday, and yeah, some statements were made. Some, I guess you could say, like, hypothetical threats were issued. Like, what would you do if I would do X if Y happened, kind of thing. And yeah, it was a little bit sticky. James SC was the issue. James SC's throwing down of the gauntlet and saying that he was gonna tear up a Quran or a I forget the name of the Sikh book. You know the vibes anyway. You know what he was gonna do. Sid basically said that he would go to certain lengths to make sure that didn't happen. I'm probably going to let Raj come on at some point and explain that one. I think he was trying his hardest to get it across to Sid, but Sid was like he didn't care. So I'm not going to be sharing the footage because Sid also laid down he laid down like a copyright lawsuit thing. So I'm not going to get myself sued for nothing. But anyway, yeah, you can go and check that out. Maybe if Raspect still got it up, I don't know. So yeah, we're going to be touching on to that. Yeah, the Guru Galant Sab. That's it. That is it. Yes, I think I can see you, Wendy, on the screen, but I can't see you on the thingy. Big up to Dean Mia. Big up to Mr. Architecture. Big up to Nasser. Big up to Dunya is nothing as well. Yeah, Wendy's invisible to me, but I can see you on the screen. That is actually Wendy. What else happened yesterday? There was an interesting, for those who didn't catch it, watch back the Valley Vision live stream yesterday, because Rob, it was an interesting exchange, question answer session, whatever you want to call it, between Rob and his former colleagues from a Discord server that he was subsequently removed from or muted in. I don't quite understand the whole politics of Discord, but that was an interesting one. Yeah, for a number of reasons, I think. Yeah, and gave a little bit of a fuller picture to like Rob's politics. I'm not inclined to say that the guy's racist. I think that's maybe going a little bit too far. But it was interesting to hear what his kind of his ideal world would look like, the things that he would implement. You hear about the tsunami warning for Jamaica and Cuba from a 7.2 earthquake in that region? Nah, man, I hadn't heard that. I had not heard that. Let me check that out. Peace to Halima. Big up to Rajinder. The Sikh conspiracy, the secret war against Muslim youth. Don't know about that. I watched an interesting documentary with Sukant Chandan.
Test.
Oh shit, what's going on? Sukant Chandan, who does stuff on RT, used to run the Sons of Malcolm blog. And he was talking about the origins of, I think it's Hizbut Tahrir, which is the group that, what's his name from LBC? Fucking hell, he's on tip of my tongue. Can't remember. You know the guy I'm talking about. The Muslim guy. No, I can't remember his name. That guy, anyway. And yeah, the origins of that movement and how it coincided with the rise of the Khalistani movement in the UK. And whether they were kind of an effort to Majid Nawaz, that's it, Majid Nawaz. Whether or not the two groups kind of combined were an effort to kind of ferment and focus, I guess the kind of the anger, the kind of political, I don't know what you call them. Majid Nawaz, Mr. Architecture. What's the word I'm looking for? I'll see if I can get the video up. It's probably easier if I do that. But it was interesting still. And the idea that you can kind of create two different movements, so like one Sikh movement and then a radical Muslim movement that kind of fight each other in the streets and shit. Quilliam Foundation. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, man, some interesting stuff. But that's the only thing I really know about a Sikh conspiracy. I don't think Raj is necessarily part of a Sikh conspiracy, but still. Big up to Real One. Saying something about Raj. I think his dog died or something, man. So peace to Raj, man. I ain't got a dog, but I think it's quite. Some people take that quite deeply, man. So yeah, my condolences. Big up to Artillery. Yeah, man, we're back. It's been a bit mad this last couple of days. There's been a lot of streams. In fact, Luca Brasi, you were on Jedi's yesterday, innit? There was some madness going on because I saw he had like 150 people watching, and there was like 90 something on Veli's. There's some madness going on, man, and seems to be quite serious accusations being levelled against both people. But big up to Akingo Gold, wherever you are. I don't know what's going on with Kingo Gold. Like, I maybe have to touch on this, this banana boat thing. Yeah, so what happened? Yeah, basically, Sir Faz came on. He was, I don't know the best way to describe it is. He sounded kind of animated when he came on. Yeah, he was quite excited, and he was basically rinsing Jupiter for having kind of made herself look inconsistent, I guess you could say, against El Rondeur, the German ethno-nationalist dude. So anyway, carried on, and at some point, like, Faz just got wound up and said something about you're stupid this, something. Tell Hector to get back on the banana boat, right? And I'm kind of like, I don't know, it was a bad one because he dropped it and immediately Jupiter's like, what did you say? Isn't that racism? And it pretty much is. You can't really argue with that. So he got pulled up by Jupiter, then he got pulled up by Scattered Minds, and then I think he left the panel. I don't think he was on for that long. And yeah, someone in the chat said, it was AC, said, could we get a banana boat GIF? And I googled one, and there was one. So I put up, it was only up for like 30 seconds in the loyalty store, like a redeemed banana boat, as far as left. And I think that pissed off Akingo Gold. So just so Akingo Gold knows, it was more of a shot at Faz. And yeah, I mean, I think Faz, he had like a whole show dedicated to him that day from Raj. Yeah, he got checked on here, and I think he's probably. I don't think he's going to escape that one. So I think the questions are still. Yeah, probably going to need to be addressed by him. But yeah, I'm not sure, man. I get the vibe yesterday. People were kind of trying to blame Veli for having Rob on, and then he was sort of he threw me under the bus as well. And I think, yeah, I do take a certain responsibility for the people who come on, because people say wild shit, and if you can predict that two personalities are going to do X, then yeah, I think you kind of set it up a certain way. But yeah, still, hold on. Guy Speakers Corner. RS said he would kill James SC and PC Barnes if he tore the Gurdu ground side. Yeah, well, yeah. I'm gonna wait until Raj gets on. I think it's worth being discussed. At the very least, it's worth being discussed because James SC himself conceded that he could potentially see someone killing him for doing that. He himself conceded that in discussion with me. So, an interesting conversation would be RS Sid and James SC, like a face-to-face, not a face-to-face, sorry, face-to-face, as in on the panel face-to-face. I think that could be quite good, but I don't know. I don't know what James SC thinks of that. He seems to have backed down on it anyway, so I wouldn't take it as seriously as maybe some people were taking it. But JK said, "What's the topic today?" It's actually open at the moment. We were going to discuss at some point James SC and the threats, or I guess the hypothetical threats, or the consequences that like Sid laid out for someone who would do that. Yeah, it was a juicy one yesterday. And yeah, I just touched on like Rob briefly, JK, but yeah, I think we're open for business. So anyone who wants to talk about anything, feel free to jump on the panel. I'll put the link out in a sec. Big up to Jordan M. Big up to Ham, Spam and Pork Chops, who said, see it on the screen, but I can't actually see the fullness. All on. Wait, so Faz, I just see you, bro. Yeah, give me one sec. Whoa. What? Can't I see that topic? Poster. Hammer Sport, Pork Chops. I can just about read that. Give me a sec. Right, cool. Killing people over fairy tale books. Yeah, it's not so much that, man. It's not the books. I think it's deeper than the books. It's yeah, I mean, people have quite a lot invested in what those books represent, and it's symbology and a kind of disrespect. I don't know. For me personally, it's too much effort for me to go and do that, and knowing that it's provocative, I don't think anyone's going to be receptive to the message that you're trying to get across. If you speak on James SC, you have to discuss Ash and his behaviour that led up to James SC making that decision to tear the Quran up. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah. So the whole Ash thing. Let's get a video up of Ash. Because yeah, I mean, I've heard things either way. I personally like Ash. I think he's a good addition to the part. I don't think he means badly. But I think he's got a style of speaking, and I think he's adapting to the kind of theatre of the part. So the little gimmicks, like, oh, I'm gonna slap you with a Bible, or I'm gonna jab you with an umbrella, or I'm gonna like throw the Quran on the floor, or whatever. I kind of feel like yeah, maybe he played into that a little bit too much. But he was sincere in his apology. Like, I don't think I felt as uncomfortable hearing someone apologise as I felt when I was watching him apologise. Like, it was kind of awkward. Felt bad for man. So, yeah, I think as soon as he apologised, that was it, done and dusted. But there were a lot of people who felt that he still had, like, I don't know, like he still had his, I don't know what the word is. He still kind of had a hill that he could die on if he wanted to. Like he was like Banksy, and people were sort of going, "No, don't apologise, don't concede." And I don't know, he'd already done it. Like if he was getting death threats, and I don't agree with any death threats that people were sending him, then if he decides to adapt his behaviour because he realises he's made a mistake, then cool. I don't even think that makes his apology any less sincere. I think his actions. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so it's a tiny little thing. It's a tiny little thing. But you can apologise for that. It's nothing too big to apologise for, you know what I'm saying? It's not like you can't back down from that. And I think he acknowledged that it was what do you call it? But yeah, books that people hold this much respect for, you can at least understand it from God, I suppose. Whereas James SC doesn't have the same respect for religions, and is kind of maybe wanting to do it to prove a deeper point. Reactionary said, hopefully Ash gets arrested. I don't think that would set a good precedent even necessarily. And I don't think it's that likely, if I'm honest. I think if it was going to happen, it would have happened in the moment. But, I mean, it's his own property. It wasn't in a big crowd. I don't know. It's a different thing. If James SC did it and he like provoked a violent response, then maybe within the law there's grounds for him to be prosecuted. I don't know. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Police aren't interested, said Overkill, aka Truth. James is jumping on the bandwagon, says Pat. Yeah, I kind of see that. Been there, done that. Ash, Lucas saying, did that out of anger towards Abid. Deep, not Islam. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And that's the other thing. You can't really, if you're conducting yourself in a way that leads to, no, let me not say that actually. But basically, like, just take responsibility for your own actions, innit? If you're not capable of, no, I don't know. Deep. I don't think it should be any deeper, really, without using the pod Abid. Like, I don't think you need to get anyone else involved in that. And maybe people will just get involved because they're offended, but I don't know. I've also heard Pat saying that Ash isn't as innocent as some people may have been saying he was, and mentioned his entrance into the park. I think someone was talking about it. Maybe it was Reactionary. I can't remember. But someone was saying that basically, yeah, he kind of came into the park on a bit of a provocative one. Was talking about Aisha or something. I don't know. Maybe he did go for the jugular straight away. I'm chatting Was. Abid was acting like it was a normal day at the corner. Cool. So you say, man. I wasn't really talking about the corner, to be honest. I'm talking about the aftermath, so the narrative afterwards. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it was all kind of done and dusted apart, if I'm wrong. We got to Saladin. We got to Bun Nationalism. Hassan, I don't know about the back chat. I'll drop the link out in the side chat still. But yeah, we'll see what's going on. Don't think you're getting away with insulting our prophet anymore. Alright, well, Halima, look, the argument that I think James was making was maybe, like, I don't know, entrenching yourself in this, if you do X, I'm going to do Y, isn't helpful. Because people will just then do Y to trigger your response. So don't. This is where I kind of understand what people are saying about letting the labels control you too much. I don't know, maybe not, like, you know, letting someone else's words control you. I think maybe you can just choose to ignore someone like James SC. If it happens randomly on the street, if you're just like walking down the street and someone, I don't know, pulls up, gets out of a car and like starts burning the car out, I don't know, that's a different response, isn't it? But still, Reactionary, jump on, man. Let's get a little conversation going still. Big up to the 53 people inside. Big up to Hello One, who said, where the fuck? Yeah, you can report it to the police, but you're probably just going to be wasting your time. In my opinion, Halima, I don't necessarily think the police will do anything. But if enough people report it, maybe it will set some sort of precedent. I think Pat was talking about people going to the police meetings. Maybe it's time for Muslims to start representing at the police meetings, like once every quarter, and getting a bit of an understanding about how the police actually approach police in the park. But yeah, I don't know. Big up to TYO. Big up to Frank. Big up to Meme Lord JTM. Halima, yeah, you can insult Jews, but there's consequences. Yeah, there's consequences. There may be legal consequences. There could be social consequences. I mean, you just got to accept those. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not one of these people who's saying be trigger proof. Like, you should be able to offend anyone. It just gets ridiculous. It's a super slippery slope. The people who are proponents of that way of thinking aren't actually prepared to be offended themselves. So it's an inconsistent position and an unrealistic one. I think the law is there, it kind of serves its purpose, but people expecting too much of other people. Like people, I think this has been it's kind of been threshed out before, but people's natural position is to be offended. That's normal. It's a default position, and society is organised, I would say, to minimise tensions between groups or conflict between groups in some way, right? We organise society that way. You can't just suddenly say, "Oh, let's change things from the top down. Let's switch it around and teach people not to be offended, and then allow society to kind of carry on any which way they want." Reactionary said there are legal and social consequences to Ash and his actions. Yeah, true, but you have to kind of get it in perspective. Ash, I don't think is the biggest threat to Islam, and I mean, I don't know. Jump on, speak about it. It's your position, Halima. TYO said, caught a bit of the play the idea, not the man combo. Actively called out Rob and looked to play him. Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one with the Rob one, because I think maybe him staying on one topic allowed him to avoid the scrutiny of his other beliefs. So he just drilled down on this like hardcore anti-theism stuff, and I don't know. It was just interesting to see the dynamic switch yesterday. He's normally on the offensive with his questions. And this last couple of days, he's just been kind of like this, like he's like this puppy who's like rolled over onto his back. He's got his like legs in the air, just like sort of submissive to questioning, which is an interesting dynamic. And to be fair, big up to him, because he's prepared to give the answers, which he's not obliged to do. So that's cool. But yeah, I definitely feel like he got his dressing down yesterday. Big up to JK and James S and Witness as well, because yeah, I think they have a bit more kind of context. And I think, yeah, you know, if I'd have met someone like Ralph on just like a single topic issue, I would never have understood like the weirdest side of his like politics. And you have to kind of take the whole package. Like I can't accept, like, me and Ralph agree on like stuff like Gödel, like a lot of the kind of mathematical proofs that he posits for proof of God, I think are really, well, yeah, quite cool. But we don't agree on ethno-nationalism, we don't agree on race realism, we don't agree on a lot more. So it's no good me and Ralph having this kind of bonding where we just talk about what we agree with all day and don't find the topics of disagreement. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, so with Rob, I knew he was more of a rounded personality than he was maybe giving off. Like this, I don't know. I think there's more to your personality than just this like hardcore anti-theist stuff. But anyway, it's cool. It's whatever. That was that. And no one's jumping on. So it's just me. I'm just talking. So guys, let me see if I add. I'm going to try and add some people. See if that stimulates things. Not even Addy. Addy's jumped on. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, man. Big up to AC. You got me into some shit the other day, lad. Stirring the redeem pot, giving me ideas. I blame you. I take no responsibility. But yeah. Wait, I'm definitely gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna have I've got to fire some shots back at G Block, man. Because I feel like they're maybe trying to establish some kind of monopoly on like reason and logic and all of these high order functions that every single human has. And maybe I don't know. I kind of want to do something to I just want to curb the enthusiasm a little bit. I feel like they're getting a little bit too cocky over there, and maybe also establishing like a bit of an impasse if we can't get past like I don't know. Anyway, G Block. I wanted to talk about what was it again? Louder banana. Yeah, the banana one's staying because we did actually we had a guy called Banana who was in the chat. The peanut butter jelly banana. We can keep that one. But what was I saying? Yeah, I forget. Rico Brad, the owner of the channel, who I believe is Rob, couldn't even record the 5 pillars of Islam when asked. Yeah, Rob. I don't know, man. Rob's he's a slippery fish. He's a slippery character. Man, they're calling me disco Christian, disco Dan. I'm not sure. I don't know. Wendy's got the dub plates. I can't lie. He has got the dub plates for me still, but yeah, I don't think we've really chatted about my beliefs. And my beliefs ain't actually that important. Like they're kind of personal. Chat about them if you really want to, but if you're just trying to like score points, I think it's a bit futile, to be fair. We got to Shahid, first one in. Afghan will get triggered. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Afghan, man. He's probably trying to get my attention at the moment. I'll speak to you, Dan. Alright. Some odd guy, man. Who's that inside? Shahid. Yo.
One sec.
He's not slippery at all, so JK. He just makes too many claims without anyone actually assessing what he's saying. Barely anyone asking for evidence when he's making claims. Yes, kind of true.
Big up, Dan. Big up, Dan. Big up, Shahid.
Yes, TY. Big up yourself, man. Yeah, so Rob. I think it was Rob's janaza yesterday. I think that's what people were saying in the chat. They're saying it was a burial, by all accounts. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I think it maybe depends on how much you had.
You're right, Dan. You know what you were saying about the offensive and defensive? Because I think Rob, I've always known him to just constantly be on the
offensive. And blessings to all. Big up TYO, big up Dance too.
Yeah, and I think yesterday was like a defensive Rob that we saw, who had to defend what he stands for, rather than trying to enforce what he stands for on other people and try to undermine their ideas or their thought process and dominate over them. Can you understand where I'm coming from? That's what he tries doing. He tries dominating the person in the sense that, I don't know, like anything he says is gospel and anything you say is wrong type of mentality.
Yeah, I think that's well, yeah, I get that's his vibe, but then I feel like maybe he's kind of practiced that. That's what it's reflexive to him. It's just what he knows now. Like he's done it So many
That's
times.
what I thought, because it's very repetitive. You know, if you look, it's very repetitive. You know, the angles that he comes from, it's the same stuff over and again, and he's rounded it off. You know, the argument, he's kind of like practiced that many times that he's kind of like knows what the answer is going to be, and he's determining the second line of questioning and stuff like that. Can you understand what I'm saying? He's done it so many
it's
times.
like it's a one size fits all way of
I
arguing.
think he looks more for victims rather than people to debate. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? To feed his ego.
Big up to Pat, and actually big up Sir Faz, who hosted the chat. I saw a video on Analyze Dunya with Pat and Rob going back and forth about hate speech, and I think if I'm correct, Rob, like Pat kind of led him into this cul-de-sac in the conversation where he was sort of saying it's okay to, or hate speech needs to be criminalised to a point. Anything more than, I think harassment was his like line. If you're harassing someone, that's the threshold. But then when Pat asked him if the song "Kill the Boar" is like an appropriate song to sing, or whether it's like incitement to violence, he said that it was appropriate. So Pat then said, well, if I just put all of my threats into musical form and add some melody and some harmonies, then do I circumvent your hate speech laws? So basically, if we all just sing songs with threatening words in, then it's cool.
It's okay.
Which again exposes your. This is the inconsistency that I think.
It's a slippery slope, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, and it comes. It's a style of questioning. He's actually very good at it. He assumes what you have to assume what he believes is true, and then extrapolate and say, okay, cool. Well, if we scaled this up, here's a possible problem that I see with your with your thinking. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think he'd double down on that. I don't think if someone in the chat came up with a song like basically in musical form.
Dan, can you hear that?
The gas.
I've got an oven like Turok.
Oh, big up the people with gas, electricity, water, the basic amenities. Yo,
did you see my message on
yeah?
I'm just trying your OBS window.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what's going on with it.
What up, TYO, Shahid?
Oh yeah, by the way,
Hassan, I was waiting
by
for
the
you
way,
to
I
say
just
big up.
wanna.
I was actually waiting for you to say big up.
Big up.
Hassan, you're right.
It's nice to we're on TOITNs, right? This is like the home.
Yeah, I know, man. We're back home in it.
Yeah. What'd you say, Shahid? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just wanna say it's a wonderful ultra. I got Street Fighter on my computer still. The only thing happening is I need to speed it up. So right now the game is slow, but I'm trying to find some ways to speed it up. So any ideas, if anybody wants to help out, just let me know.
Disable hardware acceleration.
Yeah,
will be the man.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, no, I had to hide it because when I joined the call, the way I've got it set up, you can see my. Yeah, it shows
the
shit
URL,
that I don't
right?
want. Yeah, it shows so whatever. So I hide it until people join. But yeah, big up.
Yeah,
man.
use all to just cut it. Then you don't have to see it, right?
Yeah. So any thoughts on was it Rob or?
So first and foremost, this Ash fellow, I don't really know very much about him, but I was from what I've heard or what I've gathered, he was on COE stream, and he was talking about. And he was discussing with Issa and a couple other people, I think. And he was, at one point, he was crying and he was apologizing for what he did with the Quran. So, in that, when it comes to that specifically, when someone apologizes, and if someone's crying and doing this thing on a channel with 100 plus people watching, I'm going to accept the apology. Then the next time we did something wrong, then we could get upset again. But when someone apologizes, we just accept it. And then arguably we should move on. Now, if we want to argue and we want to try to talk about making changes to the rules and regulations or the laws around this type of thing, that's a wholly different topic. That we could discuss that as a separate topic on its own. Now, specifically with what James SC said. So now I listened to James SC on Faz's channel, and he was speaking about how he thinks that it would do good in the park, for example, to burn. I think he said burn pages of the Quran or tear out pages of the Quran. And then they said, well, what about all the other holy books then? And he's like, yeah, sure. But what he said was that there's a group of people that react much more, I guess you'd say, extremely when it comes to the Quran. And there's validity to this. If you think about it on its own, this is somewhat valid, that comment, because look at how much airtime we give, how much airtime we spend talking about the Ash situation after he already apologized. So it's in a sense, I hate to say it because obviously I don't want anyone to desecrate the Quran, but there's a little bit of validity to that. Now, with that being said, we have to kind of understand that Speaker's Corner, in a sense, is a place where people are supposed to provoke, and they are supposed to say whatever they want. So, I mean, what I would argue is maybe if people are really uncomfortable with these types of things, don't watch Speaker's Corner's videos, because in some countries, in some places, people are going to do these things.
Fair point.
I don't want him to do it, but it's just, I mean,
it's a fair point. I mean, Speaker's Corner is a unique space in that regard, and I don't think he would be as comfortable doing it outside the safety of the park.
100%, yeah. But that's kind of the point. That's kind of the beauty of the park in a sense too, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say. I don't know if you heard that James S guy who was on Veddy's yesterday, but he was saying that James S, yeah, he runs like a Discord server. I think it's called Free Range Dialectic or something like that. It's like Witness is in there, Bad Marsh is in there, JK's in there. There's quite a few heads, maybe park heads and other people on the server. But he was saying that he advocates for people who can't kind of contain their emotions and who are likely to be triggered from. He would advocate for them being banned from the park, which it's not a position that I agree with, but.
Do you see any validity to that comment, though? I kind of do.
I kind of, yeah, I do. That's it. I see. I kind of, somewhat. I mean, yeah, validity is a tricky one. Yeah, I'd find it hard to argue against.
Well, hold on. Here, Dan, I'll make the argument for you. We could argue, though, that there's going to be a line for the majority of people where they wouldn't be able to hold. So then should the majority of people be banned from the park?
Yeah, but
that could be what we could say in reply, right?
Sure. All right. There's also an argument to be made, like maybe a more like kind of socially anarchistic kind of model, which just says that people self-regulate and that people are probably already moderating their behavior and kind of adjusting it in relation to the other people that they encounter. So I mean, maybe characters like Tan are probably exceptions to that. But I would say on a whole, most people kind of seem to get along relatively.
Yeah, I think generally they do. Yeah, and I think most of the time, even the Muslims, for example, specifically at the park, they've generally acted pretty really well, especially for the amount of trash that gets thrown at us. So, I mean, like Avi Shekelstein in the chat, he was saying that I'm wrong or something about what I'm saying. I would say that we are spending quite a bit of time specifically talking about Ash, and not maybe as much time talking about if we want to try to get the laws or the rules changed specifically relating to this. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, you can't deny that there are some people that are saying, oh, I would have punched the guy, or, oh, like people literally talking to that Abid guy saying, you should have punched the guy. How did you not do that? I don't, this is the problem. I don't think that,
no,
that we
but
should
you know what,
be
Hassan, yeah? Assalamu alaikum to everyone and blessings to everyone.
Big up yourself,
big
Nasser.
up Hassan and Shahid on the panel. I just want to say there's a lot of brothers telling Abid that he done the exact right thing by not retaliating.
I agree with you, yeah.
He done it in the right way. He went and approached the police, and that's where the problem is. The police say they're there to stop incitement of hatred or violence. Abid done the correct thing, and the police should have intervened there and then. If the brothers did have an issue there in the park, they should have spoken about it there and then that day in the park.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I also think Ash shouldn't come to the park for a while. If he understands what he has caused to the Muslim people in the park who thought different of him, but it wasn't just the stamp of the Quran. It's all the stuff he was saying afterwards. I'm sure nobody has heard Ash speak like that, and it was quite of a shock to the Muslim community who actually speak to him and give him some respect because he does hold some respect towards Muslims. Well, that's what we thought until the way he spoke about our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I think that's why a lot of people are
What
upset.
we seen, family. Big up Dan, big up the crew, and Shahid. Keep quiet for 2 minutes. Big up the
Yo.
family.
All I'm gonna say is, yeah, this Bagheera.
Shahid,
Listen, Bagheera.
Yo,
You're
guys,
15 years
Nasser
old,
finish
get
his
off the
sentence, bro.
panel and you're Bagheera.
Yo,
Let's show him
Shahid, Ali,
the respect.
Shahid, Ali, one
when he's
second, innit?
talking.
Like,
Yeah.
you can go back to the playground in a bit, bro. But do you see what we're saying though, Hassan? Like, obviously, there are a lot of people who've forgiven him and stuff. But I think his apology that he done on Mr. Rax's video, we kind of broke it down. The apology didn't really seem sincere in my eye, innit? I mean, we can talk about it if we want, but I don't think his apology was sincere. It looked like he was looking for an excuse. And if you want me to elaborate, I'll say in his apology video, he stated that he stamped on the Quran because he assumed Abid had said the Quran was shit, astaghfirullah. Abid straight away corrected him and said, no, I said shirk. And if that was the reason, I don't see why he didn't stamp on it then. He waited for another 5 or 6 minutes when Abid was telling him, why you like running away from the truth. I think Abid did antagonize him and annoy him. But as you said, Hassan, Speaker's Corner isn't for the weak-minded. And if Ash was going through some personal grievances, I don't think he should have gone to the park that day, especially if he's going to be emotional. Do you understand?
And Hassan, I got
Yeah,
one
so
question.
Nasser, what I was going to say
Do you
was,
believe Rashid Rida would
can you
forgive
hold
Ab?
on a sec? Oh, we can hold on a sec. So I was saying that, so Nasser, let's think about it like this. If we look at what Ash did after, now Ash on that panel with COE, supposedly he was in tears and he apologized for what he's done. Now we can stop and we can look at this from two different perspectives. One, he's genuinely sorry and he believes he made a mistake and he's asking for forgiveness. And in that case, obviously I would guess that the Islamic thing even would be to say, okay, yeah, we accept it. The second reason would be that he possibly realized maybe what potential danger he's in, and he's just so scared that he realized now that he shouldn't have done that. And even if it's that reason, there's still no reason to hold animosity or hatred towards him, like and not try to move on.
I don't think anyone should hold any hatred towards him. I just think the people in the park and the people around these hangouts and YouTube community should actually realize what Ash is, and Ash is a clear-cut Islamophobe. The stuff he was saying about our Prophet, astaghfirullah, peace be upon our Prophet, was disgusting. And these are the sort of words you'd hear someone in the lines of a racist Islamophobe be saying. And if you can disagree, if you don't agree with that, then I don't know what you took from what he said.
No, bro, you could consider him an Islamophobe for sure.
Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad.
Muhammad.
No, Hassan, every time the Prophet's name is mentioned, we have to stand salawat.
Social timing, bro.
Fucking hell, Ali Khan. Listen, Ali Khan, can I just say no kicking Raj today? Yeah, if he jumps on
yeah,
no
I
cloning.
agree with Abby said in it. We should report the act that he done in it because this isn't acceptable in the park. It isn't acceptable in the park. And just like James Speaker's Corner said, he's going to do that to all other holy scriptures. That sort of behavior is not accepted. Even if he said he's going to only do it to Bibles or stuff like that, nothing about Islam, I will still be against it because it's not right for the community. It's not morally right. Do you understand?
No, bro. So I don't want to be misunderstood. I don't want him to do any of those things, and I don't think that it's correct to do any of those things. And I haven't looked specifically at the laws in the UK, but if the laws specifically say that someone should be arrested for trying to incite violence or social disorder or public disorder or whatever it is, then yes, 100% he should be arrested. At the same time, if the police aren't arresting him, I mean, as Muslims, as the people that are the ones that are offended by this, we should just take a step back and look at what happened afterwards. If he apologized, then he apologized, and then it's up to us, our own reasonable judgment, to see if we want to try to file a claim about him or try to use him as an example and get him arrested if we can or whatever it is, right?
Quick question: Did anyone see the Ahmad Ali video on Mr. Rux?
Apologize. Ahmad Ali spoke. Yeah. Apologize. We should accept his apologize.
Listen, these guys took me off track, man. I swear.
Go on, Nas.
Okay, anyways,
I was gonna say.
yeah, the people in the park, the Muslims in the park specifically, generally, the amount of shit that gets thrown at us, the way that most of them react, and how little, like arguably, how little violence there is a testament to how good they've been.
100%.
That can never be understated, because the amount of shit that gets thrown at Muslims in the park is actually insane.
100%.
But I mean, the amount that we've specifically been talking about Ash, especially on panels, since that happened, it's quite a bit, Nasser. You got to admit, man. And there are some people that are saying, "Oh, he should have punched the guy. This shouldn't be okay. He should be beat up."
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, when I heard of it, I said it. My emotions said it. I was like, do you know what? Yeah, if I was there, I don't know what my emotions would have done. I might have punched the guy. I might have pushed the guy. I might have spat. I don't know, bruv. My emotions may have taken over. So I was like, I'm glad I wasn't there. So things like that, yeah, it can incite violence, bro. I'm a pure example of it. Something I've held dearly to me, to my life and to my faith, and that the British public has accepted. Like, they've let us be Muslims in the country, and then to go Speaker's Corner and then throw something so dear to Muslims on the floor and stamp on it in front of Muslims. Is that not trying something that would incite violence? Like, don't you think that would?
Yeah,
incite
of course, bro.
and
Yeah.
if I was being completely honest, I was like, right, if someone done that to me on the street, I'll be like, right, bro, are you disrespecting my belief? Do you get me? We don't stand for none of that in the UK. I don't know like where in the UK you're from, but that is not tolerated where I'm from, man. And we need to, it even says that we can read out the Speaker's Corner's guidelines if you like. Do you get me? The guidelines clearly state it's freedom of speech except if it's inciting hatred or violence. Do you understand?
Yeah, for sure. And a lot
We already go Speaker's Corner and we put up with all this verbal abuse we get. We get lots of verbal discrimination against our religion, and we have to firm it and not do anything. By doing acts like that, bruv, do you think it would be fair for someone to go Speaker's Corner every week and start like, do you understand? It's not. We shouldn't say, "Oh, do you know what? He's done it. It's okay. He's all right person." We should say, "Do you know what? He's okay person, but the act that he done, it's not tolerated, and we're stamping down on it."
100%. Of course, bro. I'm never like. Here's the thing. A lot of people misunderstand, like especially the atheists. They think that because they don't have a religion, they think that for some reason this means that it's okay for them to just be disrespectful of others. The whole idea is that whenever you're in an interaction with other people or communication, it's two sides. It's not just one side. So for Ash or James, SC, whatever, it might just be a book. But to so many other people, it represents like way more. It's like taking a picture of someone's, photoshopping a picture of someone's daughter's face on like on a chicken porn or something. This is just like there's a line for everyone. There has to still be a level of respect. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah. So for Muslims, yeah, I think that it's actually a testament to a good thing about Islam, about how important this is for us.
And it's good. And it's good we've got Wendy.
For us, it is.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I think it's good we've got Wendy on the panel. Because the next point I was going to make is that when certain people were burning the poppies, yeah, a certain group was organized to defend the honor of the country, and that was just by burning the poppy, and that's a national thing. Do you understand? So the same way the people who were outraged by them acts, they should clearly understand where we are coming from. And if anything, they shouldn't say, "Oh, the Muslims are being crybabies about it." They should understand what honor means and having loyalty to something so important to you.
Well, I'd say the only difference is that the poppy is traditionally British. The religion you're talking about is it's not a British religion, but on the other hand, whoever picks up that Quran and goes to Speaker's Corner in front of people that follow the Quran and deface it, rip it to bits, or whatever they do, they have to face the consequences, don't they?
100%, man.
So, but this is it. When you sketch out those consequences for someone like James SC, and he himself concedes that it could lead to him losing his life. And then yesterday, on the Raspect show, RS basically said if that happened to his holy book, he'd put a bullet, or he'd get a bullet put in the head of whoever did that. which is spicy talk, right? But interestingly, this wasn't from a Muslim, right? This is from a Sikh. So I think this demonstrates that it doesn't. Everyone does have I think, as Hassan was saying, everyone has like a
A
level,
line.
and crossing that line with some people. If you want to, if you're essentially doing that to, all right, there's a couple of instances where I'd say you can do that, right? If you have the security, right, you can ensure your security, and I would say if there's a financial incentive, then cool, go ahead and do it. Otherwise, I would question the reasoning. I don't know. Like I don't know. I just yeah.
I see physical action is okay and necessary only to safeguard the book, not to endanger James. If he does do this stupid thing, then physical action just to take the book off him.
It's not even that, man. We should all stand together to say, listen to the authorities. Don't let mentally unstable people into the park. Because if you're not going to let
argue half the people
unstable
But how do you know who's mentally unstable?
well, they need to regulate something in it. They need to regulate something, because it's not fair. Because if Muslims done it, I'm going to give this example. When Modine threw water on Sophia Lewis, there was such a hoo-ha by the police and the speakers of Speakers Corner, i.e. Steve and so on. These people who went to meetings yesterday or something and done outrageous speeches to this new organization about Muslims in the park, particularly Sunni Muslims causing outrage in the park. Steve going to meetings like that and telling the wider British community about false statements about the park is bullshit. We need to stand together as a community and say, no, it's not just the Muslims. It's people like Ash doing it also. It's people like Pan doing it also, and not just the Muslims.
Fair point.
Yo, Reactionary, welcome, my friend.
Welcome.
What was I backtracking on, bro? Speak up.
You started off all defensive of Ash, and then as soon as Nasser mentioned a couple of points, like common sense points, it made your points seem completely ridiculous.
Oh, so I was defensive of Ash by saying that we should accept his apology. Did I defend what he did?
What did he apologize for?
Did I defend what he did, Reactionary?
No, you said he apologized. What was the apology for?
For something that he did that was wrong, obviously.
Yeah. What was that?
Throwing the Quran on the floor? I'm not sure. What are you patronizing me or something?
I don't know. What exactly did he apologize for?
If you haven't been following along, why did you jump on the panel then? If you don't even know, if you're trying to do this.
Are you going to big up
Hey,
Imam Khomeini?
you're claiming he apologized. What did he apologize for?
Are you gonna big up Imam Khomeini for putting a fatwa on Salman Rushdie's head?
Don't go off track, man. Don't go off track. Don't go off track.
What are you talking about, bro? Social timing, man, please. Can anyone else on the panel verify that I said that it was okay for him to throw the Quran on the floor?
No, stop beating around the bush. Get to the point. Like you said, he apologized. What did he apologize for?
For throwing the Quran on the floor.
Bro, if Bendy's correcting you here, you got some issues right now, React.
Reactionary knows.
Stop relying on Wendy. I asked you, Hassan, you're the one who said he apologized, and therefore we should accept his apology. What did he apologize for?
Am I being trolled right now? Does anyone else?
I suppose you'd have to ask Ash. I mean, from what I could see, he was apologising for the offence that he caused, the unintended offence that he caused, and yeah, I don't know.
So hold on, Dan. Sorry to interrupt, bro. So React, I guess from what Dan just said and what I'm gathering from you with your absurd questions, is you're trying to say that Ash was being slippery when he apologized?
Look at that. He's thrown in an absurd there. Let's have a decent conversation without trying to.
Because you repeated the same thing 3 times. So what you could say is
No. You're claiming he apologized.
Hold on, React.
I'd like to know what he apologized for. Because there's a way to apologize properly, and there's a way to not properly apologize.
React. Hold on a second. So what you could say is, Hassan, you might think that he apologized for throwing the Quran on the floor, but he didn't actually do that. And then you can explain it. But instead, you're asking me the question over and over again, where it's already very clear.
No. I asked you once, and you then tried to avoid answering it by trying to make it look like I'm crazy and absurd.
Obviously, bro. Because it's something obvious. Obviously, bro. But you could say, Hassan, you have a misunderstanding. He didn't actually apologize for that. And you could just talk like a normal person.
Did he apologize for stepping on the Quran? Did he apologize for swearing at the Prophet ﷺ and cursing him and making lies and lying and slandering him? What exactly was the apology for? Did he apologize for being caught on camera doing something that wasn't appropriate? Did he apologize for committing the crime, breaking a UK law? What was the apology about?
So, do you want me to jump off, go back to the COE stream, and then start taking notes so I can come back here and talk to you about it? Why don't you just present your opinions on what?
No,
what
you're the one who said he
'cause I can
apologized, and
clearly-
therefore we should forgive him.
I can
What
clearly
did he
derive
apologize about?
your
Obviously, you
opinions
heard the
already on
apology.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I
you wouldn't have said
he
that.
apologized for the offense, which included all of these things. But what you're saying is
Sorry?
no, this shouldn't be read the way you're trying to present it right now. Is it shouldn't be read that way? So I'm waiting for you to present your point.
No, look, here you go again. Did you watch the apology video?
I literally just said that I thought that he apologized for the offense, which would entail all of these things.
I'm sorry. Look, I asked you, did you saying you thought he apologized? Is that because you heard him apologize? You watched a video of him apologizing?
I didn't watch the entire video, bro.
All right, so there's as far as I know, there were two videos. The first
Okay.
was the Mr. X video. Did you see that one?
No,
Okay, and the second one was the one on COE. Did you watch that?
that's the one I watched some of. Yeah.
Okay, and did you hear him apologize in the COE video?
I believe I did. Yeah.
I think I did.
Am I
Yeah,
missing
I think
something?
I did.
I didn't hear him apologize in the COE video. I'll be happy to be corrected, but I didn't hear him apologize in that one.
Oh,
I heard
you know
him.
what?
I heard him make an apology
Mhm.
in the Mr. X video. The first thing
so
he
you
said
know
was,
what? Maybe-
"I'm sorry." He didn't say what he's sorry about. He simply said, "I'm sorry," and then he began to make not excuses. He began to give reasons for his actions, claiming that he was provoked by somebody in the park who made some comment in, as he understood it, a disparaging remark about the Quran. Now, let's put things in context. If somebody does an injustice to you and they apologize, shouldn't the apology be correct and in context for you to accept it?
Correct and in context.
So, for example, if I stole something from you, okay, I should apologize to you.
For stealing something.
Yeah, I could say, "Oh, I'm sorry that outside the sky was dark." I'm apologizing about something else. Would that be an acceptable apology?
No, I wouldn't react.
Yeah, that's it really. So I was just wondering why we should accept an apology that wasn't clear and specific.
Oh, so you're saying that the video.
Let's remember when
Saeed
Saeed was accused of his racism.
Apologizing about the sky
Sorry?
being blue. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so remember when Saeed and his comment, was his apology ever accepted?
I actually don't know anything. I don't know enough about that to comment on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Pat
Said was
in the chat is saying the man buckled under the likelihood of an onslaught and apologised. That's how I see it. But I think you also said earlier on that essentially the frame of like the window of opportunity for a response was there at the park 2 weeks ago. So there's no point talking about it now. Like, and I don't think, aside from filing complaints, which I guess I think a couple of people have said they've done it. I think a few people have complained. But that is one that's one avenue to take. But I think any kind of physical responses after the fact are kind of a bit pointless.
There's no point in filing. Wait a minute. There's no point in filing complaints because we don't have laws like that in this country. Because if someone did it to the Bible, it wouldn't make people just wouldn't, you know.
That's incorrect, sir. Wendy.
Yeah, that's
we do have
incorrect.
laws about it.
Like you don't know
And there's plenty.
Wait a
and
minute.
there are
We have
plenty
laws
of cases.
You do even know the fundamental British values, Wendy.
The Quran.
Keep it one at a time.
Fundamental British values, Wendy.
Allow Wendy to finish.
Yeah, because Wendy's.
Please.
Yeah.
We have laws to for the Quran, do we, to protect it?
We have
not specifically for the Quran, but we have hate speech laws, and that includes for hate for race and religion. There's a hate and race hate and religious hatred act.
Yeah, but it'd be very difficult to prove that by the throwing of a book.
Well, Wendy, we've got breach of the peace.
We have precedent. We have other cases where people have been convicted, have gone to prison for defiling the Quran.
Where? In Britain?
Yeah.
Wendy, someone got
Wendy,
arrested.
did you
for
not?
not
Wendy, did you not
violence.
know that?
You need to check up the fundamental British values, Wendy.
And
And
Shamsi's video at Speaker's Corner, he was incorrect in what he was preaching. He claimed that at Speaker's Corner, there are special rules for speech at Speaker's Corner, which allow acts and speech which wouldn't be tolerated outside. He's implying that illegal acts are acceptable in Speaker's Corner, whereas outside the park they're not acceptable, and that's incorrect. He was wrong in saying that. The law applies in Speaker's Corner just as it does outside. So, from my perspective, and I'm coming from an objective point of view here, complaints should be filed. The police didn't arrest him, not because there are special rules for Speaker's Corner, but it may just be they don't know the context of what happened. They may have seen two people arguing with their voices loud in front of a camera. Their objective was simply to try and control something from escalating into violence. Whether they knew what was happening in terms of a book being thrown is not known to us.
Reactionary, what I'm saying today, the Bob poster was to be thrown down. Would this rule apply?
Ali Khan.
Ali Khan.
There are multiple people that said that they watched the COE stream, and he did apologize sincerely for that. But what you're saying is that it was possible that entire stream and his apology was about the sky being blue.
No, he didn't apologize on the COE stream. All right, what he did was he made a couple of comments, and other people spoke on his behalf, saying how he's a man of righteousness, a man of God. Yeah.
Wait,
who is a man of righteousness and a man of God.
Who said that?
I won't say who, but that was what other people spoke. So people were advocating on his behalf.
Was that Esau?
And a number of people, they were advocating on his behalf, saying he's a man of righteousness and a man of God. Now, I'd like to say one more time that this wasn't the first time he's expressed these views. His first appearance on camera at the park, he expressed almost identical views.
This is news to me. I've still not seen the video.
Can you go and look for it? Go and look for it, TYO. I'm not going to serve it to you on a plate.
Where was it on?
I don't know, mate. You can go and find it.
I think Mr. X would have probably had it.
You mean Master X?
I can see one from 7 months ago. That might have been his first appearance, maybe. Let's see.
So therefore, in his apology, once again, he said everyone's entitled to one mistake.
If he said that,
Reactionary, I'm not Salafi, you're not Salafi, no one's Salafi.
That means that there's an underlining issue. You know, he holds them sentiments deep down inside.
Dan.
And there were certain people. No, go on.
You do all these people in your chat saying "fuck Muslims" and "fuck Islam." Do I just leave the messages?
Wait, who's saying that?
Aurora Dawn. There's quite a few of them, but they're being timed out by people. But don't know. Big up the mods in the chat.
Yeah, I think the mods are on it, man.
And who observed how when he threw the book on the Quran on the floor, it wasn't like he was engaged totally with Abid. He was looking at the camera and arguing in the camera. He was playing to an audience. So, to me, he was trying to, I don't know, achieve some sort of goal.
Was he at Speaker's Corner this week?
Not that I know of.
No, I don't think so. I think he's had some deaths in the family. I think he's had like
he was visiting family, man. May his family rest in peace, man. But he was going through some grievances. That's why he wasn't here at the park. I think he shouldn't have come last week either, man. Do you get me? And plus, like, the guy's got some issues going on. I've reported the action, innit? And I'm not gonna lie about it. I reported that action. I didn't like what he's done. I would report a Muslim doing something like that, to be honest. Do you get me?
All right. So, Nasser, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
If Muslims try to obey the law and avoid violence and complain to the police to establish justice in a lawful way, expecting the CPS and the police to, uphold the law. If they fail to do that, what should a Muslim do in that situation?
That's what I'm right. What are we entitled to do within our rights? Nothing, innit? We can't do nothing legally, but what do we do as a collective? What advice do you give to we got to stand?
Well, that was the question I asked you. Like, maybe you have an answer.
I don't know, man. I would expect the police to do something about it. If not, I would expect some more uproar at the park.
So you guys do know that when you get arrested, there's like 3 points where you get judged, more or less. One, you get judged by the cop, then you get judged by the prosecutor, the crown, then you get judged by the judge.
100%.
The cop has to believe that there's a basic level where that the crime is meeting before they implement or before they decide to arrest someone.
But
Do you understand?
Hassan, stay on this legal point. I'm gonna stay on topic, not go off topic. If James SC does do this and he's found to be on the spectrum, he's gonna get a lesser sentence. You do know this.
And even if it is that, even if the police intervened and gave him some sort of ban, even that's some sort of punishment for his actions, even if they told him to stay away for a small period of time or a long period of time, do you get me? But further than that, I just want the Muslims who are thinking, this guy speaks so nicely and stuff like that. They disguise themselves, because if you heard what he was saying about our beliefs afterwards, I don't know if you still think he's a sincere person towards Islam. I don't think he is.
I've heard
There's no way I can say I'm not racist, and then when I get angry with someone, I start staring at bare racist comments. Do you understand? It's gonna be like, what do you mean, Nasser? You're blatantly racist.
So, all right, now if the police had arrested, hold on. If Ash was arrested and charged, do you think James would still be threatening to break the law?
No way. If Ash got some sort of punishment and made an example of in the park, I think James would have thought twice about saying what he did and the action.
I don't think James will actually do it, and I hope he doesn't.
No, I don't think he'll do it.
He won't do it, man.
But he's threatening doing it. Okay, now that is causing distress to many people.
But Reactionary, he's got Asperger's.
Then let him use that as he can argue that as a mitigating circumstance in court.
I think he's consciously doing it to trigger this type of response, and this is what he's getting. I don't think he's actually going to do it, but this is what he's doing.
To trigger what response? To cause distress and alarm.
You're telling me a 30-year-old on Asperger, we're taking a 30-year-old on Asperger seriously.
All right,
he probably feels he has the right to do it.
Yeah. Wendy, he's on Asperger's. No one can take him seriously because of this.
What right does he have? He
this is what he said, Nasser. Do you remember what he said, Nasser?
Calm down, Nasser.
He said, I think that we should do it because especially the Muslims in the park, they need to kind of it's almost like tearing off the Band-Aid. Not really tearing off the Band-Aid, but like it's almost like throwing someone in the deep end, because they need to understand about how Speaker's Corner is, and it needs to kind of like lower their sensibilities about this type of thing, about how quickly they get offended.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
So if that's the case, then all the people who've been sentenced and convicted for similar crimes should be released from prison.
That's a good point, Reactionary.
Well, I've been trying to find the people, and all I can find is 2 people who were arrested for burning the Quran on a
I don't think you're on the same
Facebook.
wavelength, Wendy.
Well, can I finish? I didn't ask you to chime in.
You don't need to ask me. It's not
a Reactionary. I found 2 people in 2017 that decided to post a video of them burning the Quran after the terrorist attacks in Manchester. It's about all I can find, really. Others are in Denmark.
Were they arrested?
The guy in Denmark, he makes a point of burning the Quran every day for some odd reason. I don't know why, but some politician.
We're not there, innit? We're not in that country.
What's interesting is that when the argument, all right, let's suppose James SC comes to the park. Oh no, let's forget James SC. A Muslim Nasser will come to the park on Sunday with a list of all the dead from World War II and World War I, and all of our soldiers who died in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to have a list with their names. He's going to have their photographs, and then he's going to spit on it, step on it, and then burn it. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Because it's Speaker's Corner, nothing should happen to him, right?
No, I disagree. If he does that, he has to face the consequences after of how people are going to react. You
Well,
can't judge people on. You can't
How might
predict
people
how
react?
people. Well, it depends who's there, doesn't it? Really.
Okay. So why do we have laws?
Yeah, but if you do a deliberate, I was trying to say this the other day, wasn't I? If you do a deliberate act like that in front of people that care about those things or care about the Quran, you have to take responsibility for their reaction. And you can't complain about it afterwards when you've done it deliberately in front of those people.
Yes, correct. All right, thank you very much.
That's all I'm trying to say, really.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page.
Yo, React, do you know, I mean, just for a second to make it theological for a second, do you know of any proofs from the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, of someone, let's say, disrespecting scripture? I mean, at that time, it wasn't technically scripture, but scripture, and then what type of reactions we used, or there were?
I have to look them up. I remember listening to a conversation about it, and there's severe consequences. I just don't remember them.
That example that Shamsi used in his video, you're saying that was incorrect, or that wasn't true, or not applicable, or what do you mean?
What Shamsi needs to do is prove that hadith is authentic, first of all. And then he needs to bring the understanding of the Salaf, which he claims to be... Sorry?
That wasn't an authentic hadith, the one that Shamsi used.
Well, he has to bring the proof that it's authentic.
And Reactionary, one more thing. He cannot only bring a tabi, he has to bring someone from the first... he has to bring a Sahabi or someone from the Khulafa Rashidin doing this. Then it is Hujjah. If only a Tabi is doing this, there's no evidence that he's got this from a Sahabi. Unless in the Hadith the Tabi mentions that I got this from a Sahabi, then there's no proof.
Ali Khan, the thing that Shamsi said was actually involving the Prophet.
Based on a Tabi.
So thanks, Adi, for your comment.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna jump off for a bit. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, bless up the channel.
Don't big up me. Big up Rashid Rida, a Don. He's a Don, and big up Sheikh Albani. I'm learning from them.
I didn't big you up. I just said thanks for saying something.
Thank you to Sheikh. Then
it's nice hearing your voice.
And Sheikh Albani.
All right. Yeah, go on, Hassan.
I was just asking, for those of you guys in the chat that didn't hear Shamsi's example, I believe, React, if you could correct me, I would appreciate it, but it was something to do with people disrespecting the Prophet, peace be upon him, while he was praying, I believe, and then the Sahaba wanted to do something about it, and they couldn't, because of I guess you'd argue about who was in control of the area or the region or whatever, like that. It wasn't a good idea, but keep going.
So again, he has to bring the proof of what the level of the hadith is in authenticity. Once he's done that, we need to look at how the scholars understand that. He failed to do either of those things.
Based on the rules of Ilm Rujal, and does this hadith contradict the Quran? Then we need to do tawil.
Yeah, Ali Khan, hold on.
He claims to be a Salafi Muslim, which means the approach I mentioned is something that he has to follow. And the fact he didn't do that in bringing up that hadith
isn't often a lot of the revelation itself people that were like disrespecting and kind of like questioning, mocking, these types of things.
Hassan, what can happen is
hold on a second. I just want to hear React reply. Ali Khan, please.
Reference me to the hadith and I'll check the isnad.
Ali Khan, let me just discuss with React here.
Okay. At the time of the Prophet ﷺ, they faced lots of persecution. Okay, so for example, Sumayya was killed. A spear was pushed through her ribs, and she was killed. All right. So, are we saying that we should now accept that for Muslims?
No. Sorry.
Well, we have laws for everyone else. What is it that Shamsi's? What is Shamsi's point?
Ali Khan, hold on, please, Ali Khan.
Who was killed?
So, Ali Khan.
Ali, are you 15?
So what I was asking,
you're 15, you shouldn't be on panels.
What I was asking, for example, is like the easiest example that we know of, when people were going to the Prophet ﷺ and they were saying, "Death be upon you."
Okay, how did he respond?
Yeah,
he replied, "Wa alaykum," and on to you. Okay, and
what is that?
What does that prove?
Well, we would argue that this is like extremely insulting, right?
No,
Well, hold on, would we not?
Ali, let them talk.
I would obviously say
We
that's
can't
extremely
keep up
insulting. I'm
then.
sure you would say that too, React, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and what was the reaction?
I'll give you worse than that. A Bedouin man came into the mosque and urinated in the mosque.
And what was done about that?
The companions were about to kill him.
And the Prophet said, don't. He's a new Muslim. Don't do this to him. He's a new Muslim. And then the person was very grateful.
No.
Wait,
no?
Ali.
If he's a new Muslim, why would he convert to Islam if he's already a Muslim? That's not. No, the man was a Bedouin. Bedouins were known to just kind of like
be dirty.
A lot of bad manners, rude, rough.
So what was the story? What ended up happening?
So because of that, the Prophet in his was he was nursed by a Bedouin family, so he understood Bedouins, and therefore he told his companions to let him finish urinating. Once he had finished, the companion was afraid because everybody gathered around him. They wanted to kill him. So because the Prophet he saw how the Prophet held them off, and then told him, he then explained to him why it's wrong to do such a thing in the masjid. The man accepted that he was wrong to do it, and because of the manners of the Prophet ﷺ, he took his shahada. He accepted Islam.
But we are not the Prophet. The Prophet is a mercy upon mankind.
But what that shows you is why did the people want to kill him?
Yeah, of course.
No, I'm saying why did they want to kill him?
Only 1 second, please.
So what I'm saying to React is I understand why they would react that way. But what I'm trying to tell you is, do we take from the people that react that way, or do we take from the Prophet and Allah?
So let's put it this way: if the man wasn't a Bedouin and he didn't have that excuse that the Prophet ﷺ gave him, what would have happened?
So this is what I was trying to ask you next. I was going to say, do you have any examples of how something like this was dealt with at that time?
But I'd like to know what.
Because the examples that I know of, they don't include.
What I'd like to know from you is what your faith says about it.
Obviously, we consider it to be disrespectful. We would hope that people wouldn't do these types of things, but I don't believe that. And also at the same time, if we're living in a place where there are laws against this, I actually believe that we would be all fine.
I know, but what I'm saying is, do you have any guidance in your faith about what to do in this situation?
Follow the laws of the land.
Okay, and the laws of the land in this situation are being followed in this case. Right?
That would be
There's a law against this type of behavior. He should be charged. Simple. That's the law of the land.
That would be based on your reasoning, and then if we were to decide that,
oh my gosh, that's the law. You're saying the law. I said the law of the land. There are laws for this.
Firstly, you and I both understand that the law doesn't say if someone takes a Quran and throws it on the ground, they should be arrested.
It doesn't say in the
that. It
exact
terms,
does it?
It doesn't.
Yes, exactly.
It does not say that.
But it does say under.
Okay. The people who were charged with burning the Quran, what was the reason they were convicted? Read what the judge said. The words of the judge were that his action was likely to cause alarm and distress.
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I was saying was, based on your logic and your deduction, you believe that this law would have applied to this and it should have applied to this. So you believe that the police were in error to not arrest him. So then we would take another route where we would file complaints or whatever it is. And that's
just
okay.
A second. Sorry, I need to. You keep doing this. You're saying according to my logic, and no, it's not according to my logic. It's according to a reasonable understanding of the law.
So your argument is
any objective person would not come to a different conclusion. Yeah, you're trying to make out like I am peculiar in my position here. I'm not.
I didn't necessarily say that. I said that you believe that the police.
Yeah, meaning me. I believe I some unique position that I'm holding, which is different to what's convention, and that's not correct. You're trying to present the argument as though I am odd, and that's not right. You've been doing that from the start of this conversation.
Generally, we trust that the police understand how to apply the laws correctly, generally. But that's not to say that sometimes they won't make a mistake.
Okay, how did I?
Yeah, that's fine.
So police can make mistakes.
Fine.
Okay, now, yeah, you've accepted that now.
That's exactly what I just said.
All right, so what's the issue then? That's all I've been preaching the whole time.
So, Reactionary, do you think he should have been arrested then, that guy?
If the police knew exactly what was going on, yes, but I don't think they did. They just saw two people arguing loudly in front of a camera. Okay. Somebody had something in his hand. He dropped it on the floor, stepped on it. They didn't know what it was. They didn't know the offense it could cause and the distress that would be caused by it. So I wouldn't blame the police in this situation. Also, when Deep went over to them to complain, it's not like he spoke to them and made a calm, I don't know, conveyance of what he wanted to say. It was like loud. They just heard someone shouting. They didn't want to arrest anyone or kick anyone at the park. Their thing is just to let people argue, but lower your voices a bit and we won't take any action. And that's a reasonable position for police to take generally anyway.
But do the Muslim community go to the police meetings?
No, they don't. Only Paul Williams goes, and he's.
What do you mean? Police meetings?
He's I don't know what kind of Muslim he is, but we've seen a lot of the Islamophobes. Zubaydah was saying this. So she's been. I don't know who else goes. I think it's
other Muslims from the park have gone.
One second, Hassan. I need before I forget. I think it's invite only, if I remember correctly. There needs to be more, Muslims representing the park because it's a shithole at the moment. It's, the majority of the people that are insulted are the Muslims. I don't see anybody else getting that humiliated, that insulted there. You see, so. Yeah, something needs to be done about that. I've been talking about it for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, representation at the meetings is one thing, but I think the park is probably only one. I mean, it's one area. It's a small. It's probably. I'm not sure how important it is in the grand scheme. I mean, Muslims are probably being targeted across the board. It's not. The corner is probably just got less to do with that. I mean. To be fair, I don't really know. I don't know much about figures for like profiling, stops and search, the criminalisation. I'm not actually that clued up on it. To be fair, I get the vibe from the Muslims that I speak to that they are kind of unduly blamed or held responsible for other things that, I guess kind of the extreme adherence.
Have you read about Prevent? Dan?
Yeah, I know a little bit about Prevent, and I've heard.
Try to read a little bit more about Prevent. It's targeted to the Muslims.
Well, it's not just targeted to Muslims, from what I know. No, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to
make a presentation on that because
the right wing are also included in Prevent's
the right wing
operating parameters or whatever.
Muslims are in media and the TVs and.
No, Halima.
In airports and
I've
places.
had a meeting. Prevent came into my place of education, and the whole agenda was the far right. Nothing to do with Muslims.
Have you? Okay, are you sure?
Yes.
No way.
Well, they came and made speeches, and it was all about the far right, nothing to do with Muslims.
Tommy Robinson, Mark Collett, yes.
They had to backtrack here a bit now because people are calling out their bullshit. Wait, then let me find
your friend Mark Collett and Tommy Robinson were the whole Prevent thing was about Mark Collett and Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, nothing to do with Muslims. Strange.
They've only just started.
No, because
this year.
Prevent was set up for the Muslim community, yeah?
Wendy, are you now going to listen to me, or are you just going to keep over speaking? My place of education, I am the only ethnic minority. There's a very few ethnic minorities in my class. So are they now going to, all of a sudden, where there's only 1-2 Muslims, do a whole thing on Muslims, or are they going to focus on the far right?
Well, I don't know. All I'm pointing out is Prevent was made for the Muslim community. Now they've had to add in the far right. I do know that, yeah?
No, the far right, well, the Prevent agenda has always been anti-terrorism. It's never been...
Yes, I know. It was made for the Muslim community.
Yes.
The far right, they've only started including them this year, Ali. Either this year or last year. Last year, 2019. they haven't been mentioned as much in this. So let me.
Is Hassan gone?
No, he's here.
No, he's still there.
Yeah, Hassan.
Yeah, I'm still here.
A couple nights ago, I spoke with on the panel with brother Abdul. I'm sure you know who he is. He's from New Jersey.
Yeah, okay.
And he was saying how this, Ash, he belongs to a group called Hebrew Israelites. And they have a history of doing this. Their leader in America.
Natural Way Ocean. It's called Natural Way Ocean on Google Hangouts. Nah, bro, I'm telling you who Abdul is.
I'm sorry, bro.
Thanks,
I appreciate it. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, bro.
So the one of their leaders in the United States, he's known as Tazariak. He took the which book? I think he took the Quran. Yeah, he threw a copy of the Quran on the floor and stepped on it.
Is this those debates with Polite or whatever?
And then Brother Polite took a Bible, hung it up in a shooting range, and fired bullets through it, and said, "There's your holy Bible."
Yeah, I saw M-Stack discussing this with someone like 2 days ago.
Rather stupid, isn't it?
Okay, keep going, React.
So the point I'm getting at is that Ash is repeating something one of his leaders has done. He belongs to that lunatic fringe cult called the Hebrew Israelites. And they're getting shut down in America right now, like left, right, and center is what brother.
Yeah, they're classified. A lot of their groups are classified as extremist groups by the Southern Poverty.
And that's what Ash belongs to.
Yeah.
And they're really vile and full of hate.
Yeah, I know they are. Yeah.
If you ever hear them talking, if you try to discuss with them on topics, they spew out the worst kind of hate.
Yeah.
And they preach that they're going to enslave the people on earth and take the white women as their concubines.
That's right.
So they're racist and they're hate preachers. And he belongs to that group.
I'll tell you the truth here, React.
Do you remember somebody came to the park and spat one of the cameramen? That was the Hebrew Israelite as well.
I'm not surprised.
I'll tell you, React. My position on this specifically is, as far as I'm aware, based on the apology, I'm gonna accept the apology. But the next time he does something like this, then I'll be rallying people to make complaints and file complaints as well if the police don't do anything about it.
But here's my point to you, Hassan. First of all, look, here's why your position doesn't make sense to me. Number one, it's not his first time doing this. Number two, you haven't even heard him apologize, but you're assuming that he's apologized. He hasn't.
I did hear him apologize, bro.
Does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not in the Quran say, I forgive everything but shirk? So if Allah wants, he can forgive it.
Yeah, so let him apologize to Allah. If Allah forgives him, that's fine.
React, did you hear what I said? I said maybe you have more knowledge about this Ashes guy's his activities,
so why,
things that he's done before.
Why are you
taking
a position other than the position I've got? I don't understand.
Because I take it from what I know, obviously from what's apparent to me. So you may have more other information.
Yeah, but you've admitted you've not listened to him apologize.
I just said that, bro. I've repeated it 5 times that I have.
No, you didn't. You said you didn't listen to the Mr. Axe apology. That's the only video he apologized in first.
He apologized on the COE video, bro.
No, he didn't.
I'm telling you,
he
didn't.
No, he didn't. No.
And other people in the chat said yes, he has. He did on the COE video.
Why are you relying on other people? Talk about yourself.
All right, you know, I'm gonna get a poll up. Let's get a poll going.
My argument, Halima.
We've got 100 people.
Just here to annoy people. What are you doing, Halima?
We've got 100 people in the chat. Let me see if I can get up a poll window. Do people think that Ash's apology was sincere? Maybe like yes, no, I don't care. I think of a fourth option.
The COE chat was a PR campaign, a spin exercise, as they call it in media, to present him as a man of God and a man of righteousness.
Not if he's a Hebrew Israelite. I would have to.
Exactly. I don't understand. He's a man of God and a man of righteousness. Ash, who was calling the Prophet ﷺ the most vile insults.
Yeah.
Did he apologize about that?
Exactly.
Issa Frimpin is asking in the YouTube chat. He's just saying, "What has Ash done? When has Ash done the same thing before?" That's what he's asking.
Yeah. No, his first time at the park, bro, on camera. And
It was
why are
just
you relying on Issa Frimponi? Big up to the brother. But why are you
Because
relying you keep relying on other people for your argument. Like throughout this whole conversation, you've been relying on other people to support you. You've come in to preach one position, and that is that we should all somehow forgive this guy. Whether we forgive him or we don't forgive him, what difference does it make to you?
Hassan's good at that.
You're more intellectual, and you're a more intellectual version of Isa the Black Telect.
The reason I'm referring
he's
to
more
Isa
direct and to the point, but you're a little bit.
Isa spends time at the actual park, and he's probably interacted with this Ash guy on multiple occasions, I would guess. Have you been to the park?
Big up Isa. He may know something I don't know. All I'm going by is by what I've seen on video.
That's what Isa just asked you. That's all I said. Why are you relying on other people, Hassan? What do you mean? He actually goes to the park. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm saying out of the three of us, he goes. So he said it. So I'm asking you.
Oh, weird, man.
You know, okay.
He didn't just throw the Quran on the floor, did he? He insulted our Prophet and he insulted Aisha anha. So it wasn't just one thing he did.
There's three people who do that constantly.
And the other thing is, while reactionary, is when he went to the police, he goes, tell them where we are. Tell them where we are. When Abid was complaining to the police about what he's done, what's his name? Ashley was confident, and he says, tell the police where we are. So basically, they can do whatever they want in Speaker's Corner, which is a lie, isn't it? Because how many people have been banned in Speaker's Corner for breaking laws?
Okay, Hassan, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Omar, who's known as Rat Boy, should he have been marched out of the park?
I actually don't know the exact thing he did to get marched out of the park.
Okay. What about Uncle Omar? Should Uncle Omar have been banned from the park?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Uncle Omar right now.
No, different.
No.
Okay. What about Uncle Omar? What do you think about him?
Yeah, so I don't know the exact reason why that's who I thought you were talking about first. I don't even know the first guy.
He got banned from the park.
Wasn't Uncle Omar banned?
He has to go to court. He has to go court to be prosecuted for homophobic speech.
Seriously?
What did he do?
Yeah, I'm not surprised at that.
Doxed Ali Dawa.
Yeah, what did he do?
Doxed Ali Dawa.
Or Doxed Ali Dawa.
Isa, that's a good point, brother. He said everything he did in anger. All right, and isn't anger something that excuses someone when they make a statement of disbelief? That's a very good point. And I say yes. In this case, we're talking about let him go to court, let him be prosecuted, and let him use anger as his mitigate or his defense. He can say, "Oh, I was," or a mitigating circumstance. I was angry. That's why I did it. My mind wasn't with me. Well, it's possible. I gave the excuse. He may be diabetic, and perhaps he didn't take his medicine, and he suffered from hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia, whichever one it was. His mind wasn't with him, which is the same reason for anger. Anger also disturbs your brain in a similar way.
What would the Mujahid Sheikh Abdul Wahab do in these circumstances?
That's for the judge or the jury to decide.
We're living in an Islamic country, Ali.
No, we have to ask the theology question of what would Rashid Rida do? What would Rashid Rida do?
Ali, you're not supposed to be on panels. You're 15.
Feeling okay, Ali Kambo? Did you have some juice today or something? Take a breather, though. Come on, man.
Perhaps some people in the chat don't care, but perhaps if he threw milkshake at Abid, he would consider that offensive enough to warrant doing a video of outrage.
I said I wasn't going to come on this panel.
No,
and people were trying to compare it to what happened to Sophia Lewis when Modine threw water at her. It's not the same because throwing the water, number one, the physical contact would be a form of battery. Number two,
that's what I was going to say.
The water could have caused the sight of somebody throwing a clear bottle of liquid at you could cause severe distress and alarm because it could be acid. It might not be water.
Exactly.
So, and you don't. And number three, to prevent other people thinking it's acceptable to do that, you need to arrest him. So the police done the right thing by dealing with Modine in that way.
We've been speaking about this Ash thing like almost nonstop for like 2 weeks.
And I mean,
bro, I don't even know.
The topic came up today.
2 weeks talking about
I commented.
Muslims being killed or oppressed. I don't even see that.
You were happy to give your opinion on it until somebody challenged you.
Yeah.
What are you? I'm still happy to give my opinion on it Why you?
But
You
now
say,
you're complaining that we've been talking about it for 2 weeks. So.
Some stupid thought comes in your head. You just blurt it out, bro. What do you think through it before you say it, man?
Change the topic. I think.
All right, let's switch the topic up to maybe Sid's comments regarding James SC yesterday. If anyone heard that.
Say that again. Sorry.
Did anyone hear what Sid said about James SC possibly burning Guru Granth Sahib?
No, I didn't hear that.
What is wrong with James SC with all
too much
this burning? And
well, let's maybe discuss James SC and then I'll add on at the end. But yeah, people are voting, and it must be said that I Don't Care crew are doing pretty well. Big up to Pat on the panel. Welcome.
You're right, Dan. What's going on?
What's going on, man? Yeah.
How is your friend Yasser Habib doing, Pat? Rafty Pat.
Ali can't shut up, man.
How do you
by
vote?
your government.
How do you vote again? You have to press exclamation mark.
Exclamation mark vote and then space and your option.
Big up, Pat. Welcome, bro.
Yeah.
Hello.
Pat, what are your views on this? Were you going to discuss Ash or James SC? Did you hear that?
Pat, a joke aside, I've actually got a serious question for you in terms of politics.
I can't even understand you, Ali. But yeah, Dan. I mean,
say no.
I mean,
Idiot.
Just the whole, reporting. I don't agree with this reporting him to the police, but that's people's business. But if they are reporting him to the police, then it does make sense, Dan, to go to these meetings. But interestingly, Jordan said that he asked for an invite and was declined, which is quite telling. I mean, I was there a fortnight or 3 weeks ago, and I was invited. And after I declined, I was, told for a few minutes why I should come and what the benefits are. And that's interesting. They don't want to let certain individuals in because the fact of the matter is most of the agendas that are set in that part come from that meeting, from the prayer ban to, I would suggest, the banning of Uncle Omar, the first person in Speaker's Corner's history to be banned for speech. So, you need representation at that meeting if you're going down this police avenue.
That's a good point. Can I also add something? Whenever people go to the park, do you think it's a good idea to consider using a secondary SIM card and not your primary SIM card? Simply because, don't you think the authorities use some sort of stingray device to intercept your... Yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't take my main phone when I go there.
Yeah. Good.
Fucking hell, do you think it's that deep at the park?
Yeah. Look, did you hear Atheist Steve's speech 2 days ago?
No.
At this new movement?
No, what was that?
So they've sort of brought this new movement out that's been dormant for a couple of months. And Steve was a keynote speaker, and he was there telling everybody about the victories that he's won and his crowd have won against Muslims in the park. And it seems this movement are going to use the park as sort of their battleground, which is long been suggested. Yes.
Idiot.
But the point is, Steve is the person who was actually charged with inviting people to these police meetings when they first started. He was given that authority, someone with a clearly biased agenda.
What?
When the police meetings first started to happen, Steve was tasked with giving out invites. Now, he maintains that he was unbiased and that he invited people like Ali Dawa et al. But, if Atheist Steve comes to invite you somewhere, you're not going to go, oh yeah. So, but now the police are inviting people. But it's interesting, as I say, that Jordan, who is respectable, he's never been involved in any kind of ruckus,
And he's white.
And yeah, there's that too. He's
White
been
privilege.
denied. He's been denied access to these meetings. He's saying tonight. Whereas a certain type of people seem to be able to waltz in there.
I would think one of either Hassan, what's his name, Hashim or Mansour would have been a good people to represent the Muslims, because they don't get into fights. They just go there debating, don't they, and have quite a level-headed They get in trouble, basically. They're not troublemakers.
Look, the reality is the police meetings are intelligence gathering meetings.
Yeah.
And agendas against certain individuals in the park are set at those meetings. Whether it be Uncle Omar, the collective prayer. I mean, there was collective prayer 3 weeks ago, was it now? And they're up in arms about it. And that's something that will be raised at the next quarterly police meeting. So, you know, they see it as a criminal offence.
Well, criminal offence to pray in the park.
Collectively, yeah. It's
Yes,
not, but...
No, they are referring to it as a crime now. They were saying that Muhammad Hijab had committed a crime.
No.
That's
Steve referring to it as a crime, yeah.
Yeah,
Correct.
Jupiter was there as well, saying that, wasn't she? And when she went to the park...
I thought it was to do with park policies or something. Nothing to do with crime.
But that's... the devil doesn't like people praying, sorry. Only the devil people don't like people praying.
Do you think there's evidence to complain about Steve being a hate preacher and doing hate speech?
Yeah. We need to bring him to Hangman's Hill, don't we? Dan?
Well, I don't know what you can really say about Steve, to be honest. He's not stupid. He's not inarticulate. He,
he's
holds his position.
Supporter.
Yeah, but the state doesn't view that as being a qualification of a hate preacher.
Yeah.
So
far right terrorists, aren't they?
Not in the state size. Not in the state size.
Amazing.
So that's what I mean. If you're going down that avenue of engaging with the authorities and all of that, you have to go by their protocols. You don't get to set the definitions.
We're never going to win from the white privileges, are we?
So the poll just closed, and Issa Frimponi tipped the balance at the end to make it a tie between yes and no. So undecided. The I don't know.
What was the question?
Was Ash's apology sincere? And 9 votes said yes, 9 votes said no, and 7 votes said I don't care. So yeah, I guess kind of polarizing. I suppose quite literally. He is a polarizing character. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Dan, what would you do if that was the Quran that was thrown on the floor? Not the Quran, the Bible.
Nothing.
You wouldn't mind?
No, wouldn't bother me.
Are you? I was asking Dan. I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
What would I do?
Are you Christian though, Wendy? Maybe you could answer.
If it was the one that I've got in my house, if it was my personal Bible, then yeah, I'd probably react in the same way if anyone disrespected.
Is it your family Bible, Dan?
Yeah. So
and God's words.
But yeah, if someone picked up a Bible that they'd gotten from like a hotel room or something and threw it on the floor in front of me,
still the same Bible though, isn't it? Dan, it's just like it belongs to somebody else.
Yeah, it is. But then, I don't know.
I don't know what value you're putting to your book then, Dan. If it's
I concede. There's people who take their religion way more seriously than me, and who are prepared to go to lengths that I'm definitely not prepared to go to over that. But that's just based on my understanding, I think, of religion and whatever else. And I don't know, being provoked.
Just imagine if this country is ruled by Muslims. But you would get protected. Nobody would, come at your religion. If you read the history of Islam, our religion protected other religions. They wouldn't be allowed to, throw your Bibles on the floor and stamp.
Is that what you think?
Or the Torah. Did it happen? Did it happen though, Wendy? That's what I'm trying to say. Under Islamic rule, were there non-Muslims being tortured?
I'm not sure we've got any kind of historical scholars on the panel, but I'll take what you're saying. I mean, that sounds positive, but I mean, all right. So we've gotten to the point where liberties and freedom allows you to do that, to burn someone's or burn a Bible or whatever, right? To burn a Quran, to burn a Torah, to burn a flag, to burn a poppy, whatever it is. We can do these things, but all of them come with differing kind of consequences. Some of those consequences, I said earlier, are social consequences, and some of them are legal ones. So you've kind of got to navigate those accordingly. But I would also say common sense applies. So if your purpose is to go out there and to provoke people, then don't play the victim when the inevitable happens to you.
Exactly.
That's what I would say. So that's why I don't act like James SC or Ash. But if I don't know, I don't know. It's not really for me to judge.
What's turned James into this burning, ripping up of a Quran and burning a Bible?
He's not a very logical person. He's not very logical, Wendy.
I'm just finding it a bit shocking that he's turned into this. I don't.
Was he the one who said he would burn the poppy? By the way, is that him?
Yeah.
I think he conceded that for the point of kind of consistency, but I think he realised that was a slippery slope. Like that wasn't going to win him many friends in the this sort of right new atheist.
The people that want to burn the book are those sort of people.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
No one else cares.
Yeah, but I wouldn't agree to burning any book, any religious book. If you're going to do it in front of people that care about those sort of things and live their lives by it, well, you're asking for trouble. Don't go crying about it.
If you saw somebody take a children's Peppa Pig book, right?
Yeah.
And you know that my daughter loves Peppa Pig, right? Just imagine that I've got a daughter and she loves Peppa Pig. And my daughter is watching somebody take this Peppa Pig book on camera, throw it on the floor, stamp on it, and say the vilest things about Peppa Pig. How's my daughter going to react watching that?
She's going to be crying, isn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Break that door down.
Of course,
but
yeah.
It's not the fact that it's the Quran. It's the fact that the alarm and distress and
Daddy, stop them from burning.
The people viewing.
Yeah, but do you know they have that thing in England? What is it, Lewis, every year, where they burn. Effigies, quite offensive. It's certainly anti-Catholic, and they're allowed to do that.
Are we allowed to burn?
What's that called? I've not heard of this. What's
Lewis,
that called?
Lewes, Lewis bonfire. Yeah.
It's
kind of nuts, man.
First I've heard of that.
Yeah, Lewis.
Yeah,
but this whole bonfire thing then should be gone. It should be gone. We don't need it.
You don't like a bonfire, no?
No.
Oh, okay.
Don't see the point of it. It's
okay.
Well, you ask most kids who go to a bonfire up to the age of 15 what it's about, and they won't know.
Well, look at the name of your fireworks in England, the Catherine Wheel and stuff like this. It's named after torture tactics used on Roman Catholic, and you certainly enjoy burning things and
and they're promoting it indirectly.
That's a part of British culture, the bonfire, and to throw other people's sacred things onto it. Maybe that's why there's such a lack of inaction on this Ash situation. The book burners.
That being said, one of the viewers on Sir Faz's channel contacted the police. They filed a complaint, and the police phoned him up within 30 minutes, asking how he wants to proceed.
That's very good.
Action may be taken against him soon.
I reported it before you said it, Reactionary.
Okay, thank you.
Reported it anonymously.
Good job.
So what do you say when you report these things? Do you ring up and say you want to report a hate crime? No. What do you say? Do you say you're ringing up to report a hate crime?
Correct, yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
How many people do you reckon have complained now, Reactionary?
Well, I know of 1, 2, 3. I know of 4 complaints now, including myself.
Okay.
Including maybe mine.
Yeah, I've included yours. Yep.
I need to check on mine actually, because I created a password.
It gives you a code as well, doesn't it? Right?
So let me just.
I lost my code. Oh gosh.
Shit.
I gave my code to Sir Faz.
Yeah.
In case I lose it.
Yes, Nasser, you come back.
Yeah, come on.
Let's Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, we got some footage of Lewis bonfire. So there's, I think, an effigy of Boris Johnson going past on the screen at the moment. They burned
Yeah,
Tony
yeah.
Blair, Theresa May,
They
Donald
always have the
Trump.
Pope. They always have the Pope.
Pope,
That's
yeah,
just
yeah,
entrenched
yeah.
in that Protestant fest.
What gone with this, fam?
Yeah, but I don't think there should even be a bonfire thing. Like I said, it should just be gone.
So ban bonfires.
Yeah, what's the point of them? They've got no real.
You know what
No.
the point is, Wendy? It's
Yep,
to
I
stop
agree. Ban them.
others
Ban them.
from standing up against the government. It's
Yeah, it's actually like a cultural thing now. It looks like. By how long
Yeah,
you
it
guys
is.
have been having this thing
don't
for?
stand
Yeah.
up against the government.
rooted in
Just
English
carry on
culture.
doing what they're doing.
Mm.
Do you ever seen that film with what was it called again? Wicker Man. You seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah. They had bonfires back then, didn't they?
Should we
Yeah.
ban Guy Fawkes Night as well? Should we ban Guy Fawkes Night? And
That's
all of
what
the trappings?
bonfires are, isn't it?
Yeah, I know,
Guy Fawkes Night.
but yeah, I know. So we get rid of the bonfires then, Wendy. But should we get rid of the entire celebration, given what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's a European custom as well. This bonfire thing. They have that
Yeah.
in Switzerland too. There's something called Fasnacht.
What do they put on the
Every-
bonfire? Yeah, but what do they put on the bonfire reaction room? Are they throwing on other people's sacred things or
Yeah, good
flags?
question.
I mean,
I remember. I'll tell you what happened one year when I was there. Gaddafi made some comment about Switzerland. I don't remember what it was, but it was disparaging.
it's because
and
his son
so-
got arrested there. That's why.
Oh yeah, that must be it.
And he
So
threatened to
the-
tank their economy.
Yeah.
He said
So
what?
in-
He's
I
gonna do
think-
what? He's gonna do
you
what?
know,
to the economy?
What was his name? I think it was.
Saifuddin or
No, it wasn't. Whatever. What's the one that played the soccer at Juventus? One of them clubs.
Okay.
Sadi. Was it Sadi?
Yeah, whatever one's the nutter one. He got nicked in Switzerland doing some craziness, and Gaddafi said, "If you don't release him, I'm going to pull out every bit of Libyan investment in Switzerland."
Well, you would as a father, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, Al Sadi is the one. The footballer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a.
What were you going to say, Reaction?
Here, I'm gonna jump off.
Big
Yeah,
up
take care.
yourself, Hassan,
Big up
man.
everyone.
Later on.
Assalamu alaikum.
big up Hassan.
Bye.
Thanks for the chat.
Assalamu alaikum, Hassan.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that when I was living in Switzerland, in Basel, they had this thing called Fasnacht they do every year. And they had these effigies that they produced of Gaddafi. And they threw it on the fire.
Oh, there you go then.
Yeah,
Wow.
and shortly after, Gaddafi's downfall occurred. So who knows if the Swiss were behind that?
Mm.
What's it called? Safnacht.
Fasnacht.
Fasnacht.
Yeah, so Nacht, it means night.
I've got it. Yeah, Fasnacht.
Yeah. It's just like an old pagan ritual or celebration when spring comes along and pushes winter away. So that's the idea.
We got the pagans.
Why they have
man.
the fire, I don't remember.
I think the pagans are coming back. I
Effigies.
think paganism's on the rise again. Seeing a couple of adherents in the park popping up. I think Jamie, the one of the Hitler Youth, is bringing back his pagan.
Jamie the Hitler Youth.
Yeah, I say Hitler Youth. It's actually it's one of Ralph's little.
Oh
acolytes.
right, okay.
He's been wearing what is it? Someone was saying the other day, like a
Jesuit. He's wearing
hood.
a Jesuit priest's outfit.
But he's a pagan. And
Oh, is that him that looks like a monk?
yeah,
or
the
something?
monk guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rick, you know that's a really attractive thing to the general British public that they're trying to appeal to. So yeah. Fuck yeah.
Interesting.
Wow.
I saw a post going around today that Ralph is gonna. What did he say? He's gonna deal with Richard Inman and Steve the Atheist today.
He's already dealt with them though.
Oh, he's dealt with them.
Where's Rod?
Well, his
What's he
crowd-
done to Richard Inman? It's an interesting one.
Well, have you not? Did you not see the fallout about a month ago?
No, love, no, I didn't. No.
Yeah. So Richard
Wendy sounded
Inman-
like a snitch. fam.
Shut up.
Richard Inman was spanked by Ralph's boys,
Oh,
humiliated, and Richard Inman scurried away for about 4 weeks because it was so. Richard Inman went on a crazy rant
yeah.
about Ralph et al. Essentially, he sounded like a lefty in it. You know, he was using all of the same things that lefties would say about their movement on Ralph's movement. So the comment section was, is Richard Inman now a hope not hate agent? Stuff like that was being said. But Richard Inman has resurfaced along with Steve the Atheist, at this integrity thing 2 nights ago, and they seem to be very rattled about Ralph and his crowd. So much so that they spent, the majority of their 2 speeches discussing ethno-nationalists, and they're referring to themselves as nationalists. They're, not really nationalists. And yeah, I mean, look, I like to see the infighting, so I'll look forward to Ralph, defeating Richard Inman, because it's an easy one, isn't it? Really, it's not exactly difficult.
Well, no, I can't see it being difficult.
So wait, what's this? I'll just see a video of Busker Patriot. So Richard Inman, a new beginning, a new party, a party with integrity.
It's called Integrity, yeah.
Integrity is the party, okay.
Well, no, it's what it is. It's essentially when Gerard Batten was ousted from UKIP, they set up a sort of a concerned movement within it called Integrity. But this is sort of spun off the back of that, and they seem to be using it now as a vehicle to push back against the ethno-nationalist movement in Britain.
I see. Interesting.
If you go in 32 minutes into that video, you can see Steve giving a false representation of Speaker's Corner.
Well, he's not incorrect though. They did manage to stop the prayers at the park. So you have to see, if you listen to that speech, look at how big a victory they regard it.
Yeah.
That's their crusade. That's their, It's...
And he's like Muslims are praying in the park in the masses, in the hundreds. Like there's hundreds of them praying in the park apparently.
Yeah. And other concern is that they seem to have secret connections with people either in the police or in the park.
Who make the rules, innit?
They're always coming out with information that nobody else knows from time to time.
It's a good question, Reactionary, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got a fan in the chat. You said, I like integrity. I'm in. Fair enough. I suppose, I don't know. People being represented is kind of all right. I think if people think they're going to get something out of these groups or movements or whatever, then I suppose.
So who's the head of this integrity thing then?
Ironically, some loyalist who lives in London. But if you look at the reaction to the launching of this party, the comment section is probably 75%. Oh no, not another movement. You're splitting. It's a very negative response from their support base. So it's going to go nowhere. In actual fact, I think Mark Collette's movement will massively increase compared to them.
Well, that's a bit worrying too, isn't it?
Well,
you're
Raj
on that side now,
panel. Raj is in the chat. Let him come on panel and tell us. Because
hold on, Wendy. I thought you went over that side.
him and Steve are a couple, aren't they?
Pat, there's no way I could agree with Mark.
Can I just make a quick comment about something unrelated, and then I'll go. It's about the Kobe Bryant helicopter crash.
Yeah.
So there's a chap called Dr. Omar Johnson who done a video saying that Kobe Bryant had a court case pending with a pharmaceutical company over the name Mamba Mentality or something. So, or the Black Mamba. And he believes that Kobe Bryant was murdered.
I do.
Conspiracy theory.
I don't believe that. Other conspiracy theories. I just thought I'd mention it.
You always do this. You always bring up conspiracy. Go, I don't agree with it though.
Yeah, there's another conspiracy theory about Donald Trump because he's got the impeachment trial. He needed a distraction, so he used Kobe Bryant's death as a form of.
Well, it's not going to distract that
obstacle.
Much, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, people will go, oh dear, for about 20 minutes. And
Google the Nike advert that he just made a couple of months ago.
Yeah, well, he was very in with Nike.
Helicopter with the basketball, and the helicopter comes down.
Yeah. Oh, really? There was one about the. So what?
And then he says something
that
like
had more credence to the conspiracy.
He says something like stars live or something like that, but legends live on or something like that. Something
come on, man.
very, very poignant as well.
Look, it's not. It's just a conspiracy. It's silly.
No, I'm not saying it's a
Reactionary. That was
giving you a fact.
That was an interesting parting shot. I think we're going to be talking about this for about 5 minutes. So good work.
There's one more conspiracy that people were talking about, and that was well, you know, the peanut butter. There was some peanut butter he used to advertise, and that company recently discontinued their product. They killed the character.
So where are you going?
What's that have to do with a helicopter crash?
Well, people are saying that he was like the main character in their advertisements. So when they said we're killing people on Twitter, and there's a conspiracy website called QAnon.
Yeah, but they're wackos. They're wackos.
Yeah. I'm just mentioning some of the things they're saying. Really, that was it.
They've even killed someone off the back of their conspiracy theory, haven't they?
Really?
They killed a New York mafia underboss because of their conspiracy theory.
What?
Really?
Yeah. There was. I think it was a Staten Island mob boss. They labelled him as something to do with a child grooming network, all that Pizzagate stuff. Some maniac turned up from this QAnon and shot him dead.
God.
I think I saw the video of that shooting. It was like outside his house in
just rolled up and shot this mobster dead.
Wow, that's dangerous,
And
people.
he was doing the Q thing when he was arrested, the Q symbol and everything with his fingers.
What?
I'd like to say my opinion on the matter is that it was a genuine accident. I've listened to the air traffic controllers recordings. There is something a bit.
I mean,
yeah.
There was a lot of fog in the air that day, weren't there, or something?
Yeah. So he was following a route that goes uphill. And that means that the space between the ground and the cloud base was reducing as he kept going up the road.
Yeah.
And he realized, wait, there's too much fog. So he decided to turn back. As he turned around, I think he must have encountered a high density amount of density in the air. Didn't get the performance he needed in the aircraft, and then started descending. That's what happened.
Just to point on Kobe Bryant, there seems to be a lot of gushing. This man is a rapist. Are we all agreed, or?
Hey?
No, it wasn't rape.
Is he a rapist?
Okay.
No, he went to a hotel, and these Lakers players, they don't need to rape anyone. They get women thrown at them.
Sports stars don't rape people.
Well, who knows? Well,
that boxer
but it would need to be proven. That's the thing.
He settled out of court. On the allegation, and I think they did. His defense team did some terrible things to the victim, and labelled her all sorts. So I was surprised actually this wasn't really mentioned more, because we're in the midst of that Me Too movement. I'm surprised people didn't jump all over this, but I've not really seen it mentioned. So,
do you think it was some sort of sacrificial ritual that they do every year? Like one year it's Amy Winehouse, and next one's Whitney Houston.
Who's they?
The secret society, the occults running the world. Yeah.
No, I think Amy Winehouse was a junkie and overdosed.
Michael Jackson.
He was also a junkie.
Question for you.
What if they all became Muslim and then they got killed? Imagine if they became Muslim
people do die, people have got to die.
Yeah, we know, but listen to it's a conspiracy, man.
If Yasser Habib, if Anjem Chowdhury has been arrested, then why can't Yasser Habib be arrested?
I don't know who that is.
Because Yasser Al Habib is a British intelligence man, paid by the British.
But was Anjem Chowdhury former British intelligence?
CIA agent.
Well.
Nobody even likes him.
They have a hot cold relationship. Listen, you may like Yasser Al Habib, Ali Khan.
I hate him.
Your business.
I want him to die.
That's your business. If you're a follower of Yasser Al Habib,
why are you accusing me of being a follower of him?
I'm sure you go to the parties he holds every year as well.
No, don't.
Don't accuse me of things then, because I'll start slandering you like you
do. Okay.
It's very easy.
He's only 15.
Yeah. Ali, don't piss him off, though. That will eat you, though.
Who's Yasser Al Habib?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
He's a Kuwaiti
terrorist hate preacher,
Shirazi Shia preacher, who's according to the highest Shia clerics is on the payroll of the British to divide the the Ummah or whatever they say. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, does he live in Kuwait?
No, he lives in Buckinghamshire, I think.
Oh, right.
But he's directly responsible for inciting violence, which has led to suicide bombings and all sorts. So.
Well, why haven't? Well, if incited things, why hasn't he been arrested? And
I don't think the Iraqi authorities, have that much weight when it comes to extraditing people. Yeah.
I thought he said. Oh, sorry, I thought he. Yeah.
He's actually banned in Iran. If he steps foot in Iran, he's going to get arrested.
Yeah, one year he climbed onto the Iranian embassy in Knightsbridge, and interestingly, it took the diplomatic police more than half an hour to turn up when he was trying to storm the embassy. So
he's trying to storm the embassy.
You can see whose side Yasser al-Qadhim is on when someone is able to muck around with an embassy for half an hour before the police roll up. So he's a British agent.
Yeah.
Do you think after the British government stop using him, they're going to arrest him because they finished with him?
Drop him, won't they?
Maybe he might be extradited back to Kuwait to serve out his lengthy prison sentence.
Okay.
Ali, is that just a random Muslim you've got as your picture, or is it someone?
That's Wahhab, isn't it?
That's a legend.
Is Rajan one?
Yes.
Who was it?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
The legend. The hero.
No, it's not.
Well, it's an image that people associate with him, but I don't think that were there cameras around when Wahhab was.
Yes.
No, it wasn't. No, this picture was taken with what was that British officer that was in Saudi Arabia at the time? Was
Lawrence
it Percy
of
Cox?
Percy Cox, right.
It may have been Percy Cox or somebody called Shakespeare, who was
with the E on the end. With the E, you hear the E. Yeah. But people do use that image and claim it is Wahhab, bizarrely.
It is Wahhab. 100%
and he's
Wahhab.
claiming it. Look, he's just proved my point. He's claiming it is.
Yeah, he's just peddling.
He was alive. What year was he alive, Ali Khan? What year was he alive?
I'm a follower of his.
Hold on, Ali Khan. What year was Wahhab alive?
Let me check.
Wasn't he around the late 1700s?
No cameras about then.
He was. Let me see what year he was born. He was born 1703 and died 1792.
Well, there was no cameras. There was no cameras then.
Ali Khan will think he invented the camera.
Ali Khan is funny.
Yeah.
So how could you get a picture when there's no cameras?
It's not him. Some strange people use this image to claim it is Wahhab, but I don't know why.
Because I'm a follower of his, Dan. He's a legend. He's a mystical genius.
So is that
Just
where
so you all know, Ali
the,
Khan. Go on, Wendy. Sorry.
I was going to say, is that where the word Wahhabism or something comes from, or not?
Yeah,
correct.
Ah, right. Okay. Just trying to find out things. Okay.
I'm a follower of the Sheikhs.
I was going to say you're a relative of TYO, and you belong to the same religion.
I don't belong to the same religion. You
don't belong to the same religion as TYO.
I am from a different.
Reactionary. They're both following Islam. What are you saying? Their religion.
He said he doesn't belong to the same religion. Go on, sorry.
It's Islam. What are you being crazy for?
Go on, Dan. What did you say, Dan?
Dan, I might be related to TYO. I don't know. It's possible.
TYO is on.
Ali's related to Dan.
No, TYO. And I'm saying I might be related to TYO. It's from the same part of Pakistan as my family.
Hey, we're all somehow related, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are.
We're all cousins. Dan? Mr. Architecture keeps blocking me.
Yeah, man, you need to sort that mod out, mate. He's abusing his power.
Snitching.
Or you can make me. You can make me a mod. Not now, like a while ago. Did you just see that I just got bypassed? Because I haven't been typing. Oh God, what did Madden just say?
Imran's lost. Imran's lost. He's failed.
Yeah, Madden, you're crazy, man.
All Inman cares about is
Bye, Richard Inman.
Ulster.
Bye-bye.
Ulster.
No, he's not even like there now. Bye, Richard Inman. No, he lives there. He lives there.
He lives there, look. Yeah.
It's an even more precarious situation for him.
Hamza talk to it.
Yeah, Reactionary, you're doing a good job of redeeming yourself. After that night when you stuttered after, I violated you, your
Mr.
family, I'm
Architecture.
just saying, you,
Don't
your
talk
mother,
too loud. Your
everything.
wife might slap you.
Yeah,
Stop it, guys. Stop it,
yeah,
guys.
that's what they do in Saudi
Okay.
Arabia. Anyway, but listen,
Okay,
you're doing a good job behind my back. Yeah,
Architecture.
keep it up. Because
Dan,
on that night you flapped it
Dan,
and
call some more
you
people
stuttered.
over.
But well done, yeah. Keep it up.
Asif,
It's
come
better
on.
than
come over.
Big up
Bye.
Asif.
Asif, the
Next
mission is
time, yeah.
Asif. Jump on.
Guys.
Well, that's you
Come
told
on, guys.
Reactionary.
Let's
Guys.
behave.
What reactionary? What have you done? What did you do?
Architecture. Bonfire on you, man. Let's bonfire on
Big up
architecture.
TYO. You can always rely on him to come and defend himself.
And £20. Let's block architecture.
This man is crazy, bro.
You're just jealous, Dan. We bringing you 122 people, yeah? That's being ungrateful, man.
Sugar in the morning, ding dong. Sugar in the evening, ding dong.
Most probably.
Wendy,
Big up, Wendy.
get the view with him.
Where
Oh,
are
I
you then,
didn't mean to say
Wendy?
Bendy,
Answer,
sorry.
Wendy.
Wendy.
That's all right, love.
122 watching, bro. Hit the thumbs up button, fam.
What movement is Wendy into? Yeah, what movement is Wendy a member of now?
Well,
or,
Wendy
supporter of?
doesn't watch
Architecture, you know.
Wendy won't move, basically.
any of the right anymore. No.
That's a lie. What are you doing? Come on.
Raj, go on panel so we can bonfire
How
on
do you
you.
think I didn't know about Richard Inman? Yeah.
Big up
I reckon
Amari.
these days you're about to come out of the closet and join Ralph's crew. That's what I think.
No, not
my
a
God.
I could
I'm
never
calling it.
agree with
I'm
Ralph.
calling it.
I could
I
never
reckon-
agree with Ralph. No.
Give it a
Free
week and she'll be a fully
Apart from
member.
the first minute I spoke to Ralph, I told him what I thought he was, and I was right, and that's a Nazi.
See that his sister.
Did you say that from the get-go, Wendy? Yeah?
Yes, I did. From last, I think it was last year when he first.
but Ralph would say all the Nazis are dead. So what do you say to that?
Well, no. He follows the Nazi ideology. Yeah. He might want to pretty it up. He might want to pretty it up as this, that, and the other, but that's basically what it is.
He's a capitalist, though. You know that.
Yeah.
That's Suleiman, yeah.
Where?
What's he said?
Answer TOITN.
It's just, people
No,
don't.
yes, me. That's Suleiman
speaking. Yeah, welcome everyone, man.
Hello, Suleiman.
What's going on?
Come.
Assalamualaikum, brother Ansar.
Yeah, walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Ansar, do you still go Greg's?
Do I still go where?
Greg.
Greg's?
Yeah.
What?
Why?
Bakery place.
I was asking him, I'm curious. Do you still eat the cheese onion pasty?
Do I still what?
Eat the Greg's cheese onion pasty?
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
So you were lying then, Ali Khan, about
No, it was on Big Ardy's show. It was on Big Ardy's show. No, he does go Greg. It was on Big Ardy's show.
Lies, man. That's his
It was on Big Ardy's show, and he was saying he goes to Greg's.
Yeah, but don't Greg sell vegetarian food and things?
Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with going to Greg's.
What's wrong with going to Greg's?
Nothing.
All right, so that was probably the easiest question that you've had, maybe in like an opening salvo, Suleiman. So you're quite a controversial figure. I'm guessing you'd accept at the park. You attract quite a lot of attention. A lot of people have. People would say that you're quite extreme, or you're one of the more extreme attendees at the park. Would you say that's a fair characterization, or?
Of course he is.
People can say what they want, innit, and what they like, but all I'm saying is that I'm standing and representing the truth, inshallah. As long as what I say is within the Quran and the Sunnah, then no one should disagree with it. So that's what matters.
Do you know, Suleiman, you get a lot of flack, but with the whole Ash situation, you were the person who defended the honor of the Christian lady when she was being heckled and harassed and cajoled.
Exactly.
It was you who defended the honor of that lady. So that should tell people something.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I was quite shocked at that, but he did do it, didn't he? Yeah.
Why was you shocked?
Excuse me?
Why were you shocked?
Why were you shocked?
Well, I wouldn't have expected it from Suleiman, but he certainly came through that day, and my thoughts on him haven't been the same since, to be honest.
What was your expectations?
Well, I just thought, well, just
That he
thought
would join in or something?
No. That he just walked past. Yeah. So when he actually stopped and intervened, I was quite shocked. Yeah. Like both were, I think.
Me? You think I was shocked?
No, well, no, not you, Pat.
Yo, Ali
There's
Khan,
almost a tumbleweed
mute up.
since there's a tumbleweed since Ansar has.
Yeah, you've definitely got an effect on the panel. I don't think people know quite
Where's
what.
your quiet sidekick gone then, Suleiman?
Yeah, someone asked that. Where's Bilal? Is Bilal still around?
He doesn't come no more.
He doesn't go to the park anymore.
No. Doesn't come no more.
You've been
He's
seeing
living his life though. He's
Andram
all right,
lately.
man, so.
You've been to see Andram lately.
Have I seen who?
Anagram.
Andram or whatever his name is.
Andram. No, I ain't seen him. No one can really see him, innit? He's got restrictions.
Is he not allowed out of that bloody house then, or what?
I don't know, man.
You can't associate with
He's got restrictions though.
Ah,
like strict ones. Like I think 25 or so license conditions. So, but he's gonna be off it soon. I mean by next year.
Yeah, but he still won't be able to come out and preach the way he used to because times have changed. Yeah.
We don't know, man. Maybe.
No, he won't.
Maybe he still would.
No.
What do you mean no?
He can't. Laws have changed since
By
then.
next year.
No, if he does, he'll only get locked up again. So what's the point?
Who are we talking about? Suleiman?
No, Andram Chowdhury.
Oh, no. Who is he? He's not even anybody.
We don't know him.
So Suleiman,
You know him. What about him?
Did you see the
So nobody.
the attempt to link you to what happened? Was it in Long Lartin?
Yeah,
What
I saw
happened?
that by Paul, innit? I saw that. He's just being stupid and attention seeking, innit?
Because they're trying to get you put in Long Lartin, you know.
He's dumb. He's dumb. We're dumb, man.
Hey, Suleiman, where is what's his name? Anthony Small, Abdul Haq. Where is he?
I don't know, to be honest.
Is he free or is he inside?
I don't think he's inside.
Okay.
I don't think he's inside, no.
Do you remember his YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Do you remember
we're
his
talking about
Amir Khan impersonation as well?
Yeah. This is a guy this is a guy that won the Contender boxing series, and he became a professional boxer with Frank Warren, and he beat this guy. His most famous success was against one of Ricky Hatton's fighters called Hall. I don't remember his first name though.
Ricky Hatton. Isn't that the guy that ate all the pies, Ricky Hatton?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the guy who was he was a boxer, became a Muslim, used to do like YouTube videos?
Yeah, him.
What's his name again?
Abdul Haq, but he was known as Anthony Small.
Anthony Small, that's it. Yes, Anthony Small
from Peckham.
Yeah. There was a Vice documentary on him, the Islamist boxer.
Yes,
camping in his tent.
See if I'll get him up on the screen for the people.
And he was on that other show where they had a bunch of Muslims in the house.
That's right.
Yeah. I remember that.
Well, was he an Islamist or was he?
Yeah.
Oh, he was. Okay.
Yeah, but yes, Suleiman. You know that what they've been saying. They're saying you're the only now associate of that organization that is free to reign, free to roam, and free to go to the park. Is that true?
I'm the only
they're saying, you know what I'm saying. I don't want to mention the name of the group.
I hear what you're saying, but that's just like, I don't know how to describe it. Just so irrelevant or of no benefit or nothing. It shouldn't be no one's concern.
It is interesting the restrictions they put on people. I find that interesting. So, you know, like Abu Halima did come back for a brief period of time last year online and then disappeared again. Then Abu Walid, where's Abu Walid? He used to make videos all the time and he's disappeared. So that whole network does seem to have been dismantled, whether it's through, you know, TOITN orders and whatnot. But, you know, slowly but surely, they do seem to have picked off everyone in that crowd and silenced them or jailed them or moved them, you know, 200 miles from their home or whatever. So,
You would have still had access to the internet, though.
who are we talking about?
Abu Halima.
Abu Halima was,
Check
to
his
my
pen
knowledge,
good out.
no, for a period of time, he was on pretty severe restrictions. And someone.
Why would he block me for commenting on his beard, though?
Who, Abu Halima?
Yeah. I mean, our names are so similar.
What video? How long ago was this video?
Not videos on Twitter. It's a year ago, I think.
Yes, because someone videoed him where he was moved to by the authorities riding his bike, and he got very, very nervous and annoyed about it because obviously the restrictions you're placed under, you know, prevent you from disseminating or whatever.
I got a question for Suleiman, brother. What is your da'wah? What is it you call to? Why do you go Speaker's Corner? If you're still there.
Is he not banned now? What's that?
Suleiman, no.
Yeah. No.
That's the point. He's the only well, this is what the police have
Suleiman's a J fan.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting that everybody else from that organization, according to the police at the park, are not allowed at the park.
Say that again, Pat. Sorry,
Is that true? Is that true, though?
That's what the police are saying at the park, aren't they?
Which police has said that?
Steve Barnes.
Did Steve Barnes tell you that?
That's what they put out on behalf of Steve Barnes from the meeting. I don't go to those meetings, obviously.
Yeah, I heard that still from what's his name?
So you're saying it's not true?
I don't know if it is true or not, man.
Oh, right, okay.
Have you been to the meetings?
No,
I don't think so. Reactionary.
I asked the officer about meetings in the park, and he said Steve Barnes emails certain people in it. And then I was like, "Oh, how do I go into the email list?" And they're like, "Oh, you have to ask Steve Barnes about it, but he's not going to be here for 3 weeks apparently."
I think we should.
Do you know how to get information for the meetings, Pat?
Yeah, ask atheist Steve.
When was the last meeting?
He just heckles. He doesn't.
The last meeting was before Christmas, I think.
Yeah, before December, no?
Yeah, so before Christmas. The next one I think is March.
How do you know, Pat?
Because they tried to invite me to these meetings.
So why don't you go?
Who?
I will refuse to.
Steve.
They know the copper himself. I'm not going. I would refuse to sit in any kind of police meeting room.
Exactly. Forget that, man. We're free
We
from
need
that.
to have somebody there. Somebody that's got some, their head screwed on.
No, man.
Madness in the park.
I want to go and hear what is said there, mate, by the other people.
Yeah.
Why would you go there
Paul
anyway?
William goes there. He's supposed to be representing. Well, not representing.
He's representing himself.
He doesn't represent anything, man.
Exactly. Weird.
Hey, Ansar, people are asking, what is your da'wah? What do you go to the park to preach? What is your message?
Just like anyone else, isn't it? Calling for Tawheed and Ishaq Deen. That's it. Calling the people to Tawheed. Standing and showing my support for my Muslim brothers and sisters.
I didn't realize it was
prevailing the Deen. And that's it.
Answer.
Every Muslim that goes
allegation
to the park should be doing it anyway, calling to Tawheed and warning the people from Shirk.
So what's people's problem with you then? Why is
I
everyone
don't know,
calling you extremists?
Well, he is. I
whatever,
think he
man.
Are you
was in the.
connected to
I
Anjem
think he was.
Chowdhury? Is there
Yes, he
substance behind that? Or is that just
supports Andrew Chowdhury. Yeah.
Just chill out, man. React.
Does he?
Were you in the jihadi next door, Suleiman?
Was
Oh,
I?
He
don't
was
know.
there.
I think
No, he
I may
wasn't,
have
man.
been.
shit, man.
That's big claims, Wendy.
Well, to be fair to Wendy, at the end of the day, I think it was clear when we were talking about that particular movement from the park being banned, that is the movement I referred to. But
Yeah.
it's a strange one. It's a strange one because you are there at the top of their list with their campaign to get you. They want to see you jailed and arrested and put away for a long time. So it is if in that position, to put yourself in that position week in, week out is.
He's obviously got nothing to hide, isn't it?
Jacob Connor, that's not good.
Or maybe the police don't have any issues with me, or some reason.
Well, they got issues with everyone else in that group.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Informer, you're informer answer. Are you informer, brother?
No. I would never do that, man. I would never wish any harm on Muslims, innit? Or spy for kufar against Muslims. Never.
Who's the
That's
kufar?
kufar.
Who's the kufar?
What about Omar Bakri?
Wendy, we joined MI5 or counter-terrorism against Muslims. That's kufr.
But what? Okay, then Omar Bakri.
No, I don't know.
Non-believers, basically.
Okay.
What did you say about Omar Bakri? What was that?
Omar Bakri he gave an interview in the 90s saying that he's assisted the police and security services on pointing out quote-unquote young radical Muslims.
I don't know about that, man.
I've had this discussion with you before, Suleiman. So.
Yeah, I know, but I don't.
Come on, the truth is the truth. But if it's come from his lips.
Yeah, but how can? Yeah, but that source we don't know.
How do we know?
Anyone can put quotes and misquote people, innit? And it's happened before.
But
so,
still,
unless if we ask Sheikh Omar Bakri himself about if he did.
How are you going to do that?
Things, then that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah. But okay.
But I don't believe he did that, man.
All right, park Omar Bakri then. There's other examples of people then that have colluded and assisted.
Like who? Go on.
Marzam, innit? Remember Marzam?
Yeah, even okay. Has he said it? I mean, is there?
Yes, from his own mouth.
Evidence?
Yes, there's video evidence. Channel 4 interview.
That he's assisting the state.
Yes, that he got the green light, his own words, from security services to travel to Syria. Who do you know they're giving green lights to? What sort of terminology is that? And who's meeting with security services to get permission? You've already admitted yourself about a minor police meeting that you wouldn't even attend. These people are sitting down from their own mouths with MI5.
Sorry, 1 second. Raj says, I'll come to the park with James SC to do the Quran with you.
No way.
It's not the real one?
It's not the real one. Oh, good.
Okay.
Wow.
Raj wouldn't say that, you know that?
Yeah.
Raj actually wouldn't say that.
That's why I found that a bit surprising. Yeah.
James SC, you're welcome to jump on the panel.
That guy, that devil.
What I'm getting at though, Suleiman, just the thing is,
devil,
I think it's a very murky world, all of that, and there's no conspiracies with it. We can use facts of people assisting and infiltrating these movements. So I just think it's an interesting discussion.
Yeah. But anyway, moving on.
Have you ever been approached to be an informer? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
Well.
Have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. I can answer that question with a yes or a no.
crickets, yeah.
If I didn't answer, people may suspect something a bit dodgy, right? So.
Well, how can it be dodgy if you're an informant?
Answer, do you support pubs?
Wendy's opened it up now. I think Wendy's. This is the yeah. So this is the complexity. All right. So if we're essentially saying that Suleiman is, or if people are implying that, inferring that, is that necessarily a bad thing?
First of all, to clarify my position, I don't know one way or the other. I'm just saying.
Other members, other people that he's been associated with.
Every other member has been banned. So I'm just wondering.
Not everyone. No.
But
what are you talking about?
Hold on. You yourself said a moment ago you didn't know what the story was. If Steve Barnes says it, look, I'm not going to necessarily take his word, but someone could easily, like yourself, disprove him then, because you would be privy to people that are not banned, and you could make him look like a bit of an idiot if he was coming out with such claims.
But anyway, those brothers, they don't really believe in coming down to that place anyway.
No, I think they've done enough destruction and damage, haven't they, really?
Because of the environment and how you be hearing things that are, anti-Islam and insulting to our deen. So for that reason.
Question.
Reactionary, I'm asking, do you support Spubs or Abu Khadija? Answer to read. Abu Khadija.
You and the Spubs thing, man. I've been hearing you. What's your obsession with Spubs, man?
I'm refuting Spubs at the moment.
Is it? Have you got a book on refutation of the Spubs?
I will be writing, inshallah, in the future, refutation of the Spubs.
It's a no. But we asked the question. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah. The answer is no. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go. Yeah, nice being in the
panel.
Bye
then.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Ansar, man. See you at the park, brother. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, man.
Inshallah.
Allah for the knowledge, brother.
See you later.
What knowledge?
He gives me knowledge on Islam, Wendy. Some things you might not understand.
Who does?
Brother Ansar Tawheed.
Yeah, you might want to not say that publicly.
Why you?
Well,
I think you should take knowledge from Reactionary, really, not from that idiot.
Why are you guys going to respond in a way that's going to incriminate him? He's been teaching me some stuff about Qurans.
Well, that's up to you. That's up to you.
Yeah, I know, but you don't need to say
stuff
like that and incriminate.
If you want to say that you're taking knowledge of someone,
I'm taking knowledge of a lot of brothers on the same panel.
It's a stupid thing to say. It's a stupid thing to say publicly.
Bro. It's stupid of you to say, I would be careful.
It's because it's a stupid thing
to say. Yeah, because you're falling to that straight narrative. You're doing that same narrative as Stephen there. Nasser's learned off Ansar Tawheed. It must be some extremist views. He's explained some ayahs in the Quran to me while I was at the park. That's what that is the actual context.
If you want to get yourself mixed up,
no, I don't. I've cleared it up. I've cleared it up, bro.
You haven't cleared it up.
You're mixing it up by saying don't say that in public. I'm clearing it up. He's giving me explanations of ayahs in the Quran. That's why I said to him, brother, keep doing what you're doing and giving me knowledge in the park. In the park, bro. In Speaker's Corner where I see him. On panels.
Listen, you don't need to explain it to me.
Yeah.
If you want to say it publicly, then
we don't need to incriminate the brother, innit? That's why I said it publicly, so people don't just he talks to extreme people.
Does it himself.
Yeah, he's incriminated himself.
Yeah, leave it to him then, innit? Leave it to him then, innit? We don't need to do anything to incriminate him.
Oh, what, you following your little code, are you, Nasser? Are you following your little code, yeah?
No, I'm not, man.
Land of Celts in the house.
I'm saying that the police have no issue with him being there. You guys don't need to come here and give other people the wrong views about it. It's the same way. It's the same way when Ash had done the thing, stepping the Quran. We, as the British public, shouldn't let the outside viewers who view Speaker's Corner globally, internationally, think it's okay to come to the UK and start stepping on Qurans wherever they like to. So that's why it's no. We don't need
what's this got to do with the topic of Suleiman?
We don't need to see brother.
Exactly. What's that got to do with Suleiman?
People don't need to see Suleiman down the road in Oxford Street and then maybe think he's an extremist and try to attack him.
But he is an extremist.
No, he isn't.
Well, believe you me, I think he's well known. I don't think anybody who watches this panel doesn't know who he is.
Yeah.
Do you?
I even thought that of
Do
him.
you?
Bro. I even thought that of him, and I met him. And I spoke to him, and he hasn't given me no extreme views.
Right. What's your point though? You've just claimed that people watching this panel may get the wrong impression and do something to Suleiman when he's walking down Oxford Street. My contention
because you
is,
guys are incriminating him to be extreme. I'm saying he's not
No,
extreme.
wait, hold on, Nasser.
Yes,
Just one
he
at a
is,
time.
yes, he is,
One at a time.
Yeah. To have a conversation, you've got to let the person finish their point.
Yeah.
My
Go on,
contention
sorry if I'm
is,
being rude, innit?
my contention is no one who watches these panels doesn't know who he is. Everyone knows who he is.
100%.
So then the idea that something said on this panel might result in him getting more grief is nonsense.
All right, I agree with that. Should we just leave it at that then? Yeah.
I mean, this is the thing. The label extremist has probably got one fixed meaning in most people's heads, but the definition is actually quite broad. There was a circular that got released. I forget. I'm trying to find the original now. But amongst groups that are on the list of extremists that are monitored by counter-terrorist police in the UK, so like the watch list, are groups like Greenpeace, Extinction Rebellion is also on that list. PETA. There's loads. There's all sorts of random tiny little groups that you wouldn't expect. The Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, CND. What else? There's loads. Like it's not just Islam. So the definition.
My point, Dan, is it actually was more of an advice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So
I understand that, bro. Listen, I'm a clued up guy, innit? I'm not stupid. I can see if someone's going to give me some sort of knowledge and it's going to contradict the moralities of being human, I would question.
Do you think the security services of Britain are going to really care if you go, actually, the only reason I'm trying to say this, whatever person it is, not even just him, if they're linked to a prescribed organization, do you think they're going to go, oh, that's okay, then nothing you were doing was dodgy, you were just talking about this thing? They don't give a crap about that.
Yeah. Big up for the advice. I would take that in, innit? But I say from example we got off this panel, Wendy said with her mouth when she saw Suleiman do some acts of honor, of good behavior, she was shocked. She was shocked because of this narrative of Suleiman. Do you understand? So maybe if I can come along and say, hey, maybe that narrative that you fell for was wrong, and the characteristics you saw with your own eyes and the experience I'm telling you, he's not an extremist, bruv. He's no one to be worried about.
Well, the security services have assessed that's the case.
Yeah, then let them stay on a minute. You don't need to get involved, man, since the security services.
I don't know. I think one day we'll see his face popping out on the
news.
news.
We'll see in it. And if by all means the brother is some sort of informer or is some sort of extremist, by all means, let Allah, the Creator, expose him, innit?
But what I'm saying is, listen, are you happy to be potentially implicated or associated with someone that's monitored? That's the
what do you mean by associated? Is this some sort of like
because you said, well, that's how they would make their
friends. We come out of hangouts. I don't associate with you guys.
Listen, this isn't an interrogation, but I'm saying when you said you take knowledge, that's what I said. That's a be careful to say that because the way they were interpreted is.
One second, I'm going to phone.
Well, there you go. Anyway, that's my point.
Well, yeah.
If you're saying you take knowledge from someone who's connected to people from prescribed groups, and that's a fact, then I don't know. It's just a sloppy thing to say.
Hello, land of Celts. No, he's not here, or he's not speaking.
No, he's there.
I'm enjoying my French bread.
No.
So, did you jump on to speak to Suleiman?
Huh?
Did you jump on to speak to Suleiman?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
I was just seeing Anthony.
Hello. Yeah, sorry. Let's carry on, innit? I understand
Wait. Land of Celts was talking next.
Oh, sorry. Land of Celts, your cam's on as well.
Here, Wendy.
Oh, right. Okay, love.
That's why I was quiet.
All right. Okay. Enjoy.
Yeah, Pat, I get what you're saying.
Will you be joining this political party, Wendy?
No.
Hassan.
No.
No? What's this political party about?
I don't know, but Pat seems to know more of it than I do.
Yeah, it's headed by, ironically, a loyalist living in London.
Now, why is that? You know, because like he's got
Well,
he'll
why do you
have.
think? Why do you think, Wendy? Come on.
Well,
Yo, people, I'm gonna jump off as well. Yo, Pat.
Yeah,
big
take
up
it easy.
yourself,
Take
man.
it easy.
Keep doing what you're doing in the brother,
It's
man.
advice.
Yeah, don't worry, man. Keep doing what you're doing because you do bring a lot of truth to a lot of situations and topics.
Don't worry about it.
No worries, brothers. And big up everyone on the panel. Big up yourself, Dan. I'll come back in a bit, guys. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum and blessings to all.
Goodbye.
Yeah, so who's funding it? Who's funding the party? Obviously someone has to fund it.
No, it's Steve. And
or are they looking for funders?
Steve, Kaz, Inman, Derek, that mob.
But I don't know why they've got a loyalist.
The brains of Britain.
I don't understand why they've got a loyalist with
What
political
about
ideas.
Dawson? James Dawson, is that his name again?
Jim Dawson.
Jim Dawson.
No, Jim Dawson is. I would be very surprised if he's back in that. Although you never know. Give it.
All of these channels there. Darn.
What's the comments, Dan? What's the comments?
Yeah. It is idiocy, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
Well. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking hell, shit. None of that went through. Actually, I had that on mute on my my thing. Jupiter's on the panel. Welcome, Jupiter.
Hiya.
Hello, Jupiter.
Hiya, Wendy. I haven't seen you Friday. Where you been?
Been around.
Didn't you have Jupiter in court, Wendy, today?
No.
No, didn't you have a court proceeding that you've been doing in court?
That'll be done tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
What am I in court for?
You're in court. My niece, but not niece, apparently saw you on somebody's channel, and she wants me to take you to court.
For what?
For going back on that channel.
Oh, I go on all the channels. Don't you know no one's going to stop me unless the actual host stop me?
Jupiter, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
How many planets from the sun is planet Jupiter?
Oh, I don't know, and I don't care why.
That's your name? I thought you'd have some knowledge about it.
Even if I did, it's not really something I want to get into discussing. But my husband picked my name, if that's what you're asking in a roundabout way.
Oh, okay.
So, Jupiter, do you know about this new group with Steve and Inman in it, or not?
Yeah, I've been sent the thingy, but I haven't bothered looking into it yet. I'm gonna sit down and settle down tomorrow. And
you got to pick a side, though, innit? Now it's heating up.
Why does anyone have to pick a side?
Well, look, I'll tell you why. Because Steve's side, if you like sit on the fence and you want to go across all the movement, they're gonna start screaming at you. You know, racist, Nazi, bigot. They're essentially they are employing the tactics of the left.
Yeah, that happens anyway. I'm used to that.
Yeah, but you don't agree with Ralph, do you? You don't agree with Ralph's.
No, all planets are Dexter. No, what the purity spiraling? No, I don't agree with that. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big up the people. I'm jumping off. Thanks. Take care, Dan.
Big up
Thanks,
yourself,
everyone.
Reactionary. Later on,
Goodbye,
man.
Reactionary.
Yeah, so wait, you don't think that you need to pick a side at this point? You think what? You're all
I
on
don't
the.
need to pick a side ever. If ever the parties are good enough to go to a voting poll, I'll vote then. Why should they be treated any differently to any other political party if that's what they're trying to do?
I'm not sure it's so much about them being treated differently, but I mean, do you think they've got a realistic chance at gaining a number of seats? Like Ralph is talking about, forget the number, but they're hoping to get X amount of seats by 20. I don't know when. I can't remember when he said.
2025.
2025.
50 seats or something like that. 100
Yeah,
seats.
No, that's not going to happen.
No, they've got good friends in the AFD in Germany. They're going to replicate it, put that model into access. The data suggests everything's going that way. So.
Yeah.
It all depends on, at the moment, from the way the political focus is at the moment, there's a lot of people from the Civ Nats moving over to the FNATs, and the FNATs appear to be more popular. However, depending on how the Civ Nats manipulate this, it could swing back the other way. So there is still more fighting going on. For me, I just sit and watch and evaluate. I haven't made up my mind one way or the other. I mean, even though I come out and say I was an FNAT the other day, that was mainly just to show people that I do agree with this country staying predominantly white in principle. The fact of the matter is, I've always said that I still need to see policies and how it would be feasible for that to happen. So for me, it's interesting because now you've got two sides trying to bring policies forward to appeal.
Do you think it's going to remain peaceful? Or do you think the feuding might lead to a bit of bloodshed between the two factions?
No, I don't think it'll get to too much bloodshed. If there is, it's only going to be a few little skirmishes here and there.
No, I'm actually talking about, can you envisage someone from this fallout being murdered?
No.
Oh, look, it's happened before. Believe it or not, from fallouts in political stuff in this country. I don't know.
Yeah,
people seem rattled, you know.
No, the power. It's interesting what's going on at the moment, but no, I don't see that happening.
Look at what's happened to James Goddard. He's like the third position now in this.
Well, he keeps coming online crying he's going to be locked up again. I mean,
he was never locked up in the first place, but yeah.
James Goddard has actually improved his position though, and he has actually shown an improvement in quality of character. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, he's rejected the Tommy movement and also rejected the ethno-nationalist movement, and he's on his own journey.
Oh, he's rejected the Tommy movement, has he?
Yeah.
I think he's been rejected.
Interesting times at the moment.
Sorry, Dan. Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
Very, very interesting times at the moment, and that's why I won't ascribe to any of them at the moment. Because to get the best out of any of them, the best thing to do is hold back until you can see one of them being better than the other.
Do you think he rejected the Tommy movement after his little interview or whatever debate with Mark Collette?
Well, yeah, obviously he did. That's the timing of it. But from what I see, and I mean, obviously there's people that are more deeper into this than I am. But from what I see, there was divisions occurring from the summer of last year anyway.
And what is it that you think is fueling these divisions? Because I've got a theory. I'll be honest. I think it's money. I would say.
Of course, it's money. Yeah.
I would say this is a scramble for a fairly limited pool of resources. A few people have been able to cash in fairly well at different times with different little pranks. Based Amy got her little run. James Goddard had his little run. Danny Thomas had his run. Tracy Blackwell. I don't know. They all kind of had their own little funding bandwagons. They were all crowd raising for something, some court appearance or whatever it was. And then when people actually checked it out, the money went somewhere else. You know, I couldn't.
I think people should have been a bit more cleverer about having treasurers and stuff. But I guess that's just ignorance, or maybe just basic corruption. Take your pick on what you believe.
It's not like these are big organisations that have. This is someone's PayPal. Someone's just operating a PayPal. They put
I know.
So it's not like they need some kind of elaborate accounting system. If you've got an expense, you work out your expense, and I guess then there needs to be some kind of level of transparency. You spend the money on X, you show people that you've done a crowdfund for some receipts.
I'm a little bit more nuanced than that, and I'm going to tell you why. Because when the PayPals and all that first started up, it wasn't. Tommy didn't sort of like say, "Oh, I need money, and it's only going to be spent on this, whatever." He said it was for court cases and for his own costs. And a lot of his support that might now be saying different because they've been enlightened or whatever, but whatever they want to call it. A lot of those people that gave money knowing full well that it was going to him. I mean, where did they really think it was going to? I mean, so you get some people come forward now and say, "Oh, well, I thought it was going to go to the cause. I thought it was for the costs." But when he's fighting court cases that have come about because of the movement or because of his beliefs, then that is what he's spending it on.
So
those court cases haven't been cheap, have they?
Yeah, but
surely what's a Harley Davidson motorbike got to do with going to court?
Or the Rolly.
Or 2 Rolexes. Or buying out houses.
The Harley Davidson, as far as I'm aware, is the secret sources person, isn't it? Or is it someone to do Mark Pollett? Yeah, that's nothing to do with Tommy. That's nothing to do with Tommy.
All right, well, the Rolex then. The 100k Rolex.
Well, we don't know if that came from funds that were being set in or...
To be honest with you, I actually I couldn't care less, in all honesty.
I couldn't. I mean, it's not like he held a gun to anyone's head to give money.
But
so
there is one point though, Jupiter. Like, I think it's accepted now that he was receiving funding from like the Middle East Forum and organisations like that. So if he was already getting these big chunks of funding, was it really necessary to get fivers and tenors off deprived people up and down the country? Was that needed, considering he already had ample funding coming in? Isn't that just greed?
Well, like I said, the court cases haven't been cheap. They haven't been cheap. Then when you take into account that he probably had to get his own security and pay for them himself most of the time, and for his family, that I would imagine that was a cost straight away that goes out. And then the fact that he can't get regular employment because of being outspoken. You could ask yourself,
isn't he a builder as well?
What price would you put on what he's done? I mean,
that's what I mean. So do you say he deserves what he's been given? Essentially, he deserves that as a reward for his endeavours. And if he wants to spend it on a nice gaff, then he's earned it because he's put in all that hard work in your eyes.
Yeah, I kind of do believe that. Yeah, I'm a bit more nuanced than other people. I think. Considering the stress that it put him under and his family under, and all right, maybe people can say, "Oh, yeah, but he knew that was going to happen," or whatever. He knew that he was going to be gunned for. But when you think that he spoke up when he was the most hated man in Britain, and he didn't have the support like he did collect a couple of years ago. Most people, even myself included, a few years ago, would have looked at Tommy and thought he was just a complete racist and not someone who was telling the truth. And it was all prejudicial what he was saying. And then I've told people this before. I watched the Oxford address and I started seeing the evidence that he did have, and the way that he got treated in prison, the way they set him up for his beating when he lost his teeth.
Do you believe that, by the way?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
So, because I heard that story. So, he was put in a room in prison, and one of the screws opened the door and let in 3 Muslims that are like on life sentences, 20+ years sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And all they could do was stab his teeth out.
That's not all they've done. They put him in hospital, didn't they?
Oh no, there's a picture, isn't there, of him lying in the hospital bed, isn't
Yeah, there's pictures. There's evidence.
Wasn't that when he got done on the motorway? That one on the hospital bed.
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Like, to me, you know, when someone says, you know, 3 people that are all doing big sentences, 20+ years, come in the room, and you're, you know, this hated figure, I'm surprised they didn't kill him. If that was the case, is what I'm getting at.
Well, maybe
he was very brave. I know that he wasn't the first. I know Nick Griffin was actually the first person who spoke out about it, but unfortunately, he didn't have the charisma.
Was it his eye? Was it his eye or something? What's the issue with Nick Griffin for you then? What charisma is he lacking?
No, I just, for me personally, I just didn't like the man.
Okay, but is he not a better speaker than Tommy Robinson? If we're just judging him on articulate abilities.
No, for me, he wasn't working man enough.
Yeah, but okay. So his image was the problem.
Yeah.
But sometimes the way Tommy speaks has held him back.
That's what I mean. He doesn't finish a sentence. I don't think he's always differing.
Yeah, but I think that is part of Tommy's appeal is that he can speak and be seen as working class. And how else can I put it? The fact that he is seen as somebody that hasn't gone through. I know he's actually more educated than people give him credit for. Actually, to be fair, but he isn't seen as somebody that's gone through the education system and come out as pompous, or somebody that looks down on people that have nothing. He's actually
quite clever. I look at him as quite smart and clever.
Do you know what the word is? Do you know what the word is to define him? What you describe it is. Have you ever heard the term spiv?
No.
Spiv.
Yes, spiv.
Yes, yeah.
That's what.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no, but I wouldn't say that the word spiv fits him at all. I would say that he's a lower middle class. He's a lower middle class streetwise person.
Okay.
Yeah, there's all these drug allegations as well.
Oh yeah.
But when you look at it, Wendy, I don't agree with drug taking. But when you look at it, you show me somebody that's not really taking drugs. I mean, you've got.
I don't think she's saying taking. You've got about selling drugs, Wendy. Or taking.
Yeah. Hold on. You've got the establishment that. I mean, we had the government where we had the what's his name, George Osborne. We all knew that he was pictured with prostitutes and cocaine. He still managed to get out.
Yeah, but Tommy was actually selling drugs.
Yeah, but so is most of the UK, Wendy, if you really know.
Yeah, but
no, but he's got to rise above that, and the fact he was selling it. I mean, to me, you know. No.
Yeah, but I don't think he's doing it anymore, is he?
I think Tommy Robinson, he took a chance. He's seen it. Look, how it all started, how we all start getting the money was Majid Nawaz with the Quilliam Foundation. They were looking to prove something, that they were worth, you know, that they were actually doing something. They get the government money, and they paid Tommy Robinson to leave the EDL at the time. But the real reason we know that Tommy Robinson left the EDL in 2013, because the guy that he founded the EDL with was done as a nonce, and he was given 17 years. The other guy, Carroll. So that's the real reason we know that he left the
Carroll? What? Kevin Carroll?
No, the other guy, the guy that founded the Whitman, he was like half black, half white. He was a mixed race guy.
Oh, okay.
he was done, and there's pictures on Facebook, it was all taken down, of Kevin Carroll and Tommy Robinson's uncle defending him months after it was even done. And this is why he left. Anyway.
Done for what? What was he done for?
The nonce. He was done for 17 years for molesting his niece.
Right, and who's that to Tommy?
Well, he helped found the EDL with him. And he was
Right, so how does that reflect on Tommy? So how does that reflect on Tommy?
Well, why doesn't Tommy Robinson talk about that? He's talking about women or girls.
Why would somebody want to talk about something that's negative?
What is Tommy Robinson famous for? Isn't he the crusader against grooming, isn't he?
Yeah. So he did. So are you saying that he's never made a statement about that case?
Never, ever.
Yes, he has. You can find it in the Sun. Yes, he has. It was in the Sun. Yes, he has. It was in the Sun. What he actually said was that he didn't, at the time, he didn't believe, he couldn't believe, he thought it was a setup. But once shown the evidence and it was irrefutable, he cut all ties with the person and he's never spoken to him since.
Well,
I would say that that's somebody who's pretty decent, because that's exactly what I would do. I would be in shock if I found out somebody that I trusted turned out to be a kiddie fiddler and I never knew. I would think if the police were known for setting up people that were outspoken, okay, this must be a setup to discredit us, and then to be faced with the evidence and find it's shockingly true, I would then turn my back on that person. So I don't really think he's done anything wrong there.
Anyway, we'll go on to Imagine the Was. He paid them off, and later Tommy Robinson admitted that he said, look, the only reason I took that because I needed the money to pay off the mortgage. He was given £10,000 or something like that. He admitted it, and eventually when he was introduced to Imagine the Was invited him to this thing that he's with now, this what Pat was calling it, this something forum, Middle East forum, all Israeli, pro-Israeli and Zionists, and he was invited to America. This is when he snuck over to America on someone else's passport. Ever since then, he met, what's this guy with the rebel media? Not the guy the Canadian guy.
Ezra.
Yeah, Ezra Levant.
I don't like Ezra. You're not going to get me saying that I like Ezra. I don't like Ezra.
Why don't you like over to America?
It's been part of his downfall, to be honest.
Yeah, well, he snuck over to America. He got the money off, Imagine the Was, the 10,000, and he got meeting them, this Middle East forum, Ezra Levant, and he just seen this is a quick way to make money. They backed him, and they offered him the same deal that they got for Nick Griffin. Talk only about Islam and forget. Just don't mention Israel.
Do you? Well, hold on. Do you believe the word of Nick Griffin? You believe the word of Nick Griffin?
I believe that he was offered that deal.
I don't.
But this is what I mean. Like, you can't pick. This is if you're going to believe that is true, then we have to believe other things Nick Griffin said is true as well. We can't pick and choose things to suit our narratives.
The thing is with Nick Griffin, he had. Wouldn't you say that he was in a position to want to sling mud at him?
Yeah, of course. But Nick Griffin's achieved,
So you can't say that. I mean, we can take it into consideration, but you can't say it's gonna. It was gonna have that much weight, to be honest.
Land of Celts.
Yeah.
Do you accept Nick Griffin's lionizing of Bashar al-Assad to be a correct and accurate statement?
What do you mean, like supporting him?
Yeah, he supports him and regards him as legitimate. Do you accept that his position on Bashar al-Assad would be legitimate or would hold credence?
No, he's doing it for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, the same.
What, Nick Griffin supporting Assad?
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, Nick Griffin. Yeah. He was England's ambassador to Syria during the conflict.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's something going on there, isn't there? Why on earth would... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, just read about, Hafiz al-Assad.
It's right-wing politics, Wendy.
Look, I understand that Nick Griffin has a reason to hate Tommy Robinson.
We can't... What I'm saying is you can't believe the word of Nick Griffin.
No.
The same way I wouldn't believe the word of Tommy Robinson. I don't believe the word of any of them.
I think the reason why Nick Griffin hates Tommy Robinson, he would support Tommy Robinson if he didn't say anything good about Israel.
Yeah, but that's been the issue in the right in this country
Yeah,
since the end of the Second World War.
Yeah.
It's not a new thing.
Once you say anything about, even if it's fake, and it could be with Tommy Robinson, I'm not sure. But let's say even if it was fake or real, right? once in Nick Griffin's eyes, and all those type the Mark Collette, Nick Griffin, once you say, even if you don't mean it, even if you're pretending, once you say that you are a Zionist and you support Israel, that's it. It's like the cardinal sin. You're like a leper. You know, they will block
because their whole ideology is based on the Jewish global conspiracy.
Yeah.
So if you don't agree, if that's the central point of their ideology, if you don't agree with it, you could never be on their side. Like Jupiter, for instance, I don't know what your position is on the Jewish question, right? But if you were to go over to the ethno-nationalist side and you didn't agree with them on the Jewish question, they'd turf you out because that is central to their belief. And I'm sure you're aware of
I
that.
certainly don't agree with them.
Well, then you're never going to find a home there.
They're fully aware. They're fully aware of who I am and what I'm not in line with them on completely on the Jewish thing. I mean, I think Israel. I don't know enough about Israel to be sort of like getting involved in it all, but I just think from a very simplistic nationalist point of view that what Israel does is up to Israel, what Britain does is up to Britain, and that I stick to. I don't want to know. I don't care.
It's beyond Israel for them.
Me to decide between Palestine and fucking everybody
it's
else.
nothing to do with that. It's beyond Israel. That they believe, simply put, that Jewish people have a disproportionate position in power in the world, and that they intentionally try to undermine Western civilizations.
I don't believe that either.
That is their core belief. So because you don't believe that, you're never ever going to be in a Mark Collette movie now.
It's all conspiracy theory, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I don't believe that either. Do I believe that there's elites that conspire with each other? Yes, but I don't believe there's a annual. I know we've got the Bilderbergs.
You just don't believe they're all Jews, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
that would be crazy, wouldn't it? Like
I believe that all countries that sometimes things just play out the way they do, depending on, say for example, let me give you an example. Say for example, Britain does something in Britain's interest, and Russia does something in Russia's interest, and both of those things happen to have a detrimental effect on China somehow indirectly, then China has to take action to put its interests first, and there's a knock-on effect that's not necessarily connected by a conspiracy, but just by a chain reaction of circumstances. Do you understand what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
But that's what I said when you first come on. You have got to really pick a side because it's not like a conservative Labour or Liberal Democrat here. You're dealing with an extreme. So if you don't agree with their position, they will see you. If you're this new word, the civic nationalist, they would see you as part of the problem. They wouldn't necessarily see you as an ally.
Yeah, there's no doubt that there's a spectrum on the ethno side, and there's a spectrum on the civ nat side. Look. There are people that are vying for a split. To make it obvious where you stand, one side or the other. I don't think that it's necessary for me to do that yet, because at the moment I can't see any clear-cut distinction apart from the fact that one is spiraling more a purity scale, and the from the other side, that is for me. And the Jewish question, like you said, for me that's the only two differences. But I think that even those that are further right, that are FNATs, are going to have to be realistic about what they can achieve in this country. So I don't necessarily see that as a problem for me, to be fair.
No, yeah, it was 75 years yesterday since the liberation as Auschwitz, wasn't it? Yeah.
Now I'm sure the ethno-nationalists would have a lot to say about that. Whether or not it really happened would be the first.
I think that's disgusting.
Yeah, they'd have a lot to say, but I mean, if you go and listen to a lot of their debates and stuff, people like Ralph are probably more truthful about what they want. Ralph says, "Oh, I'm more far right than that," and he actually says it quite openly. And a lot of people don't know when he is trolling and when he ain't trolling. And he's quite deadly serious. He is quite severe right. But even he would have to accept that they're not in the majority of the population. Those views are quite minute. But from what I see anyway, where I see the problem coming from is mainland Europe. It's not even in this country, to be honest. With the right wing politics, I think that's something that Britain needs to be very, very careful of, if it is to be true to its nation.
That's only because the British intelligence service is so good at breaking them up.
Yeah, there's that, and also, you could say as well, Land of Celts, like less conspiratorial. I agree with you, by the way, but just the way the voting takes place in this country, is a two-party state. Whereas, say in Ireland, where there's an election next week, you can get independents in there, no problem. Like it's not like if an independent gets in here in the seat, it's big news. Like wow, like when George Galloway took Bradford or something like that. But in other parts of Europe, what is it, proportional representation and stuff like that? The idea of getting independence in is not too difficult. That's why Ralph's idea that he's going to get all these seats by 2025, unless you change the way the voting system works in this country, it's not going to be possible.
No, it's not going to happen. No.
What basically the right are about at the moment, and it's quite simple. It's getting enough people that side with them in the core of their beliefs. It doesn't have to be all of their beliefs. In the core of their beliefs, enough that they put the pressure on to get some of what they want effectively happening.
Yeah,
because what
happens
is that the parties react to the populace.
Are you talking about the right or the alt-right? Jupiter, like Mark Collette, he's more than right, if you know what I mean.
The all right are already kind of dying, to be truthful, Wendy. They're virtually, I know people thought the Civ-Nats were the alt right, but they weren't really. They were always just Civ-Nat. The actual alt right is that Spencer guy is virtually being laughed at all the time now. Is that Richard Spencer?
That's his own fault, though, isn't it? Really.
He's not significant anymore.
You see this civic nationalist label, right? Am I correct in saying until quite recently, so the last few months, you wouldn't hear people labeling themselves as a civic nationalist? This is a reaction to people labeling themselves ethno-nationalists.
Yeah.
Before, you would usually hear people just saying, I'm a patriot. I wouldn't even say I often heard people saying that a nationalist.
Nationalist,
So it's like a reaction to this ethno-nationalism thing. You're saying civic nationalists, but then the way I see it is ethno-nationalists will find it very easy to dismantle the civic nationalist argument, right? Because ultimately there's a lot of liberalism within it. So that's why Richard Inman and all of that crowd, they've just been screaming in videos, racist and Nazi. So for the ethno-nationalists, it's like with all these people that are undecided, go, look what they're doing. They're behaving like the left. And the ethno-nationalists know how to play that game. I think the civic nationalists need to refine their argument. Because if you're just coming down to the park to scream racist at someone, you're preaching to the people who already know is a racist. Do you really think someone who's on that spectrum is going to appreciate that labeling when they've probably been labelled it the last 5 years?
They need to be a bit more strategic. But I don't think, I think they're going to have a bit of a resurgence. I think people are going to be surprised actually, Pat, because Tommy has got a core of people. I mean, even me myself, there's no way that I would ever, being on the right, turn my back on Tommy and say that he doesn't deserve support from the right, because he does. What he managed to do, to turn around the population and wake so many people up and get it out there in the mainstream. I mean, look how many years later it is now, and it's only just starting to touch the surface. Is nothing short of a miracle, and I know that people get upset about that because they might not like the persona or the person, but he did achieve that. No one can take that away from him, no one. And for that alone, he deserves some respect, and he deserves some sort of protection, for want of a better word, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean that things don't progress. I mean, all that's basically happened is that He came out of prison. Well, the authorities went for him. They went for him hard, mainly because he started to touch upon the BBC and stuff there, I believe. So they went for him hard. They interrupted him for 2 summers because they knew otherwise there would have been sort of like probably more movements going, more marches and stuff. So they interrupted him for 2 summers to make it awkward for him. They put him in prison. He's come out. They've given him stipulations. They've deplatformed him so his voice doesn't get out there so easily. And there's been a power vacuum. And those further right have seen that power vacuum and thought, right, now's the time for stepping in and filling that void. And they are being pretty successful at it.
Yeah, of course they are.
Very successful. I think
again,
just from remember part we were talking about this, Mark Collette sounds like the more convincing side to me, just from on the outside.
Well, look, that argument I don't agree with the argument, obviously, but their argument is very to the point. It's like right-wing politics is an easy sell. The civic nationalist thing, just said, it's liberalism essentially. Yeah. You know, it's full of contradiction. I think that can easily be exposed. Like if you watch that integrity thing, you listen to the speeches, it's just them whining about how these ethno-nationalists are racists. They're not getting anywhere. To be honest with you, they're not going to gain any power with this new movement at all. Mark Collette, though, I mean, I don't actually think he's that good a poster boy. In all honesty, I really don't think you can ever shake Zeke Heiling. I don't think you can ever shake driving around the car listening to Screwdriver. You know what I mean? That's you for life.
I think Pat, the most he'll ever get to be is what was your man that used to work for Trump? What's his name?
Steve Bannon.
He can be a Steve Bannon.
No, if he wishes, man. Jesus, I mean,
nah.
He can be an English Steve Bannon. That's about it. Walking in the background. Let's see.
No, I've really. You're never going to shake any. Look at Tommy Robinson. He's still brought up. He was in the BNP for a year. Yeah. You know, what do you think? Mark Collette starts gaining any kind of real traction? Because let's be honest, his traction's in an echo chamber.
Yeah. Or young, Nazi and proud.
Yeah, you'll never shake that.
He'll never. That documentary will be with him.
But he hasn't changed his views anyway. His views, he's just, sophisticated his views. He hasn't. It's not like he's actually even gone to reject it. That would be one thing. He's still fully fledged.
You see, I prefer people like Douglas Murray. More rounded, more intellectual.
Do you know he wrote a good book about Bloody Sunday, Douglas Murray, ironically?
I've got it. I love it. Yeah.
Douglas Murray, he's pretty good, and some of the things that he says are brilliant. That last book that he did, what was it? The Suicide of Europe or something like that. What was the title? Yeah, I mean, it was a good book to read. It did wake people up as well. But would he appeal to the masses, though, Wendy? Do you think that he's going to appeal? You see, this is what everybody's overlooking at the moment, and I find it quite comical that they're overlooking it. In their fight for dominance, they're all looking at each other as and they're forgetting that it's the masses that they've got to appeal to.
PR. PR.
Yeah, Douglas Murray doesn't try to appeal to
my eye off for 1 second.
But he Douglas Murray, he goes around the world giving speeches and everything else. Very educated man, and you wouldn't find him on the streets doing a march. And there's other people like him, there's other people like him that have got a lot to say on the same subject. But for some reason, the media, they like to dumb them down. They'd rather come in on Tommy Robinson, yeah?
But Wendy, would you not agree that, Jupiter, we talk about public relations, so holding a march 4 Saturdays of the year in the afternoon, does that really appeal to the masses, or does it appeal to a very unique section of the British working class? When you see people walking down the street with 100 Union Jacks, Do you not think your average person's country goes, oh, I don't want nothing to do with that, or it's just stupid or it's just silly? Whereas take the SNP, who are the most successful, in the last 10 years in this country, they've managed to actually achieve political power. They run Scotland now. They are, in a way, they could even be kingmakers in future governments. They've destroyed the Labour Party in Scotland and its ramifications in England. So if you compare, when you actually think about it, appealing to the masses, none of them have. Whereas the SNP, look at their success rate. And I would propose this. All of these nationalist movements in England will never even achieve 5%, 1% probably not of the SNP. And because of that, a lot of this, really we have to wonder why we're constantly talking about them all the time. Because I honestly don't think they're going to ever achieve political power.
Oh no, there is no. I think you're wrong there, Pat. I think there will be a political party that comes out of this, but nobody's sure where it's going to be yet.
But
This is all early stages. This is all very, very early stages.
Do you actually think that they'll get political power from this political party though?
No, not from this one, but the one will pop up that will gain power.
No, it will never be allowed. It'll never be allowed.
Well, the BNP did at one point, didn't it?
Yeah, look what happened to the BNP. 1 million votes the next year. They're on their knees with a few hundred members. So, yeah.
That's what the MI5.
That's because they were never organised. They were never organised. It's interesting that you brought up marches because one thing that they've all started to recognise is that the marches are not going to go anywhere. I mean, there was an interesting interview that I did with Tracy. Well, I say interview. She was a panelist. I was putting it more sort of like snobby in it, but it wasn't actually interviewing in an official sense. But I was questioning her, and she was saying that during her marches with the Yellow Vest, she bumped into someone who had been marching for 27 years and had got nowhere.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
So, I mean, that brought home to a lot of working class people, look, this has got to go more political. You've got to be more organised, and you've got to be more organised about how you do it. Now, I disagree with you, Pat, in saying that the marches are completely defunct. I think they can be used, but used in a different way. Instead of marching around, let's say, capital cities and holding up traffic, what you can do is you can target for sort of like councils, like say for example the grooming gangs. Yeah, you can take specific cases. You can work out where there's been inaction. You can highlight that inaction, and you can target the individuals involved that you want targeted, without stepping outside the laws.
Even if you remain within the framework of the law, you'll surely agree that won't stop the powers that be clamping down on you.
Well, they will do, but if you do it in an organised way, and they're not sure who you're going to be targeting or which one you're going to be going to or whatever.
It's impossible, man. Look, anything, this country is on lockdown for anything like this. Anything that upsets the apple cart, the status quo, whether it's left wing, right wing, environmentalists, they are. Look at Extinction Rebellion. They've achieved more, really, than all the far right groups in their last year. They've actually.
Yeah. Now, what I find interesting with that Extinction Rebellion is that they got for a few days they got branded terrorists, didn't they? And then they rescinded it. They took it back.
I think people are exaggerating ever so slightly. What they have is in counter-terrorism police, they give you logos. So, for instance, they give you stuff that people that may be sympathetic to stuff that, because at the end of the day, that would come under the powers of counter-terrorism, by the way. Anything that affects the status quo, which Extinction Rebellion does. It doesn't mean they're terrorists, though. It just means it falls under counter-terrorism command to deal with them, obviously, because it's impacting the economy of Britain.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying. If you start up a movement and you start trying to change what is going, the status quo, as I keep saying, the security services will destroy your movement. Whatever it is, it could be Muslim, it could be right wing, it could be anything. They will infiltrate it, destroy it. It's been proven. It's not, look at Spy Cops. Look what they did in the environmentalist stuff. Lush, the soap shop. They like this weird exposure of it. And, you know, they were in there 10 years.
They'll never get rid of the idea completely. And I'll give you an example.
Control the idea.
Nigel Farage at one point was dangerous to this country, or deemed to be. Yeah, because I think actually, compared to some people, he's quite mild. But he was deemed to be a danger to this country. So what they did was they kind of, how can I put it? Allowed it to go so far, allowed things to get so far, and then mellowed him out as if he was so mellow. And this is what they're doing with Tommy Robinson. They're trying to make it look like, oh, Tommy Robinson's the weak one. We'll take the power away by saying that he's weak and that he's nothing. And hopefully these people that really want hard action now, and the angry ones, will go, oh, well, he's not worth listening to because he was never for us anyway, and he was a lefty, and he was a this, and he was a that, and he really didn't mean anything what he said. But I think they're going to fight. They're going to come unstuck.
But so you accept then that the powers that be do destroy movements, and
best they can, but they can never quite kill off an idea. Now, if we're to believe rumours on the far right, I mean ethno right, there's people already in positions. So
to destroy the movement, you're saying?
Not necessarily. No.
To assist the movement, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually believe it. Look at in Germany. Did you see that in Germany? They in the one of their elite police units was smashed. They were all like proper hardcore neo-Nazis, and there's going to be people sympathetic in the power structures, obviously, to these movements. But I still honestly think if you push too far, and look, let's be honest, what capabilities does far right or right have in this country? Not much. So it wouldn't be hard to break them. You compare them to other movements that have been around for the last 50 years. They've managed to break them, and they've had a lot more power, a lot more money, a lot more ruthlessness. So I don't know. I just don't see this translation to political power. All I think you could do is agitate Conservative Party members and try and like get Conservative MPs to be sympathetic to views. I think that's it for your movement.
Yeah, at the moment that is the main goal. But I honestly believe that there could be a party that comes out of all this. I really do. For the first time.
Yeah, you'll get a party, but it'll get nowhere. That's what I think. You'll get a party.
I don't think it will get nowhere, and I'll tell you for why. Because at the moment we've got an establishment that isn't, and left and right, right across the board, that isn't for anybody. It's not really speaking for the British people. Now, British people are sensible in the main, not to be at the far end of the purity spiral. But they do want something done about immigration, and nobody is listening. Nobody.
So let's put it this way: let's say you set up this new party. It starts to get traction. It starts to get support. All the Conservative Party would have to do is bring in tougher immigration methods, and that's your party gone good. Right? Yeah. Do you agree? You could. Really? Some people claim that the Conservative Party nicked a few BNP policies, right? And yeah, they kind of did. So
yeah, they did. One of them being language.
So when and the Labour Party too could nick your immigration policy potentially, and then your general Brit. So we're not talking about like you're politically involved. Your average Brit is not going to go, oh, I'm going to vote for this new nationalist party with all the baggage that comes with it, when I could just vote for the Labour or Conservative Party who adopted a similar policy, made it much more palatable, and that's it. Goodbye to your party.
Yeah. And Brexit's happening
in a way,
as well. Because of
that's
Brexit.
a success for you anyway, because you're getting your Brexit.
Because Brexit's happening. Brexit
exactly.
You should all be happy.
For people on the right,
did they?
For people on the right, if they got what they wanted, it wouldn't matter to them who it was.
Okay, I hear that 100%.
Yeah, so either way, it's not a loss. So I do think it will be effective. I do think that what's going on is effective, and all of what is happening to me, even with the divisions that are going on, are actually a necessary evil to put pressure on both polar opposites within the right to project them both forwards, to make them wake up and start moving. So for me, I don't see any of what's happening at the moment as a negative. I see it as a plus for Civ-Nats and F-Nats.
Yeah, again, as Lana Celts said, and Dan called it D-Day, you've got your Brexit. Are you going to be out celebrating Friday, by the way?
No. On the 31st, I was going to go down there, but I've heard some stuff that has made me change my mind.
Go down there and bang a lefty or something.
No.
What's made you change your mind? What's made you change your mind?
Well, I've just decided that it wouldn't be in my best interest.
I don't see what to celebrate, to be honest.
Shout out Steve Bray. Go down there and abuse Steve Bray for an hour. That seems to be the
yeah, but Brexit, this is what you all wanted. You got Brexit.
40 years. They've wanted 40 years.
I think that's a bad thing. If anything, for me personally, I think it's brilliant that we've got Brexit, but now we need to make sure that Europe doesn't think it's coming through the back door as an alternative.
I'm very happy about Brexit.
I know you are, Pat. Yes.
And you got your party Friday. You should, you've been fighting for 40 years for Brexit. 40 years, and you've won that victory. Still moaning. Still obsessed with
well, we've got to see what happens.
We have to still moan until we see it. Until we see it happen, mate. We have to take our foot off the head.
Do you know what, Jupiter? There's one thing that I don't want as well to happen through the back door.
Yeah,
I don't want England to come through the back door.
But we're not going to come through the back door.
Well, you already are.
Ireland.
Go on, Land of Celts.
And all these bleeding ones that they want to have the cake and eat it.
Why would England want to come through the back door? What are you talking
about? He's on about citizenship issues.
Bro, can I just say big up Dan, big up everybody?
I think the Northern Ireland situation plays a big part. Yeah.
And that is a
should be sorted out.
Yeah. They want Irish passports. All these English, they want Irish passports, and they want to stay.
No, we don't. Nobody wants an Irish passport.
Hold on, Wendy.
No, she's right. When there's an
thank you, Askgetti.
What was
Sorry,
that?
what was it? Sorry, I didn't hear that. What did you say, Wendy? I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
Hi.
How is big up to you, bro? Allow it, man. Big up you, Dad. Welcome to big you up, fam. Allow that. But I was gonna say, yeah, big up the other brother, Waria, you know, Land of Celts.
What an intro.
Somali Irish.
Not even hear what you say.
Listen, give me a minute. I will basically bring this time.
Fucking these people that jump on panels in a fucking discussion and just
that was the keystone.
It's because, bro, you know we're chatting so much about Muslims that none of you are, like, maybe one or two of you are Muslims. Hold on. Before this, let me just come in. Before this, you lot talk about what Britain wants, this and that. What Jupiter was mostly saying today, and I was watching the news. Donald Trump. Hold on, please give me a minute, bro.
Oh my God,
kids, right? So you have to be kids.
We don't care about
please.
This woman, 50-year-old woman, just chill out, man. Let the younger guy have his time, innit? We're talking about all of that. We're talking about that. Did you know, Land of Celts? Did you notice today that Donald Trump? Look what's going.
Oh my God! Turn off
Oh, watch your fucking pussy! Get off the fucking chat, bro. Piece of fucking shit, bro. Fucking dickhead, bro.
Why are you playing Raj in the background?
No, that's Raj.
Oh.
Allow it, bro. Bro, allow it, bro. Man, just come on to try to talk, and everybody's trying to take over, bro. Can't even somebody talk for a second? Like you have to fight. I know, but I'm trying to contribute to your conversation. I'm trying to contribute to the conversation.
What is going on? And they say the women are bad.
All right, listen, I'm going to interrupt you all. Nobody's going to be able to talk. Dan, go on, bro. Can I just have a 30 seconds?
Have you got any manners?
What manners, bro? Have you got no manners, bro? You talk about Muslims and all of this, bro. Are you fucking Muslim, bro? Are you fucking from the Middle East, bro? Are you the one whose houses are getting bombed? You know?
Have some manners.
We can't hear
Shut up, man. You sound like a bitch, mate.
Be quiet.
Yeah, get some manners.
Yo, fuck off, man. Reactionary, you piece of shit.
Run down the
Police.
station.
Working for the police, fam. You dickhead.
He's talking to two chats at the same time.
Jesus.
Listen, bro. Donald Trump and fucking the Israel were talking about the fake of Middle East today. Who are they, bro? Who are they? Waria, hoyada was Amos, na ala aba Kuriel, bro. Na ala aba Kuriel, Amos. Amos. Land of case, Amos. I was trying to give you respect. I'm gonna diss you soon, bro. I don't give a fuck if you're married to a Somali sister or what.
Two chats at the same time. I can't understand you.
I'm chatting to you, bro. I'm not in any other chat.
But we were having a good conversation. We were having a good conversation.
This is why you've got to get etiquette on panels. And that goes to everybody.
Listen. Is that me, though? Is that me? That's not me.
Oh, Raj, for God's sake, we can't hear you. Are you on the other channel as well?
It ain't even
No,
Raj.
I'm not.
It ain't even Raj, I don't think.
It's Raspect shoulders on.
A picture, is it? Ain't got a picture.
It's Raspect shoulders on.
Yeah.
Raspect used to mute.
I was muted. It's not me.
I don't know. Someone else on another show and trying to play it from the other show.
Askgetti, bro. I don't know one, yeah.
Come again?
It's Raj.
It ain't Raj. Someone's just playing Raj chatting.
It was Raj. He just muted up still. But Askgetti, yeah, you gotta stop jumping in and just switching the topic, bro. You gotta jump onto the topic.
I know, bro, but the topic was getting further. These were on the topic a minute ago.
I don't think that's the real Raj, you know.
No, it ain't the real Raj. It ain't the real Raj.
Get rid of that Raj. That's not Raj.
Yeah, it's fake Raj.
Worst thing is, he's not even.
Sorry about to interrupt and all that. I do apologize. Somebody took it personally and that. But all I was trying to say, look, Israel Israel and USA were trying to bring a peace talk, like the future for the Middle East. Did you see that thing that was on the news today?
It's gonna fail. It's a
my friend, like, who are they? Who are they? Like what? Who are they? Who are they? They're the ones killing the Muslims.
Who are you?
Who are they?
Who are you?
That's hard, mate. Listen. So when do you want the Muslim to go back to a land that you're gonna keep on bombing? Is that what you stand for, Jupiter? Is that what you stand for, Jupiter, though? Yeah. And then Jupiter, one more thing. You know what she said on the day before what happened on the bridge of London?
Who's playing that?
Oh God!
Of course, yes. They're the real ones, you know what I mean?
He thinks he's got an answer. I don't even know what's going on.
No.
Answer for what? Listen. Where do you want us to go back to? You're not coming our country. Oh, shut up.
Defend my right. Disrespect your gurus. Yes.
Okay, let me just play that joke and let me just be annoying too.
Who's playing that?
You already are.
Yeah. What was? That's because you're married to a Somali thing. You're supposed to respect
it
like that.
We don't care. Go
away.
away.
You are the one you're supposed to be in jail, but you were in Iraq. You remember that? War crimes.
Yeah, whatever.
Children.
Yeah.
Children, you know.
I agree. Yeah.
You deserve that. You should never talk about Middle East. You have no right to talk about Middle East.
We're not even talking about the Middle East. That's the whole fucking.
You have no right talking about.
Listen.
You and your sons were out there, Wendy. Remember, you and your sons.
Listen, you're right, Askgetti. You're right.
Askgetti,
just have some manners when you're speaking. That's all.
Yo, Dan, I'll be back, guys. I'll be back still.
That Raj is a fake Raj. It ain't the real Raj.
Yeah, it's not the real Raj.
So you would defend my right to come to the park and to disrespect your gurus? Yes, sir.
I think so, yeah.
Don't know.
Oh, that's bad funny though.
You're an idiot, Askgetti.
Why, bro? It's Raj. He's dissing his own gurus. Is it me who's dissing his gurus? But Wendy, you're right though, Wendy. Look, if you want to talk about Muslims and that, you need to go back in time. You know that day you were stepping on that plane? You know the day you were stepping on that plane? You need to go back.
How long
Don't
have
step on that
the
plane.
Irish been a Muslim country? I don't think it is.
Don't be bringing us into it, Wendy.
We were
I don't
talking
know about that.
Ireland.
Wendy,
and-
I'm only
yeah?
joking.
Wendy, how much is your and your son's body count on for Muslims? Children, babies, mothers, people in
Good question.
hijabs?
It's a good question, Askgetti. But
Yeah.
look, all I'm saying is, you just jumped in.
I
over
know,
everyone
bro.
else.
I didn't want to do that. But I thought that you lot had a very good conversation going on in it. And then you have this Jupiter who's always playing the victim, Muslim are doing this to us, this and that, this and that. But you're bombing the Muslim land. Your government don't want Muslims to go back in a free, independent country,
How
do they?
come, Pat, that this Raj guy is not showing up in the chat?
Land of Kel, bro, I want to apologize, bro. I felt like you were dissing me.
Someone jumped in and got a link.
I'm not dissing you.
I don't know.
Sorry, Abtigi. Sorry, Abti. Yeah? Sorry, Abti.
It's okay, Aki. It's okay.
I'm from Somaliland. Listen, you had a conversation with the Somaliland the other day, But I would like to talk to you about that and teach you some of that. I'm from Somaliland,
I'll contact you in the chat.
No problem, bro. What I was trying to say, yeah, man. What were you not talking about now? Then what you want to talk about?
What, bruv? Were you listening to the conversation?
Yeah. It was about Muslim. It was about Tommy Robinson. It was about that Mark Collect. While Jupiter's going to Mark Collect.
Cool.
But she's not, bro. Okay, let me just. It was something to do with that. Look, all of this thing leads back to Muslim and foreigners being here, mostly black people and Muslims, isn't it? You don't want them in your country. But where do you want them to go? You're Donald Trump. Are just talking about grabbing the whole of Middle East. So where do you want us to go? Where do you want us to go? You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting for you, bro. You go in here.
Well, are you going to reply to Askgetti? Anybody?
Sorry about Mark. And so I'm trying to do work at the same time, and somebody was looking at me and that, So,
Go
yeah.
back to Somaliland and build up the country.
But,
what did you just say, Wendy?
Wendy, how? You were in the army. Wendy, how? How can you say that? You there bombing my country. How?
They're not though, are they?
No, but how, Wendy, though? You there
No
bombing?
one's bombing. No one's bombing.
So what it is, Muslim, Betty, no, Wendy, Muslims got more right in this land than you, and they've got the more rights to benefit in this land here. They've got more rights to stay here for longer than you, and they have got the rights to their own minerals on top of that. Remember that? They have the rights to their own minerals on top of that. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Go.
Go on, Askgetti, my son. Go on.
All right, Wendy. You see, when the day you were jumping on that plane, and your mom or your somebody older than you were telling you, don't go there. Don't be going there to killing innocent people. Don't go there. Don't go there. Did you listen? Did you listen to them? No, because we are nothing. This is how you're talking like this. This is why you're talking like this. We have look. You go into other people's land. You go into other people's land to bomb them, and now you're talking about they can't come here. Who are you? Are you better than human? Or are you better than human being? That you go to that land and bomb them. No, hold on.
That's what you are.
You went to them. So is it fair for somebody to come to your house and do what you did to them?
No, it's not terrorist, should you?
No. Shut up.
Yeah?
Question again. Somebody was sleeping and then a fucking carpet bomb. Boom. The whole city, the whole London city gone off. Is that fair? Huh?
Why don't you go back
there? Why don't you stay away from them now? Wendy. Why don't you stay away from there right now?
With the Middle East. Nothing to do with it. Stop all that. Stop all that.
You said I've actually inspired you. What was you going to ask me? Would I allow you to cuss my girls?
Why can't I get rid of this fake word?
This is funny though. Jupiter's right.
Yeah, if you lot jump off this call and jump on, there's a new group that I've made. Yeah. All right, jump off the call, man. Yo, we're back live.
Hello.
Yo.
There we go.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah, fuck knows who the fake Raj was.
Yeah.
What that was about, but...
Damn, is this live?
Yeah, we're live, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're live. Bruv.
Just comes on, it talks over you, and you know when you're on Sir Faz's panel,
yeah,
and you can't even finish your point, you know.
That's why, like. I usually judge people, Pat, by how they, like, how I judge someone is when they let you speak. You know, when you're someone that finish something, or thing, is you can usually tell by someone's sort of character. You know.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just... I don't know what's happening.
I think it's the most calm Jew, but they're in Wendy. It's most probably civilized chat.
Well, I think it was getting there with Ireland. But,
yeah,
I think
it's
that
going to
was
kick off now.
It's going to kick off. But yeah, like I say, I'm very happy from that perspective of Brexit, and
yeah, because they want it. They want to have their Brexit, but now they know that they're fucking up when it comes to paying for visas to Spain and all these million expats. So they have to pay money now. You see, they have to pay the visa every time they go. So what do they want to do? They want to get an Irish passport. So
But this is the mockery. This is the mockery of that nation giving them out.
Fuck you. You're not getting any Irish passport.
But they are, though. They are. Did you know they've given out over 100,000?
Do you know what I take? Every one of them, I'd put them null and void.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Null and void. That passport, anyone who holds that name, all those ones that given out, they're cancelled.
100%. But it's not going to be, is it? This is the problem. They're going to be allowed to, use it as if it's some kind of consumer product.
Fine Gael. See,
yeah.
The black and tans fucking memorial. Inviting the Queen over. It's all. You think it's all just by accident?
Look, again, there's only one section that is opposed to it, and the section opposed to it. The rest of them are all ambivalent, and the black and tans thing, that's good enough. But what happens with the so-called civil war? What happens with that? You're going to be honouring people that were potentially in enemy uniforms then. And I don't think there'll be the outrage because then people's own emotions come into it,
Yeah.
That's good enough. But what happened? Do you remember when the Queen came there?
Yeah.
There wasn't that many people opposed to it like the Celts.
I know.
That's what you're dealing with.
The ones that was opposed to it was like in the minority.
Yeah, and they were labeled criminals and
maybe
thugs and all sorts.
5%.
If that, I mean, I think that's
even that. Yeah. If even that.
Yeah.
When the Queen went where?
To Ireland.
Yeah.
There was like maybe less than 5% that was actually against it.
That's good, isn't it?
So we just turn Ireland into England.
What, just because the Queen visits?
No, because they're just handing out passports like fucking, like they have no value at all.
Just an obligatory shout out to Donald Billings. Shout out to Donald Billings.
Get Brexit. you fucked up with Brexit, so you can't go to Spain at free passport. You have to pay visas all the time because you've got Brexit. But no, you want to go to Ireland, get a passport. And
Nobody wants to go to Ireland.
That's what they all want to do. They're all wanting it.
What for? What's the point? What's the great?
Because they don't want to.
They want European citizenship. They want EU citizenship, and it's like a convenience. Just to have a.
Well, they should be. That should be stopped then, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it's not anyway. But yeah, it's
not stopped. See, the ones that voted for Brexit now, all those ones that live in Spain. Every time they go back and forth to Spain,
the expats,
4 or 5 times a year, they have to pay the €50 visa fee.
Yeah,
and if you go to Spain, or you go from Spain to England about, say, 4 times a year, that's €200 you're spending.
Yeah.
Some of them go more than that. Some of them go back home to England about 7, 8 times.
But also, Land of Celts.
Yeah.
I think, Britain's, in the eyes of a lot of countries now, it's a bit of a pariah nation because of all the Brexit
we're not.
stuff.
No, we're not.
Yeah, hold on.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? To a lot of people in Europe and afar, because of all this Brexit mess, people do look at Britain with a bit of animosity. And almost like, well, you're a pariah nation.
No, the EU countries, they're pretending that, everything's all right and, don't worry, Britain is left and it's okay. But underneath, they're grinning.
You watch it. A lot more.
That Dunkirk spirit, you've got that Dunkirk spirit.
Yeah, we do. And a lot more.
That was a cowardly retreat, so I agree with you.
And we can make a retreat into a victory, yeah? That's how we are. But you watch, a lot more EU countries will be leaving the EU.
Like who do you think could be next?
I think France will leave.
No.
Should they make too much money out of it?
Now you've gone. They have veto power. They're a veto power country like you were. You no longer are.
Yeah, because we paid the most money into it.
Germany is the EU.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's what we don't want to be part of them, do we?
Okay.
Germany, France.
It'll break up, it'll leave. Now we're leaving, yeah. As always, they follow.
If that happens, Wendy, it all breaks up.
Mm.
When that happens, if 50 years time, would you want to start a new EU then?
No.
No, okay.
Because it was never you see what you forget. what you forget is originally it started off as something called the common market, didn't it?
The EEC.
No, it was the common market first. Then it went to the EEC. And then, slowly but surely they started bringing all these new regulations, laws in. Half of us were too busy to even notice it was being done until it was too late.
Well, if there was a Remainer on the panel now, yeah, or Ramona, they would say to you, "Can you name some of these laws and these regulations?" That's
yes,
what they would say.
Why don't you go and name us some of these laws you're bawling about?
Yes, well,
that's still a black.
I think.
Can you name any laws you're bawling about?
The first one was the driving license.
Yeah.
So what if I can drive in Poland? I should be able to drive in England, no? A car's a car, isn't it?
Hold on, Eddie.
Now you're trying to do a silly Scouse accent.
Why are you racist against Scouse people? Answer me.
Scousers are not English.
We are the born and bred of England.
No, but I'm saying
we developed this country.
I don't know. On the 12th of July, a lot of them are marching in Liverpool, aren't
they? They do. Yes, they do. Do you go to the Wendy?
The ones in the far right aren't welcome in Liverpool. We're a very left-wing city, and you certainly won't be welcome, Wendy.
All right, Ali Khan, we're having a bit of a serious conversation.
Bit of a serious one, Ali, man.
Okay, Land of Celts, no problem. I'll go then.
Yeah, bye. Go and visit your Bedouins or something.
Liverpool will always be Liverpool will always fly the red flag flying. You'll never have the blue flag, Wendy.
Do I
Say
care?
hello to David Price up there now. What's his name?
Oh my god.
Okay, we'll do. No problem.
My God.
He's a man of his
the
word, though.
first
He's off.
big one.
Hold on.
Oh.
What's all that Bedouin stuff about?
Well, I told him to go and visit his Bedouins, yeah.
He's from Pakistan.
He's from Pakistan.
Oh, is he? I don't know, love. I know that Bedouins were mentioned earlier, and blah blah blah. Anyway, the first one was the change of the driving licenses. Now that upset a lot of people.
So what happened?
What was changed?
It was changed, and we had to have that silly blue.
Oh, come off of it. Well, you're not what replacing the Union Jack with a EU thing?
Yeah, it upset a lot of older people. Yeah, it did. Because they all looked at it as a German thing. Yeah. I spoke to many. I spoke to many people who'd been in the war. Older people.
Hello. Well, look, I can sympathise, but I mean, it's not the be all and end all, surely. I mean,
No, but these like 80-year-old sat at the bar in tears because he'd had to have this new bloody driving.
Hold on a minute.
Oh,
Wendy, you've encountered a World War II veteran crying at a bar because his driving licence had the Union Jack, the butcher's apron, replaced with the EU flag.
Yes, love, because he didn't look at it as the EU flag. He looked at it.
Come off, Wendy.
He looked at it as us being. He looked at it as us being ruled by Germany. That's the way Ralph looked at it. Yeah.
Wendy.
What was his name?
Ralph.
So Ralph, not Speaker's Corner Ralph.
No.
World War II veteran Ralph.
Yes.
Was in tears because his driving licence got changed.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, we're talking about this.
Wendy's mate Ralph. Not. Don't be confused with Ralph from the park. This is another Ralph. This is
another Ralph.
This is a Ralph who I think is probably got PTSD or something. Then Wendy.
No. It was
If someone's getting upset over that, there's some deep problems there. Just get him some help.
Jupiter, we were talking about the sneaky way the EU brought different laws in and changed things without us really noticing.
Big up,
yeah.
Pick up yourself.
And the first one,
man.
I said
Big
the first.
up, land of Celts. Bon Jupiter.
Oh no, not again now.
Pick your moments. Pick your moments. Okay, though, quick
How
one.
about you?
Nice to see you.
Bless Pat. Bless. Land of Celts, Salambo.
I don't know who that is.
That's Grey Dunya.
Grey Dunya.
Who's he?
The man, the myth,
Oh, he's
the
the
legend.
mad one who says
Speaker's
bastard
Corner.
bitch all the time.
Speaker's Corner legend.
He's a legend. Yeah. Heckling legend.
When he's insulting you, he likes to say bastard bitch, bastard bitch, bastard bitch.
I thought he changed his name to Pink Dunya.
Nah, Pink Dunya. Pink Dunya's a
Grey
friend of his.
Dunya, Mad Dunya. Okay. Anyway.
Oh, right. Anyway, so yeah, that was the first one. And then, little like these silly human right things, yeah, that everyone has a right to go to this
silly little
court.
human rights.
This silly court that gives the rights for prisoners to have,
Do prisoners not have any rights?
I don't have a TV in my room, so let's go to the right.
Wendy.
What?
Margaret Thatcher gave prisoners their rights in the end.
Not to the extent they've got them now.
I don't know about that, Wendy.
Wendy, your fashion tendencies are showing. Pull your skirt down.
Margaret Thatcher buckled and gave in to people she despised in the prisons.
Your fascist tendencies are showing.
Like who, Pat? Who'd she give in to?
In Lonkesh.
She didn't give in to Bobby Sands, did she?
Actually, I think you'll find, Wendy, the 5 demands in the end were succumbed to many years later. So it was a victory in that sense. So I'm saying
Not
you're
really,
about the...
because he died.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
The man lost his life, yeah?
Yeah, happily gave his life.
Well, I think that's a shame.
But I'm saying the point is she also buckled and gave in to people she despised in the end. So you can't moan about the European.
Look, Maggie,
rights.
Maggie never buckled under
Well, she did. She
anyone.
gave in. She ended. Look, the criminalisation process. She tried to criminalise.
She
it
did.
Failed.
That lady was for turning.
Rusty, the rusty lady.
Yes, I'm for turning. If they're taking us down the wrong fucking road, I'm for turning
Do you
as well.
know what though?
Wrong way, mate. Come on, back a go.
Even when the IRA tried to kill her, even when the IRA tried to kill her, there was no turning her.
Yes,
She said she wasn't for turning.
I've been compared to Margaret Thatcher.
By who?
In real life, yeah.
By who?
Many people. My attitude.
Did you see the?
Taking Wendy.
I will
Did
say,
people really compare you to Margaret Thatcher, Wendy?
Yeah, because of my attitude. Yeah.
The Meryl Streep film was actually quite good. I will admit. The Meryl Streep. See the Meryl Streep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good that is.
I like Wendy though, because when I first met her, she was very Wendy bendy, and now she's like a little assassin.
A little what?
Assassin. Yeah, you're very good with it as well.
So you would have sunk the Belgrano then, Wendy?
Yeah, without blinking. Yeah.
You know, Pat, that the only reason why the Britain won that war is because the English got hold to the Americans and told the French not to supply any more Exocet missiles.
English, isn't it?
Yep, 100%.
Look, I don't care what conspiracy.
We got the English because it's always our fault. We're always the leaders.
We went to war with the Argentinians. They lost. You know, they got to deal with it.
Wendy. The Argentinians liberated those islands.
No, they invaded them.
You invaded them. They liberated the islands from the yoke of the British, and then you went to war with them.
Yeah, we kicked them. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We kicked them back off. Yeah.
I'm glad we agreed. They were liberated. Then you.
No, they weren't liberated. Yeah, they sneaked onto that little island. The sneaky, cowardly. The sneaky, cowardly. The sneaky, cowardly Argentinians
with the Spanish in the 1800s, 1830s, agreeing not to take the islands.
The British people on those islands, living there.
You signed a treaty back in the 1800s promising
I don't
to
care.
conquest that part of the world. But anyway, yeah.
But yeah, I'd have sunk the Belgrano. I'd have done it all with no regret. We were at war. You don't throw flowers at each other, do you?
Exactly.
This is why you're known as Wendy Thatcher.
Anti-ship missiles, and that war would have been over.
What?
Another few French Exocet anti-ship missiles, and the war would have been over.
Well, it didn't last long anyway, did it?
They took out three of your Navy ships.
Kicked the hell out of them, yeah.
And they bombed your
Our paratroopers, as always, did their job.
Argentinian conscripts. Well
done. Not our fault. They decided to.
It's not a great victory.
They decided to invade the Falkland Islands. Yeah.
No, they liberated it. But okay,
no.
But yeah, it's hardly something going. Wow, you beat some conscripts.
You know your man that his skin is all burned. You know the guy from
Simon Wester.
Yeah, let's not take the piss out of him.
I'm not taking the piss out of him.
There's a band. It's actually an English band called Oi Polloi. They did a song about him.
Yeah.
Oi Polloi.
He was on that ship. He was on that helicopter carrier ship that was blown up in the.
Yeah, we do know. Yeah.
He gets wheeled out like as a mascot, though.
Yeah, he does. I agree.
This is what I don't like about
they wheel him out.
They wheel him out at every. Yeah, I agree, and it's disgusting. Yeah.
Where'd they put him in between? Has he got a little cupboard?
Do you know when Jupiter's taking a piss out of Simon West?
Yeah. Do you know who Simon Weston is, Jupiter?
Ain't he the one who had all his face disfigured?
Yes, show a little respect, my dear.
It's only a joke.
I know that.
That's it. You're done for now.
I've got dark humour, Wendy. You should have learned that about me by now.
Of course I know that, love. Of course I do.
Yeah. It's only a joke.
You know, Pat, that they had a spy inside the people who were making the Argentinian bombs.
My God.
Of course they would.
The fuses, when the Argentinian...
Oh, you'd know about bombs, wouldn't you?
Who's that?
Argentinian pilots. Listen, the Argentinian pilots who were bombing the British ships, they bombed about 12 British ships, and the bombs went right through the British ship and didn't explode. And they
Interesting.
found
They
out
made up with
later
them.
that the fuses weren't armed. So the
That's-
British had
yeah.
spies inside
Yeah,
the bomb.
well, it's war. What do you want them to do?
Did you know
Well,
another thing, Land of Celts? When they were making the voyage down to the Malvinas Islands, they were showing very, very graphic, hardcore pornography to British soldiers to get them rolled up on this. This has all been documented, by the way.
Where can I find it? Where can I find it?
I'll put it in the back chat. I'll find it.
Oh, you're keen to see the pornography, are you, Wendy?
No, not that. Jupiter. No.
Get her roiled up.
No.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. So they gave all the soldiers a hard on, yeah? To go take them into war.
Violent pornography. Violent pornography.
Did they shag them to death? Is that what they did?
Well, it's all part of the dehumanising process. But look, there's nothing great about beating some
How is it
conscripts.
dehumanising them, letting
Well,
them have a wank before they go and fucking, they might not come back again.
Violence pornography.
I don't understand that. That's
it was
weird.
a war.
Oh, it was violent
It was-
pornography.
it
So it
was a
wasn't
war.
standard pornography.
No,
Oh.
it was graphic, violent pornography.
Well, they're not likely to get an hard on over that, are they?
No.
Look at that.
Well.
Oh, for fuck's
Well,
sake.
look, you ask your MOD what they're up to. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they tried, they failed. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like the MOD were up to their knees in it, by the sound of it.
Yeah.
Weird
Anyway,
shit.
Prince Andrew has said he's going to speak to the FBI. So
Oh, fucking hell, the lot's gone. Fucking hell, we've got to rely on him to save the country.
I know.
We'll run to the mountains.
There's been no protests in England about Prince Andrew, has there? About his nonsense.
And he
No.
thought he was the helicopter pilot in the Falklands, wasn't he?
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. He claims he can't sweat because he got shot at in the Falklands. So,
Yes, that's true.
yeah, do you remember that? Claims he can't
That's
sweat anymore.
absolutely nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, did it hit his sweat glands under the armpits then or something?
No, it's something that's caused through trauma.
Yeah, but in images, Wendy, he's sweating like no tomorrow. So
Yeah, I didn't believe him when he said it, love. No, not at all.
Nobody believes Prince Andrew. No one can believe the gall of him. You imagine he went to church with the Queen as if nothing's happened.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
Can't even be discreet, the cheeky bastard with the rolling
The
eyes.
monarchy is weak. I've never seen them so weak now. Like,
Well, the monarchy maybe, but the Queen's not.
what happens? Who's going to take over if she dies?
George.
George.
I don't think we can let Charles go in. I don't. But they reckon he's going in this year, don't they? As
Oh my God,
King.
Charles.
Yeah, they reckon they're putting him on the throne. What's the name for it when they put him on one?
Prince Regent. Prince Regent.
Yeah.
Why don't they just proclaim him king? Like, what's?
Well, they can't. The mum's still
No,
alive.
he has to have a coronation, and the monarch's still alive.
Unless they poison her in the fucking, I don't know, in the dining room.
Can he be made king if she dies? No.
Yeah, of course.
Or does he have to be a king alive or something at the same time? No.
No. She'll die, and he'll be king.
Yeah.
The only king of Liverpool.
What we really want George to hurry up and grow up, and then both of them to pop their clogs roughly around the same time, and it goes straight to George.
Well, we don't want a Queen Camilla. That's a fact.
We don't want Camilla as the consort.
No.
I'll drop your drawers.
No. I don't know. Sometimes I think the monarchy won't survive once the Queen dies. I don't know why. Just got that feeling.
So Charles is next, and who's next after Charles?
No, it'd be William. William would go.
William is second.
Yeah. So that would be quite handy if she passed away in her sleep, and so did Prince Charles at the same time, and then it just went straight to William.
Yeah.
And who's after Charles then? William. Who's after William?
George.
George. What you mean?
His son George. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
the
after
fucking
that,
child.
yeah.
And then
then
after that, the baby. What's the baby's name? Louis.
No. It's Charlotte.
Why is it not Harry?
Oh yeah, because they changed it. Didn't they? Yes. Charlotte, then Louis.
Why is it not Harry? Why would they pick a child?
Well, because Harry Harry is no longer a royal.
He could get back in though if he wanted.
No,
Yeah.
he could. Oh,
But
he
he-
could. He's
Yeah,
exiled.
but even if he was a royal, it wouldn't have gone down his line anyway. It's not his lineage.
No.
So
Gone.
do you think, do you think he left because he knew he would never? There's no chance of him ever being king, or do you think he just left? That's what I think. Maybe because
I
he knew.
think personally, I think he's been waiting to get married, and I think he's always planned to leave.
Yeah.
We don't
Yes,
know
so
what
do
goes,
I.
yeah, we don't know what goes on within that family. And I think because they try to tell us that Harry loves Camilla, yeah. I've never believed that for a second. And I think he's waited till he's found his partner, his wife, and then gone.
Yeah. Also, I think, I mean, but put it this way, if you were rich, forget whether you're a royal or not and what you've got to show to the public. If you were rich and your son said they no longer wanted to live in the free house that you give them, but they're going to go to another country, are you gonna let them go and not give them nothing? You might not give them anything on the books, but you're going to give them something. You're not going to leave them destitute. They're your fucking kids.
He's not going to live like a pauper. He'll always live like...
Exactly. So all that bollocks about he's being cut off and all that shit, all that's happened is
They have to still
they've
pay
took
for
his title
his
and they've said to him, you've got to come in through the back door and not the front. That's all. That's all that is.
Well, you know, I think it's always been his plan. I don't think he intended on staying. I mean, come on.
Everyone in Britain pays 50 pence
for what?
For the monarchy. That's what.
Well, I don't mind paying that.
Well, yeah, I know, but just that, and that's.
You know, I think we get a good return really. Then, if it's only 50p.
Yeah, 85 million a year, the cost of the monarchy. So
Yeah.
I break that up between them, £85 million a year. So they're not short of money. A year is what it takes. That's what it costs. All the parades and expenses and holidays and places.
Oh God, these people. Who has put it out there that I've cut off my Muslim son? I haven't got a Muslim son. Number one.
Oh, I can tell you, Safaz.
Yeah, people
I
keep
saw that
asking
on
me.
yeah,
I'm in
that's
touch with all of my children. For those of you that are interested in my private life, yet again, all of
So
my
where's it-
kids are
where's
still
it
in
stem
touch
from?
with me. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. But she just said she
Safaz,
can tell me.
Safaz.
Oh, Safaz again.
Yeah.
For a Muslim, he an half a gossiper, isn't he? He tells so
Yeah.
many-
Big up Safaz.
He might as well be called fake Muslim.
Wait there,
Big
wait
up
there.
Sir Faz.
Did you just say Sir Faz is a gossiper?
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Jupa,
amount of lies that have emanated out of his show.
Jupa, with all due respect, you're on a panel with two people you once accused of being in like a drug ring that
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
had locked down the speaker's corner. And yeah, anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go on mute again.
Do you know what? I forgot about that.
No, leave it. Oh.
I didn't actually accuse you. I read out what the chat asked me to read, and you took offence.
I don't care, man.
Wendy, you need to listen.
Entertainment.
We'll believe you to this day. If we have to live
God,
in
who
that
let
shit,
Ali on?
Can't.
Oh God, you're next door to Ali. Has anyone ever seen that song?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, yeah.
Seen that song? Daniel Bostock.
Ali
People
can't.
are angry, but they can't explain why.
Hello, sir, and why are you here today?
I'm here to protest. Right. I'm going on a march. I want Britain to move back British.
Banger. Top tune. Top tune.
I was gonna say stop, but now go on.
What
Please,
an idiot.
even your heart.
Ali can't chill out.
Okay, Tom, no problem.
This is the one who said he's only 15 the other day. Now he's old enough again now, is he?
What? He's only 15?
Yeah, don't forget I got that photo.
Oh, wow.
And he's gone. Yeah.
He's gone. He jumps in and out all the time.
I don't think Ali Khan's 15, but I'll allow him to explain that himself.
No, he just realised what I'm talking about and he's run off.
What photo you got then?
Don't worry about it. It's for me to know.
Mm.
Yeah, so go on. Anyway, what was he talking about?
About your supposed Muslim son.
Oh yeah. Yeah, why does he have to put out lies? If he wants to slag me off, do it on things that are true.
Well, I think it's because he can't believe that your son is with a Muslim lady, and he thinks you haven't been able to accept that, so he's left you.
Listen, but hold on. A Muslim woman surely can't go with a non-Muslim.
Yeah, you can still get a state marriage. Yeah, you can.
No, but I mean,
It's just that
Islamically.
the Muslim. No, my son doesn't have to be Islamic.
Are they hold on.
You go and get a register off this wedding.
Pat, we'll sort this out right now. Hold on. Are they married through the state?
What do you mean? Are they married to the state?
Married through the. You can get married in a mosque, which is not registered in. It's not recognised in UK, Ireland, Europe.
Oh, it's through the law. Yeah. Did he marry in a registry office?
That's irrelevant, though. That's irrelevant. What I'm saying is, Islamically, it wouldn't be allowed for a Muslim woman to marry.
But the laws of Islam don't count.
No, hold on, Wendy. Hold on. Well, yes, we know that, but her family, then. Am I incorrect, Andy Celts?
Yeah. No, you're not.
Yeah, her father, for instance, would.
Yeah. You're right. Pat's right.
Yeah.
But doesn't it depend if it's a pious Muslim?
Yeah. Well.
Look, you can't. We had this discussion.
Yeah, but her father dropped down dead ages ago, so it's only down to the mum and the mum.
Nice.
She said, "Well, we don't know. We don't know. Jupiter's not going to tell us if she's secular, if she's a practicing Muslim, if she's."
She's left now anyway, to be fair. She left in recent weeks. She's now Christian. So
well, that's what you say.
I don't even believe you, Jupiter.
That's what I think.
Seriously, I'm not even lying, Pat.
What, she's converted to Christianity?
She was Muslim when she married my son in the registry office.
You're on a wind up.
No, I'm not.
You're trying to get the Muslims going.
No, I'm not. I'm being.
We won't know. We'll never know until,
But to say that I've disowned my own kid is just a bit rich.
No, you haven't disowned him. He's disowned you.
Oh, that's even fucking funnier. My kids couldn't disown me if they wanted to. They turn up 3 o'clock at night. Mum,
yeah.
Milk to help us.
Have they got kids?
Yeah, I've got my eldest is 34.
No, I'm talking about the son and this girl. Have they got kids?
They have, yeah.
Well,
is also one child she had by a Muslim man that he's bringing up.
And they're all Christians now.
No, the actual son is still the child that he's bringing up is still Muslim.
Right. But she's a Christian now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Ganji, you're just
a bit round. Yeah, that's why
I think you're on a proper wind up, Jupiter. I think you're on a proper wind up.
I know. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think they can understand how people can sort of adapt.
I know.
No, Jupiter. Look, I don't even know anything about this. This is the first I'd heard it once before. Someone said that Jupiter's son is married to a Muslim.
Mm.
Yeah, at the time they married, she was Muslim. Yeah.
Well, then, well, I don't know. I wouldn't believe anything you say because you'll just say something to suit.
She said it since the day I first met her.
And
I believe her.
And the people who are telling
I would prove it, but it would cause them problems.
No, don't.
I can't. I can't. I would prove it, but I can't because
there's more to the story now, though, because you're saying she's rejected Islam.
Yeah, she has.
Embraced Christianity.
The child is still being brought up Muslim.
Well, it's not a crime.
Who said it's a crime?
No one said it's a crime.
Well, then.
Obviously, it's not a crime in my eyes because I'm not Muslim, Wendy. So
That's exactly, love.
But
So,
Islamically, it would be
I
apostasy,
don't know
wouldn't it?
about that. I don't know
Well, that
about
would be.
that.
Would it not be apostasy?
Yeah.
It would be indeed.
It would be, yeah, if Sharia was in this country, yeah, that's why I don't want it.
We're scared of Scout Sharia. Scout Sharias are coming. The Scout
Right, that's
Sharia
it.
are coming.
I'm gonna reveal the photo.
So hold on a minute. You're someone who believes that Muslims are behind all these evil acts, and you're going to reveal the photograph of your daughter-in-law who's apostatized.
No, she was talking to
Oh
Ali.
right. I was going to say. I was going to say that would be crazy from your position.
No, I'm not going to release the photo of my son and daughter-in-law.
Right. Okay. Yes. I hope so.
That's what I said. I can't. I would prove it, but I can't. It wouldn't. It would be.
So what did she? Because like leaving Islam's one thing, but to leave it and suddenly become a Christian, did she actually go down a church and go through a process and all that?
I think what it was is she carried on being a Muslim for a long time. I haven't really gone into details with it. It's up to her what she does. They've only just mentioned it in the last 2 weeks. The last time I see them.
And how did someone find this out? How did they find it out?
Because Jupiter said so.
Yeah, because I told them I don't lie about things, but people just their idea of real life compared to what they think should happen is two different things. Real life's a lot more complicated and nuanced than people will have you believe. That's why I'm a bit more realistic than other people on the right.
Yeah, I mean, like you've got like loads of things which a lot of people would say are difficult things to juggle with your political beliefs. But you're right, life is complicated in that regard. Everyone's got these contradictions or whatever you want to call them. Do you have any, Wendy?
Contradictions?
Like,
What in my life?
Well, anything that's at loggerheads of your political beliefs.
No, I haven't allowed it to enter my life. No.
All right. So you ain't got no Muslim mates or anything like that?
Nope.
Right. Yeah.
What are you laughing at, Pat? I mean, I'm just being honest. Look.
Okay.
They revealed what straight after Sir Faz's stream, Nikki Travis. I don't know what my son. He's married to a Muslim. What are they on about? I don't know what they're on about.
What are they saying in the comment section, Pat?
Yeah, Nikki Travis said they've revealed it straight after the stream, so I don't know what they're supposed to have revealed.
It won't be a picture, I can guarantee you. Shouldn't read the chat, I don't bother.
Because I can't, when I go to turn on YouTube, it ends up knocking off the Hangout. Don't know why. It's not the Google Meet. It doesn't end up knocking off. But this Hangout always.
Is it me, you fat cow? I don't know. I don't know what picture.
Oh, wow. Why are people so rude?
It's probably a Photoshop picture anyway. I've never ever put rude pictures on the internet, so nobody would ever be able to find any rude pictures of me.
What could really, yeah.
So if they're trying to say they've got rude pictures of me, they've put my head on someone else's body, and I hope it's a good body because 90% of the bodies out there would probably be better than mine. So I'm hoping they've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I've heard that Muslims are gathering in Dublin. Is that right?
What, look at pictures of my face?
No, you daft cow.
What do you mean Muslims are gathering in Dublin?
There's more Muslims in Dublin than it used to be.
What do you mean they're gathering, though? What are they doing?
Yeah,
they're not doing nothing. They're just living, I expect.
Gathering implies something.
Well, gathering means that, yeah.
Oh, sorry. What I meant was they're living in Dublin.
Well, there's an absolutely gigantic, massive number of 46,000 in Ireland.
I just keep seeing videos of like fights
of course,
scuffles and things like that.
If you watch YouTube, you think that there's maybe 1 million of them in Ireland because they just keep repeating them. But the government figure in the census in 2016, where was the last one, Pat? What was that?
Yeah, around then 2015.
2016 was 56,000.
Someone told me through the grapevine that you Pat did a very good job of explaining why you don't want Islam in Ireland.
Well, who's the person through the grapevine that told you that?
It doesn't matter, but I got told. Is it true? Was you in a recent debate?
Well, hold on. I knew this would happen. Land of Celts. I knew this would happen.
Anyway, look,
it was with Land of Celts. Me and Land of Celts had a discussion.
And so fast. Yes, I heard that. That was very good.
For your interest, it wasn't about why Pat doesn't. We were having a conversation, and the conversation was, would Ireland change if it was a Muslim country?
Mm-hmm.
Pat says yes, it would change. We were saying no. We were debating whether it would drastically change or change a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded bloody drastic to me when you were talking about graves and taking bloody crosses and everything off graves.
Well, we weren't trying to hide it, were we?
What do you mean you weren't trying to hide it?
We're not trying to
right, that's
hide.
It
Wasn't
that's it. I'm gathering the far right to go up to the Muslim graves now. That's it.
It wasn't a secret conversation.
Right, too late.
No, it was an interesting discussion.
It was very interesting.
Because I was most of the panel, apart from Reactionary, Salafis. So I was coming at it with the idea there would be, quite literalist or orthodox. And I mean,
of course it'd change. Anybody who says it wouldn't change is
I didn't agree with the removal of the headstones. I'm sorry, Land of Celts.
Why would they need to remove the headstones? What do they want to do that for?
And we went into it. I'm not going back into it again. We discussed all this.
I'm just saying, I just didn't agree with it.
Let's discuss it again. So you want to remove the headstones off of all
No, it's not.
Right.
No, hold on. Right, basically, specifically, I was talking about like Irish heroes. I wasn't talking about your average person.
No, I know. Yeah.
And I said on their graves are crosses, and I said, would you remove the crosses from the graves or memorials with crosses on? And the
he
churches.
said yes.
Yeah, because he's an Orthodox Salafi Muslim. Yeah, of course he's going to say yes.
I didn't say I'd smash down graves or.
Yeah, that's where you see.
See, because they will. This is what they see. There was who
right.
said it to me before.
Wendy, get the fucking rope. This man needs sorting out.
No, I think it was
get the pliers.
What would happen? Yeah, what would happen? Yeah, it was very interesting to listen to actually.
Wasn't a secret conversation.
So, Pat, you would take the crosses off, would you?
No, Pat wouldn't. No.
We were saying.
Now, hold on, let me because this is how things get muddled in here. Yeah. Why would you say that to me, Jupiter? Yeah, get it right. Yeah.
All right, Celts, whatever you want to say.
And it was a hypothetical, Jupiter. It doesn't mean that we're coming tomorrow to Ireland.
No, I know, but I just want to know when I've got to get the fucking gang ready to jump.
I don't think the people of Ireland would ever allow such.
No, neither do I.
The way when someone says, "What's your best? Get all the best players together for the dream team," and you pick your dream team.
Your dream Islamic State, yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's a fantasy.
So
look. In the
those old movies, I want to ask you something. The old movies, yeah?
Yeah.
Where you used to see the vampire and you held up the cross and they sort of go, ah!
Yeah.
Is that how you feel?
No.
You're like, get that cross away from me.
No, I don't melt.
The crosses.
It's
damaging to us. It's abhorrent.
I'm not like the vampires from dusk till dawn.
But you would close like the Guinness Brewery, the Jameson Brewery.
Do you like Guinness? The Guinness Brewery, Pat?
I don't know. I don't like the Guinness family at all.
No, neither do I.
But we would. What I'm saying is we would have different issues, or you might agree with my issues, but you've also got your religious reasons too. Yeah. I would imagine you probably do agree with why I don't like them. But the the banning of all pubs.
Oh my God! They're going to ban all pubs. Fucking hell! Ain't they took enough off of us in England?
They haven't taken your pubs though. They haven't taken your pubs though, have they? Let's Jupiter, come on.
Oh, the drinking habits.
They done it through the back door.
It's because of the price of drink.
Wait a minute.
drinking habits of
Wait
this
a
country
minute.
has changed.
Hold on. What do you mean they've done it through the back door, Jupiter?
Well, through the demographics, isn't it? And all
right,
the fucking health kick and everything else. Politics done it, but we know why they done it.
All right, listen, Jupiter, listen, right. Let's put aside all the Muslims thing. If you look at all civilizations, civilizations change. Like, there's many countries that have been around.
Yeah, but not fucking completely.
Yeah, this is the thing, and I still maintain if we, orthodox Islamic implementation in Ireland would result in a completely different Ireland. It wouldn't be Ireland anymore.
It wouldn't work neither, Pat. It wouldn't work.
If everybody in there was Muslim, it would. But we went through it.
This is
anyway.
what we were talking about. We were not saying if the whole if someone invaded an army.
Land of Celts. I want to know why you felt you would feel the need, in a hypothetical sense, of removing headstones.
Not headstones. Crosses.
Well, crosses. Why would you need Why would you need to do that?
Well, because the graves, you don't build the graves that are high.
Well, but people that were there before you, obviously, it was important to them. And you should respect that. I thought Islam. Islam respected other faiths. Obviously, it doesn't then.
See, the churches. I did mention churches as well. And Land of Celts said he wouldn't demolish them. He'd just remove the crosses.
This is what's interesting, Wendy, because a lot of stuff they smash up if they believe it to be idolatrous or whatever.
Yeah.
And they
smashing.
Jupiter,
right? Yeah, you do.
Where's the Hagia Sophia?
You're telling me that you haven't.
Yeah, but it was converted into a mosque.
All the ancient stuff you got in those countries in the Middle East.
Jupiter, where's the Hagia Sophia? What is it?
Where's the what?
She won't know. But I hear what you're saying, Lad.
The oldest church.
No, it's in
Istanbul.
Turkey. It's in Turkey.
I wasn't far off then.
Right, it was a church.
Yeah.
Why wasn't that bulldozed?
Because it was made into a mosque.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you took the cross off. Why? What's the matter with you? You said that you say that Islam respects other faiths. Obviously, it doesn't, because you want to go around removing headstones in Ireland.
If it was a Hindu temple, it would be bulldozed.
Wow.
That's the difference.
Yeah, because it's out the Abrahamic
only
faith, people in the book.
Stand.
What about synagogues? Would you allow synagogues though? Because they're
synagogues and churches.
Yeah, people in the book.
If it's a Hindu temple, Sikh temple, they're just knocked down.
Yeah, but if
I'm just being
ludicrous. It's just ludicrous, honestly.
Someone tell Raj, will you?
At least he's open though.
Oh no, I that's why.
At least he's open though. Yeah, but when I'm open about what I want to do, everyone goes racist.
No, I like the debate because it was being open, and so was Pat.
But you see, the thing is, we had a bit of a contentious one on statues, and I think if I'm not wrong, Land of Celts, you said in the end you would, as long as it wasn't religious, you would just leave it.
I wouldn't. Me personally, no, I wouldn't. And I think we were talking about the. I'm trying to remember what I said. Oh yeah, look, when the Muslims went into Syria for the first time, there's an ancient city called Palmyra in Syria. Now that's about 5,000 years old, maybe between 3,500 and 5,000 years old. Now the Muslims came into Syria 1,453, nearly 15 centuries ago. That Palmyra wasn't destroyed, and it has statues in it. It has statues of.
Yeah, we said we went through this, and it was.
And why wasn't that destroyed?
So did you cover like gay people and that?
We didn't actually, because
we did do that. Yeah.
All we mentioned was that homosexuality will be criminalised again in Ireland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because homosexuality was illegal in Ireland until the 1990s.
Of course, yeah, I know.
So that wasn't something I would consider like being. It'd be a change, but it's not the same as like banning pubs because, like I say, Irish people already have made it illegal once upon a time. Whereas the whole pub thing, the music thing, I think Landa Celts, you said you'd have nasheeds, so you would ban stringed instruments.
Yeah, there's like the bit.
No string, no guitars.
Look, I'm a layman, so
For fuck's sake, he's a fascist.
Well, believe it or not, Jupiter, a lot of the beliefs that you have would be claimed fascist by a lot of people in England.
Yeah, you're right.
So
I wouldn't ban music. I wouldn't ban drink.
So no wonder Iran is in the state it's in, because it used to be like all right, and now
Yeah, but concessions. There are concessions in Iran. So I think that's an oversimplification, and I think Landa Celts, from his position, would give concessions, whereas the other two guys on the panel, they were a lot more hardcore, if you want to use that. I think you used that word.
Yeah.
They were a lot more.
Where were the other two guys from? Are they English or Irish?
No, they were Bengali guys, I think.
Yeah, where are they residing? Here or there?
England.
Oh, for God's sake!
And
Get them out.
what I was saying, what we were talking about, it's an Irish population. Like, if England became Muslim tomorrow, it wouldn't be the same as other countries. They have their own culture, their own language.
But this is the problem.
We've already got our own culture, cheeky son.
The problem is.
Yeah, there it is. You see, before Muslims came to Britain, there was no Indian restaurants or chicken curry or any of this stuff.
No. But come on, seriously though. I mean, the reality is anything of Irish culture or English culture, wherever country it is in the West, if that's at odds Islamically, then it has to be removed or made Islamic.
Oh, I can't live up. No, look. Listen.
So it doesn't necessarily. So these people.
I can understand why you men don't mind so much. Even Pat probably thinks, I don't really want it to change. But the worst case scenario, I would get an extra wife.
No. I've said categorically, I will not allow crosses, statues, music, literature,
pubs.
People are not closing pubs for religious reasons. I've got my own thoughts.
I'm talking about.
Would you make the women wear robes or not?
I've already said about the dress thing. Only wackos are wearing like 18th, 19th century garb and all that. No one walks around like that.
Okay.
Why are you asking me? I'm not a Muslim.
No, I'm just checking. I want to see how many sellouts we got on the men's side.
What do you think I'm going to... So this is what I mean. Do you think I would put you in a burqa? Why would I do that? I'm not a Muslim.
No, I think there's a few men that would, though.
Like who?
They're always saying, stick Jupiter in a burqa.
That's not because you're a female. That's not because you're a female.
I'm joking.
It's your views. But I think Ireland would change drastically. I haven't changed on my position from the start of the debate, and England's a different kettle of fish though, because in England you've got a very big Muslim population. There's not a big Muslim population in Ireland. So in Ireland we talk in hypotheticals because we can't really point to anything that's actually changed. Whereas in England, I guess you guys will point to things. Jupiter's pointing to demographic change. Closing down of pubs and whatnot.
Pat, because this is curious. I was only thinking about this a while ago. Remember the Algerians? They got rid of the French, right? There was the Algerian War of Independence.
Yeah.
And the Algerians, they got rid of the French out of Algeria. Well, let's pretend that the Algerian War of Independence failed.
Yep.
And the Algerians didn't get rid of the French.
Yep.
France didn't look at as Algeria as an actual colony.
It had a complicated status, yeah.
France looked at Algeria as part of the Fifth Republic.
Correct.
That means that it didn't even look at it as a colony. It looked at it as
the status was
part of France, right? It looked at it as part of France.
They did, but I think we can both agree that it was held in lesser degree. It had a complicated status. That argument
the French
actually used.
Indochina.
You know, I hear you.
Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. They didn't look at it the way they looked
But
at it.
you know that argument's used by Algerians that want France to govern their nation again.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But no, what I'm saying is, what would have happened if it would have failed, right? That would mean that France today, if the Algerian War of Independence failed, that would mean that at least half the population of France would be Muslim.
But this is the thing. You're an imperialist, right? The same as the French. You're different imperialisms, but you're an imperialist. I am against imperialism, an anti-imperialist. So, who's just said so today?
Oh, that's interesting, Pat. So what would you bring in then? Some form of communism or something?
You'd be a republic. A republic.
No, I'm not a communist.
Republic.
It would obviously be a republic.
A republic, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what does that mean? That doesn't. A republic can be communist. A republic could be fascist. A republic could be capitalist. All I'm saying is, Land of Celts, you're an imperialist. Jupiter, you're an imperialist. Wendy Wu, you're an imperialist.
No,
you are. Hold on, you are. It's not. I'm not using it as a slur, but you're all different imperialists. You know, like Land of Celts would like to see Islam dominate the earth. Everybody was.
Pat, I think you have me wrong.
How am I an imperialist? What do I want to see dominate the earth?
Well, you're a British nationalist, correct?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I want to fucking go around taking over the rest of the world.
Well, okay, are you going to say that you're against?
I'd like to see the Muslim countries run their own affairs.
No,
So doesn't mean I want every place in the world. The whole world is never going to be Muslim.
No, we're not saying. Again, this is a hypothetical. We know it's not, but I'm saying to you, as a Muslim, surely you would like to see the whole world governed Islamically, the law of God.
It's not, because
we know it's not. But wouldn't you like to see it?
But it's not. This is what separates me from people like.
Would you not
Andrew
like
Chowdhury.
to see it?
No, but the Muslims. It doesn't mean that I want the whole. It's not. The Quran says that there's always going to be non-Muslims in the world. It doesn't mean if I was.
What does it say for the end times?
Well, there will always be.
No, but I'm sorry, Land of Celts. Come on, let's not. You know.
I'm giving you my views.
But
you
hold
think
on.
that I'm holding back. That's what I dislike. You think that? Oh, come on, tell us your real views. I'm telling you my real views.
So what you're saying is you don't want the law of God to rule the whole world.
I want them to rule. The Muslims to rule their own land. That's enough for me.
What about?
Okay, so would you be prepared to all just fuck off back to your own land and build it again?
No, but you. This is the thing then. My understanding, Land of Celts, is if you're a Muslim, not saying it's an attainable goal, but you would like to see, because you believe the Quran is the word of God. Surely you would like to see that implemented across the world.
Do you know what I think is a realistic goal? Do you know what I think is a realistic goal?
I'm not here to say it's negative or positive.
I know.
You know, this is what you caught down on.
But you know what I'm telling you, to me, is a realistic goal. Not some pie in the sky, you know, Andrew Chowdhury thing where the whole world is gone, you know. No, a realistic goal is for just the Muslim countries themselves
100%.
that are already Muslim countries,
right? 100%
to rule their own country.
So how can we help you do that?
But you need
us alone.
You need to answer the point of, if it wasn't an unreasonable goal, would you like to see the whole world Muslim?
What? Say that again.
If it wasn't, if you didn't view it as an unattainable goal, surely you would like to see the whole world Islamic, because you believe it's the word of God, and the word of God needs to be implemented. Surely.
I've never actually, even in my I know what you're trying to say, like if it was a dream or something.
Yes.
To me, the most I would ever expect is for the goal for me, a real goal, is for just the lands that are already Muslim rule their own affairs, which has never it's basically, even for that to happen would be incredible. Never mind the Japan.
I agree, but it's still not got an answer though, isn't it? It's
no, that's because see, this is what the lunatics make the mistake. They think the whole world is not going to become Muslim. It will never become Muslim.
Yeah, I agree. But would you
Only
like?
the
But would you?
Oh, it's never going to come Muslim.
Look, it would be an incredible achievement if the Muslim countries that are already Muslim were able to run their own affairs.
Yeah, I hear you. Right. We right. Let's put that aside now.
So that's my view.
Yeah, but what's your view? Yeah, but no. Because I'm
right, if that's your goal, why are you worrying about taking crosses off the gravestones in Europe?
Because do you know what hypothetical?
Yeah, so answer my hypothetical then. Answer my hypothetical. My hypothetical is it's a yes or no really at this point.
Right.
Hypothetically, if the whole world could be Islamic, would you want it to be the case?
The whole world.
But as a Muslim, surely this deep down.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
What's the no then? Why?
I've
What's
never
the no
thought
then?
about it. I've never thought about it.
You've never, honestly, you never.
Wow.
Yes and no.
Are you doing taqiyya?
I'd like to. Well, see, this is what I'm thinking of. If they were, I'd like them to keep their own culture. I wouldn't like everything just to be the whole, and I think I've asked before. I'm not sure, but the whole world, it says, will not be. It won't be Muslim. That's what the Quran says. That it's in the Hadiths that the whole world will never be all Muslim.
So let's say for argument's sake, okay, not the whole world.
There will always be non-Muslims, right till the
But doesn't the Quran say that in the end days it will be?
No, it says the Muslims will enter every household. That there will be Muslims, but they'll be all over the world. It doesn't mean that the whole world will become Muslim.
But you as a Muslim living in Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Here's let's make it Irish based. Would you like to see the law of God practiced in Ireland? Hypothetically, it's not going to happen.
If it happened, see, this is the thing. If it happened, I'm not saying it's going to happen. It was a hypothetical.
Yes, we're over that now. Yes.
I think you're going to have to get a gun, mate. He's not going to answer without one.
If it happened to Ireland, I would like, or this is what we had the whole discussion about the other night.
Yep.
If it happened, I would like them to keep our own culture, our own language.
But this is the problem. This is it, right? You say
you
keep the culture.
Make me say something I don't want to.
Because no, you do though. But you do believe in it because you're saying you want to preserve the culture. But we both came to the conclusion in that 3-hour-long debate the other night that music would be gone. It would be replaced with nasheeds only. Certain aspects of literature might conflate with Islamic teaching. We established that even sports may be implicated. We established the free mixing aspect. We went through a lot of statues, graves that other people are now talking about. We went through all of this, and I agreed that your position is perhaps not as orthodox as other people's.
I would agree. Yeah.
And it on that panel, the other two guys on there.
Well, they're not
but this is what I mean. But hold on, you're saying
I'm going to have to go and check that stream out and get the name of them too.
You're saying they're not Irish, right? But your religion's meant to supersede nationality. You're Muslim first, correct?
Yes, but it doesn't mean that if that's the case, there'll be no difference between me and a Bangladeshi, or an Arab, or a Pakistani, or a.
So why don't you go and live in Bangladesh then?
Because I'm not Pakistani. I'm not Bangladeshi. I'm an Irishman, born and bred in this country. I've nothing.
But it's not Irish culture you're living by, is it?
Well, I'm not going to leave me on. I'm Irish.
Yeah, but if you're Irish, you wouldn't want to get rid of the bagpipes and everything else.
So hold on. So
bagpipes, you know.
Well, I know you have this thing about. Anyway, here, there's many things that you don't like about England. So well, then why don't you leave England?
Yeah, but
if you get rid of anything that England has, well then, do you see what you're saying? Like you're saying.
Yeah, but land of Celts though, we're talking like. She might have issues with certain aspects, whereas I would contest that if we were to take an orthodox Islamic position on Ireland, a large amount of the country would have to be upheaved and changed, and most of it would not be
it's
co-opted.
a fucking hypothetical.
I know
I'm
it's not.
not planning to go out tomorrow and.
Well, you couldn't. You couldn't. I know you couldn't. It's. I know, but
It's a fantasy question.
Yes,
You're
this.
asking me.
I didn't pose this originally. I didn't.
Thinking out now. Ask yourself a question now. What you're gonna do? It's fantasy land. It's look.
That's a stupid question. What you're gonna do? We're probably gonna uprise if you fucking even try it.
Look, do you want me to tell you the real truth?
Yes, to speak the truth,
The
innit?
chance of an Islamic State happening in the fucking Arab countries is
that's irrelevant. This is irrelevant. We're not. This is irrelevant. Okay, I agree with you. It's never going to happen. But that's beside the point. My goals, what I want to attain, are probably never going to happen. Probably got more likelihood than yours. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we can't discuss what we would like the world to look like. And that's why I asked you, would you like the world to look Islamic? Look, unlike the rest of people, I'm not coming here to deride you if that's your position. Other people will, but I'm happy for you to have your view.
Getting mixed up that.
We're all having a laugh and joke, for God's sake. Don't get too serious.
You take a bit too much into it. And look, the other two that was on the chat were not Irish. So, of course,
they're Muslims. But they're Muslims.
Yep, but they're again. See, Pat, I was actually surprised that I thought that you would actually know a bit more about Muslims than what I realised.
No. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say because you were going down the whole Arabized route, and everybody on the panel rejected the notion that these lands have been Arabized. I wouldn't go down that avenue. I think you actually have
no, it's not
a good point to make there.
It's a certain, how can I say?
Here, look, let's make it easy. Are you Muslim first or you're Irish first?
I'm Muslim first, but I'm also an Irishman.
There you go then. So this is the point.
Irish Muslim or Muslim Irish.
This is. It doesn't mean that you wipe away your whole, who you are.
If it is, but you do. Hold on. If it is in conflict with Islam, then yes, you would, because we're talking. You don't get to.
Irish are. Hold on.
No. Forget the pubs.
Forget the pubs.
Forget the pubs. And you know that the pub was hardly discussed in this discussion.
Yeah, but you're going on as if I reject drinking.
No, I've never said that.
And all the bad things that the Irish do.
No. Hold on.
Why is drinking bad?
Can we forget this drinking thing, because it literally had nothing to do with the discussion. I even said to you, I'm not adverse to the issues that come with alcohol. Now, music, commemorations, sports, literature, the grave issue, the removing of certain things on churches and monasteries that have survived all sort of
war. But all these things are like dead. No one goes to church in Ireland. No one. They're dead. They're locked up.
Sure,
the church down beside me. There's 2 churches down beside me. And
what about Irish sports though? What about Irish sports?
The only thing that's popular with the cultures, and the cultures. But the cultures are the ones that live down the south. They're like the more, well, they're not as backward as they used to be, but
oh my God,
this is the old thing. See,
go on, make your point.
You don't know what the culture Dubliners look at, not as much as they used.
What's your point? What's your point about? So, where are you going with this?
The more country people are more into Gaelic and Holy. Yeah. These are the two. Now, it doesn't mean I get rid of them because they're part of Irish culture, but if you look at all these Holy,
would you change the rules? Would you change some of the rules though?
No, I'd just leave them.
Right, boxing.
There's debate of boxing. Me personally, I wouldn't.
See, this is some people, right? If they were Orthodox Muslims, would say that you're going down the road of revisionism or reformism.
I'm not.
No, I agree with you. This is what I mean. I like that you're making concessions. I like that you go, hold on a minute, I'm not going to take down that statue. But the fact is, if you were like proper Orthodox, you would be doing these things, as was said by the other panelists. Even Reactionary, who at the end of the day is a Mudhali, even he was saying he would go around defacing statues. Now he did say it was a bit tongue in cheek, but I don't know.
Told you he was trying to get you. He was
No.
trolling.
He certainly holds
Right,
those
that's it, he's
positions on
out as
Bid'ah.
well.
No, but he holds a position on Bid'ah, right? And also he said, about Shuk. So I like that you're willing to make compromises. Don't get it wrong. I'm just saying that other Orthodox Muslims may well
Not enough
say
compromises, though, is it, really?
Well, no. But no.
I mean, how are the Irish going to take having their drink and music taken away?
The music one, I don't know.
How can he be land at land? How can you be brought up Irish, yeah, even if you have now turned Muslim, and not like music and beer? I don't get it.
You just don't like drinking. That's it. What more can I tell you?
Yeah, but what about the music? What's music ever done to you?
Do you want me to tell you a personal story, Jude?
Yeah, go on then.
My mother's sister, my auntie.
Yeah.
Her, not just her, my mother's sister, and two others. Now, my mother and father, they don't drink, right? They never drank. Maybe on occasions,
What,
like
are they
weddings,
pioneers or something?
weddings and whatever, right? But I've seen an entire family destroyed from drinking.
Okay.
Right? Utterly destroyed from drinking. The two sons became alcoholics.
But hold on, look, listen.
Then the son
Land of
drove
Celts.
himself into a wall at about
Land of
100
Celts.
miles an hour.
Land of Celts.
So I've seen
Anecdotes. Listen, anecdotes in these discussions, I really don't like them, to be honest. It goes to nowhere. I can see the health aspects of drinking, and if you were coming from purely wanting to preserve people's health and to stop the societal issues with it, then that's a legitimate position. But if you're saying it's because God has commanded it, that's where the contention is in this discussion, and that's where the contention has been from the start. I'm not here really to debate the merits of your positions, because I may even agree with some of them, right?
Yeah.
I'm debating where you're coming from. You're coming from an Islamic perspective because it's the word of God. You're not really coming from a health aspect, are you? That might be that's a secondary position.
Muslims don't eat pork, not because they don't feel like eating it, because you're told not to eat it. That's it.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. You're not eating pork. You're not eating pork because God has told you to, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go then. This is why we're having this discussion, because I don't follow your scripture. So for me, I'm if I believed it was true, I'd be a Muslim, wouldn't I?
Yeah, so.
But you do realise the whole getting rid of music and getting rid of literature.
Yeah, I mean, come on, the Irish have got their own style of music as well that's really, really sort of like, you can't get rid of music.
You're going on as if this is what is sort of, I won't say it's sort of irritating. Like you're going on as if there's some fucking plan. It's a hypothetical question.
Hold on.
Like it's a hypothetical.
It's been very clear from the get-go that this is hypothetical.
And
not at one point
look,
have I said that I suspect there's some kind of secret uprising coming.
You see the Arabs themselves.
Do you accept that though, Landikels?
What?
Do you accept that from the get-go, I've been very clear this is hypothetical?
Well, I'm trying to tell you that.
All right. Well, I know it's hypothetical. I do not believe there is a secret Islamic plot like other people do. All right?
Like, look, in the Arab world, right?
Yes, apart from the two English that were talking with you, them Bengalese boys.
Well,
but no, they are proper Orthodox Muslims.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to get their names.
Why are you getting their names? This is the problem. This is the problem with these discussions, though, because
I know.
Because look, at the end, you see, I knew this would happen from that discussion we had. Already, people are saying that you want to go around smashing graves, Landikels.
Yeah,
right?
see.
You see, this is where the problem comes, because people don't want to, have a debate on it. They just want to get a bit of,
And it
a
wasn't
gotcha moment.
it wasn't a
I'm just having a laugh. Don't
it
get too
wasn't a
upset.
Yeah, but he's getting
secret
emotional. You can
discussion.
hear.
If it was a secret discussion, we wouldn't have aired it on live.
Listen, these discussions need to take place, and they're interesting to me. But yeah, I understand it's hypothetical. It's obvious it's hypothetical.
In the Arab world, right, where this is where they were the first Muslims, right? So even there, these people, and they're Arabs, right? They have the chances of you putting like an Islamic State in
You made this point. I
those
get you.
countries,
I hear you.
and
You
they
made it.
reject it. They
Yeah.
reject it.
So if I hear you.
It's a
Yeah, but we know this.
What you want and what you get is two different things.
Yeah, but it's interesting to know what people want, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you can get 20% of that, it's an achievement. This is we all have things that we don't like about our country.
Yeah, but hold on, but the things that you take issue with, I would argue, are the fabric of Ireland.
What do you mean, the fabric?
Well, the music, the literature,
exactly.
the dancing, the free mixing.
That's the whole thing. Let's say if we got
That's what he hates about Ireland. He hates everything
Let's say
Irish.
if we got a few things. Right? For instance, you agreed, Pat, with me. You don't like the gay rights thing, the trannies and all.
Yeah, but hold on. It was homosexuality was criminalised in Ireland to the 1990s.
Yeah,
That's not even. But that's not alien to Ireland. That notion. That's a homegrown notion. It's not an imported notion. It's emerged from Ireland. Okay, you could argue Christianity and whatnot, but you'd be going back so ridiculous.
These are all like certain things. Look, I think that the liberals, they don't have much ideological power, but I think they're hard to defeat because they've got all the governments on their side.
Look, I despise the liberals, but this is the thing. Look, the reality is, you can't deny that the fabric of Ireland would change completely.
Of course, you said the fabric of Ireland would change, but
drastically. No, drastically. We need to get there. Drastically change. If we implemented all of what we discussed, Ireland would no longer be Ireland. It would be a new state. It would cease to be Ireland. You would achieve what the English tried to achieve for 800 years.
But they're already achieved now.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Now, I predict that in another, who knows, maybe a couple of decades, that Ireland could probably be part of the UK again.
Sorry, say that again. Say that again.
Ireland could probably be part of the kingdom again.
When?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Well, I don't know.
Because there's nothing to hold on. There's nothing to distinguish.
You've gone too far.
Hold on, Jupiter. Listen. What?
Jesus Christ.
Listen. What distinguishes Irish today, as right now, to the English?
You tell me what makes them different then, you tell me what makes them the same then in your eyes.
Well,
today.
Language is the only thing, and hardly any Irish speak. Very
yeah.
Why?
Right.
Makes me laugh as well.
Why do hardly any Irish people speak Gaelic?
Because of the English.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. There we go. Because of the English, and there's you wanting to bring even more restrictions on Irish culture, a culture that was preserved and fought for. People martyred themselves for and suffered torture for,
that you say,
and were exiled for. And do you want to change it?
The culture that you say is Irish is all brought in from the English. We've adopted their culture after 800 years.
So you think Irish music's adopted from England, yeah?
What music?
Irish music.
And you've got the Irish folk music. You've got Gaelic. You've got your own myths.
Yeah,
you've got your own myths.
All
it's
of
a distinct.
Is lost.
No. Hold on. It's a distinct nation.
Right, the Gaelic, look, because as you have, well, I agree with you. It needs a revival. I agree with you.
More than a revival.
Yeah, I agree with you. But it doesn't help when you're trying to rid other aspects of Irish culture that have been preserved and still do exist.
All the things that you talk about are part of Irish culture. They're all things that were imported in by the English.
Yeah, but it sounds to me that they're not.
That's not true.
It sounds to me like what's happened with you is that you've been born Irish, right? You would like to have all your own independent Irish roots and culture and get rid of the English. You ain't been able to do that, so you say, "Oh, fuck it, then I'll just take the fucking Muslims in. I have the Muslim faith." That's kind of what it sounds like you're saying. It's like
Hold on. Import who in?
No, I'm talking about the Muslim ideology. It's like it's not people. Forget people. It's almost like you're saying to yourself, "Oh, I would like to have my heritage, my proper independent Irish heritage, but because that hasn't happened and the English have been too dominant and too involved in Ireland, and we can't seem to get away from the English, just to spite them." We'll have the Muslim ideology then, rather than have the English one. That's kind of like what it sounds like you're saying.
Well, the English are never going to vote to, bring the language back. Are they? They do everything. Every single political party. Like, there only a while ago, Jupiter, 4 political parties, the 4 ruling parties in the Dáil, which is the government building, 4 of them all voted to have the black and tans, which is
hold on, Lander Celts. This is half the problem because people recognise the Dáil and recognise the legitimacy of the Dáil. As I said the other night, the only reason there is anything known as Ireland is because of republicanism. If it wasn't for republicanism, there would be no Ireland. So and that's why I say, you mentioned Dáil Éireann and the commemoration of black and tans. That's no shock to me. That's no surprise to me. So I don't know where you're going with it. You know my position on it. And to be honest with you, any logical person looking in, irrespective of whether they're English, should surely see that Ireland commemorating British soldiers that massacred Irish people would be ridiculous. However, that you're right in what you say that Fine Gael, voted in by Irish people, proposed that very notion.
That's why they're inviting the Queen over. It's to get Ireland the Irish to become used to being like.
Are you talking about Remembrance Day though, Pat? Because surely you'd be remembering the people that.
No, we're not. No, we're not. This basically the black and tans were like a
militia, an English militia, a British militia.
So let's put it this way: it would be like someone hosting a bloody SS memorial in Jerusalem. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
It would be like the English host. It would be like the English remembering Nazis or the English remembering whoever they fought against. It's just stupid behaviour. Yeah. But the point is, Lander Celts, you agree with me on the British aspect in Ireland, but then you want to change Ireland to where it no longer will be Ireland. It will be it just basically will be Islamic. You call it like Al Ireland, or Arabized Ireland, or something like that. I mean, I have to say, I find it mad. Because.
Yeah, I told you what he's doing. It's one of those. He reminds me of a kid who can't get his own way. So he says, "Well, all right then."
No,
if
he's
I'm
making compromise.
No.
He has made like compromises and said he'd give concessions, right? So, and I respect that position, like on the statues and whatnot. But still, the music, and we've gone over it so many times. All of that, it would be crazy. It'd just be absolute madness. And they would, and you can't deny that Ireland wouldn't no longer exist. It would be gone. It would just be finished.
Well,
yeah, and once the word gets out, a load will leave England and sail over to Ireland to join.
Well, yeah, as I was saying before,
it's a hypothetical, so.
the Bosnia and Eastern Europe, when the Turks came to Eastern Europe, they came into Eastern Europe, Bosnia, Albania, Hungary. The Bosnians were Christians, right? Albania was Christian. Do the Bosnian people still exist today? Are Bosnians still Bosnians? Albanians still Albanians? Do you know that the Albanians have on their flag, you ever see the black crow on the Albanian flag?
Yeah.
Well, that black crow is of a guy he fought against the Ottoman Empire.
But you can't. But you're naming nation states that aren't Islamic states. Okay, so it's incomparable. It's like me saying Lebanon. Lebanon's not an Islamic state. We're talking about a hypothetical Islamic state being established in Ireland and what the ramifications on Irish society would be.
But you're looking at it. I'm talking about a state in today's age. We're not talking about going back 15 centuries. That's why
You know what? This is really sad because this is somebody else that's lost their identity. How many more people are we going to come across that don't know who they are anymore?
No,
It's
we
really,
don't.
really sad.
Most of my people don't know who they are, Jupiter, because of your people.
Don't blame my people. Who's my people?
The Irish women go out to on a Saturday night in Dublin city centre, and you will see them acting exactly like the English. Women with beer bellies, overgrown with no knickers on, getting sick all over the streets. The Gardaí coming, and they're tearing the hair out of each other, 7 or 8 of them, and the women are like men, only that they have dresses on.
Now you're taking the piss, mate.
That's your culture.
What do you mean it's my culture? I can't remember the last time I went out and got into a fucking
we get it from you.
fight drunk.
Our women were never like that. They're not like that because of your culture.
Oh, get out of it.
Television.
Don't make out the Irish women have never been hard. They've always been out of fucking punch and pump.
The women years ago were very different to English.
Okay, I was married to an Irishman for 15 years. Don't tell me that the Irish are fucking weak little ladies. Don't you dare.
No, they weren't weak. I'm talking about their morality.
I can go to the Appleby Fair. You soon know.
Yeah, but hold on now, the Celts. Again, we can accept that Catholicism was moulded into Irish identity, and Irish Catholicism is its own distinct thing in many aspects. Could you do the same with Islam, Orthodox Islam? That is, I'm not talking about Sufism or any kind of section. No. Could you mould Orthodox Islam with Irishness? That is the crux of the question, isn't it?
Well, there's people who still, to this day, still say that the Catholic religion is moulded into Irishness, which I will admit it's still there, even though it's lost its power completely. But there is something still. I couldn't explain it to
do you think it's because how long have you been Muslim? Is it because you lost your faith with the Catholic Church to do with all the abuse scandals and stuff?
Well, that's what everyone in the whole of Ireland,
yeah, and therefore you've wanted to keep on your belief in God, but you've had to sort of attach yourself to another religion. Is that what's happened?
Yeah.
Totally. Is that true? You left? Is that you were practicing Roman Catholic, and because of the abuse scandal, you became Muslim? Is that true?
Well, not really, like a really practicing, but I came from a religious Catholic family. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Oh, that's very, very sad, actually. Then, because it means that he had a deep faith in God.
And my mother left the church for years.
But look, the Catholic Church is, after the British, is the second, could say enemy of Ireland anyway, if you really want to get into it.
Well, you cannot the hatred for the Catholic Church in Ireland is.
But but there's two different types of hatred, isn't there? There's liberal hatred of the Catholic Church, which is based on essentially destroy everything, and then there's a genuine disliking of the Catholic Church. And the liberal hatred of the Catholic Church has resulted in what we've seen the last 2 years, the gay marriage and abortion thing and all that. But,
And then there's the team. But now they've joined forces anyway.
It is interesting. I would just say this. It is interesting to me that you're not an Irish Republican, first and foremost. That is interesting. and that you put I guess you don't like the term ideology, but I use another ideology above that, even though you are sympathetic to Irish republicanism, and 90 miles up the road is still the border. So it is interesting to me, that position. I wouldn't criticize you though, because at the end of the day, all of that's gone down a cul-de-sac. It's finished. But still, I don't think we'll ever agree on.
See, look, I tell you,
go on.
With Muslims who they always talk about when they talk about what type of a state that the Muslims could have. Each country, their own different country. Each country is different. What they would like their state to become, and then they say, right, we'd like a Muslim state, but there's ones that want just a hardcore, bleeding insanity. We kick out everyone. The UN is not to be allowed. There's no ambassadors, and then there's ones that want a sort of a modern Muslim state.
So what? How do I put it publicly? You're one of those people that wants this modern Muslim state.
A modern Muslim state.
So you're not an Ikhwani, you're now saying, or anything of that nature.
What do you mean Ikhwani?
Well, exactly what I mean.
Explain to me what you think.
All right, I'll use the term Islamist. I'll use just for the ease of discussion.
You could say, I would class myself as an Islamist, but there's different brands. It's not all one.
So what brand are you then?
It's not like they don't even within the movement.
But what brand are you though? Would you be willing to say what brand you are? Or?
No, I'd just say you could class me. What other people would call me, or even the liberal Muslims. The ones like Adnan, or what's his name?
So you wouldn't.
Hold on.
You want Sharia?
Hold on, Jupiter. So you're saying what Adnan Rashid would class you as a liberal?
No, Majid Nawaz would call Adnan Rashid and me as Islamists.
Yeah. So exactly. Do you reject the term Islamist? I guess, yeah.
No, I wouldn't reject it.
Okay, so you are.
You're saying that me and Adnan Rashid, he doesn't want. Adnan Rashid is from Pakistan. Mm-hmm. I'm not from Pakistan, so it doesn't mean that you think that I'd let Adnan Rashid rule over Ireland.
No, that's never been the contention though in this argument.
He doesn't know Ireland. He doesn't know what the ins and outs of Ireland.
I know. I never presumed that would be the case.
It's not all. They're not all.
Look, this is where it gets weirder though. Yeah. Okay, it's weirder because I know you're not saying you're going to bring in people from other parts of the world to enforce this. What's weirder is the notion that Irish people will reject everything about their identity and embrace a new identity.
Remember, our hypothesis was if the whole Irish people in the morning.
Yeah.
Remember that now. So they would be the ones enforcing it. It's not me telling them. I'm not telling them to say, you must do this. It's a...
Yes.
The hypothesis is...
That's correct.
The whole of Ireland.
It would cease to be Ireland still, though, wouldn't it? It would just be an Islamic state.
That speak Irish with an Irish accent, and they have their own teams.
Oh, so you're now saying you would revive the language?
Did I not say that? Do you not?
Yeah, but the rest of Ireland clearly doesn't have an interest in that. So I'm presuming, given that we're saying that all the Irish would be Muslims.
Hold on.
Well, they don't currently, do they? What would you say? What percentage of? Why would they? Why would they?
Hold on.
Would they not be more interested in learning Arabic, perhaps, than Irish if they were Muslim? No.
Why doesn't?
Did you laugh at the death of British troops? Someone's just wrote that you did. Pat.
What's that got to do with this?
Did you? Why are they writing that?
Well, I couldn't care less.
Who's
Oh, fuck, that's disgusting.
Whatever. You go on, Danica.
Oh, shut up.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, look, in Iran, you know, Persia, before it was Shia.
Yeah.
Iran never adopted Arabic. It kept its own language.
That's true. Yeah.
Now, is Iran still Iran?
Yeah, but what? Yeah, no, I hear you. But I'm saying, like, you're talking about like
Persian
Irish
culture. Hold on, Pat. Is there Persian culture? Is there a Persian culture? Are they different? Did they have their own language?
Yeah, of course they do.
Well,
but the difference is
Ireland wouldn't be Ireland.
No, Irish is, it's not a dead language, but it's, I think you said it's near enough dead.
It's near. Well, I won't say it's more popular than it was in the 90s.
So on that basis, then, right?
Yeah.
The idea that like Irish people, they don't want to like en masse learn Gaelic now. So why would they want to do it if they all were Muslim? I'm saying it would be more logical they'd want to be learning Arabic to me than Irish. If they don't want to learn it now, why would being Muslim make them want to learn it?
That's one thing I would force. I told you that. That's one thing.
Yeah, I know you would, but the other people would not necessarily want it because they would want to learn the language of Arabic so they could understand Islam better. I would assume.
To me, what makes a country much more a people is the language. If you don't have the language,
I agree with you. I agree with you. But do you not agree with me? Surely, the Irish people, if they all became Muslim tomorrow morning, would go no. There'll be more people that want to learn Arabic than Irish. That's my point.
I don't believe that they would just turn into let's all become we'll become Arab. We'll forget the Irish language. We won't be Irish anymore. We'll just I just don't believe that happened because if we've seen look Pat, all of these things that we're talking about right now has happened many times in the Muslim world, and they didn't why isn't Turkey Arab? How come they kept their language? How come the Turks kept? Isn't the Turks a people? Don't the Turks have their own culture? Don't they have their own language? How come the Turks didn't disappear when they adopted Islam? How come the Persians didn't disappear when they adopted Islam?
Sorry, my mind was messed up. Yes, no, I'm saying, you're saying why didn't the Turks disappear with the Persians? Their language wasn't dead, was it? It was already there. Do you know, Irish is already like. Yeah, but their language wasn't in the ground.
Not dead. It's not dead.
No, it's
bloody heard, Pat. You're disgusting.
I couldn't care less, Jupiter, and I'm not here to discuss any of that. My political views on that.
Yeah, but
I couldn't care less.
In England, do that when
I couldn't care less.
I
couldn't care less what you think, and I couldn't care less what edited thing you've heard. I couldn't care less. Good luck with it. I've already dealt with it many months ago.
That's what you're still going on about British troops.
Yeah, I couldn't care less.
No, it's a recording of him laughing at different things.
Well, you laugh at dead Muslims, don't you, all the time? So,
sorry,
you laugh. You and the others on your Real McGee's channel, you laugh when there's people dying all the time in Muslim countries. So,
do they? Where?
I've lost count.
Don't tell lies. Nobody has ever laughed about anybody dying in Muslim countries. Why are you lying?
They call them maggots, rats. How many?
Who do?
Ollie is on that channel, and now you want us to cry.
Right, number one, I'm not on that channel. I haven't been on that channel for 2 months.
Said something about
number two, bollocks, mate. Number two, yeah, no. Listen. You ain't going to fucking lie on me. One thing I don't like is someone lying on me because I stand by my words. I ain't ashamed of my words. I've never, ever laughed at a Muslim being fucking killed. I've laughed at people telling me they're going to chop me head off. I've laughed at that. I've laughed at the idiots that have come and told me that shit.
Anyway, look. Why are you bringing up something that happened ages ago?
Because someone fucking dropped it in the side chat and said, oh, have you heard this? This is what he's laughing at.
I couldn't care. As I said, it's been dealt with months ago, and I couldn't care what editing as well. I couldn't care less. Do you understand me?
Yeah, well, you should do.
No, I couldn't care less.
Yeah, but you should do.
Yeah, I'll say it last time. I couldn't care less.
Yeah, but you should do.
Yeah, why is that then?
Because at the end of the day, everybody should have at least one little bit of decency. You should be laughing at the death of people.
Yeah. I couldn't care less.
But he's not loyal to Britain.
I don't expect him to be loyal to Britain. We all know he's a sellout. being born in Britain and wanting your Irish heritage is a sellout.
Look.
We all know that. We all know he's English. But
You can come up with whatever you want, Jupiter. I couldn't care less. You understand me?
I couldn't care less that you don't care less, mate.
Well, there you go then.
But I think you're disgusting. I think you're disgusting.
Well, again, I couldn't care less.
Yeah, well, I think you're disgusting. So we'll have to agree to disagree.
Well, there you go.
On that point, we'll have to agree to disagree.
Well, fine.
So, someone dropped a bombshell, did he?
Dropped a bombshell. How can he have mock outrage about fucking crosses on graves when he's quite happy to laugh at fucking people being killed?
Well, the reality is, Jupiter, why would someone have any respect for a British soldier if they were an Irish Republican, first and foremost? Why?
Because it's not the soldier that is your problem. Soldiers only follow orders.
Yeah.
If you don't understand that, you're daft.
Yeah. There's no conscription in this country after 1950 something. So that excuse doesn't wash with me.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've got more respect for somebody that goes and does it legitimately than joins a little fucking club and blows people up. And he does mad little phone calls and says, we put a bomb in that pub and then blow to smithereens a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy.
What pub was that then?
Well, that wasn't in a pub, actually. That was in a fucking
right. But,
shop, a shopping centre in a bin.
But yeah, well, your own military summed up that organisation in 2005 as being a capable army. So, take it up with the MOD if you don't like what they're classified as.
I just think it's disgusting. Anybody
did you hear what I just said? The MOD in 2005 classified that organisation as an army. It's actually a quote. They said they're a capable army. So your own military don't agree with your assessment.
They gave it a legitimate army, did they? I don't think they said it was a legitimate army. I think they were talking as in they were strategically like an army.
Well, you made out like they were a bunch of ragtag nobodies that used to put devices in pubs, as if that's what they did.
Well, they did, didn't they? They put it.
Is that all they did?
They put it in pubs. They put it in shopping. They killed innocent people.
Have you heard of a
They
pub
killed innocent people.
Have you heard of a pub called McGurk's?
No, I haven't. What about it?
So that was blown up by the British military and their proxy forces. So, you're not going to get any moral high ground here with me.
It's nothing to do with moral high ground.
So you blew up a pub full of innocent people called McGurk's, the McGurk's pub bombing. You're not going to get any moral high ground here.
Yeah, and why was that blown up?
Why? What do you mean, why was it blown up?
Yeah, why was it blown up?
Why do you think it was blown up?
In a strategic warfare? Or was
it wasn't.
Was it somebody just deciding to attack the public for no reason at all?
They attacked it because they were Irish. Yeah, that's why. The Sean Graham bookmakers.
So you're telling me it was terrorists? It weren't the army. It was terrorists.
No, it was the. Have you ever heard of a thing called the Military Reaction Force?
No, not really. But I'll look it all up tonight.
The Military Reaction Force is a regiment of the British Army.
Right.
Have you heard of the Miami Showdown massacre?
No.
Oh yeah.
Where they took out. So this was a non-political band made up of just like a pop group.
Yeah,
where they took them out and murdered them. And it's now coming out in court that Robert Nyrek, an SAS soldier, led that mission. So you can reel off things all day. I can reel off things all day. The difference is you're the invader. You're the occupier. You're the aggressor. That's the difference.
Yeah, nobody is justifying invading anywhere.
Well, there you go then. So you could look, as I
and
said,
that includes Irish people invading Britain and fucking blowing up.
the IRA were
That's
not
what
invading.
You did. You infiltrated.
The IRA did not invade Britain.
You infiltrated. It's the same thing, mate.
No, it's not the same thing.
If you infiltrate a country to fucking
you
blow them
waged
up,
war.
it's disgusting.
You waged war.
Yeah, but you couldn't even join your legitimate army and fight.
What legitimate army is that?
Do it with your fucking little sidekicks.
What legitimate army are you talking about?
Well, there you go. Why not have an army? Why not have an army to fight for your nation?
Well, the Irish people did recognise that as the Army of Ireland. What are you talking about? So you're going to deny that?
Yeah, no, at the time they did, to be fair.
Right. So on that basis then, if your nation's invaded and occupied and they've waged war on you, why can't you wage war back on them? Can you tell me why? Take your emotion out of it. Someone invades your country, wages war on you, and then you wage war back on them. What's wrong with that?
It's still disgusting, mate, to laugh at it.
I couldn't care. Look,
I would never laugh at any of the Irish that got killed.
Well,
I would never laugh at them.
Let me tell you now. All those Irish children shot 30.
Yeah,
Irish
I would never.
children
Yeah, and I would never laugh at it. But
Yeah.
to you, it's
Well,
funny.
your soldiers did. Well, your soldiers
Yeah,
did.
but
And your
if your IRA
Yeah.
blew up kids in this country, and you're laughing at that.
The difference is no, I'd never laugh at that one. The difference is don't say that because I'd never laugh at that one. But the difference is the intention. Okay, you people, your movement, are currently campaigning for the release of a British soldier who shot a disabled man with the mental age of an 8-year-old in the back twice, and he's wheeled out as some kind of hero.
And how many people involved in the IRA have been allowed to progress up, and all the other stuff that's been going on, where they turn a blind eye to it all now?
Like what? Give me an example.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn goes and meets people from the IRA or ex-IRA members, and he's all right with them. Nobody's shunning them. Nobody's saying that they should be fucking.
Well, hold on.
I hate the way people bring that up. Jeremy Corbyn was asked by MI5. No one ever mentions that. Do you think they would let Jeremy Corbyn meet the IRA without the say-so of the intelligence service?
Yeah, he was one of the people that assisted in pacifying that movement. Right now, the reality is, you're the invader, you're the occupier. Don't wage war on people if you don't want to get bitten back. Simple. Don't come around murdering.
That doesn't justify laughing at death, does it?
I couldn't care less.
No, but that doesn't justify it.
Hold on. Not long ago on this panel,
you can justify maybe wanting to defend yourself, but you can't justify it laughing at the death.
Of course you can. Now,
no, you can't.
You can say it's crass. You can say it's crass.
That's disgusting. It's disgusting.
No. Not too long ago on this panel, the sinking of the Belgrano was mentioned, and there was a little bit of chuckling about the idea and how it would be done again in an instant. So again, don't come at me, because you're not going to get no kind of apology.
I never laughed at the fucking sinking a boat.
Well, you didn't.
I never laughed.
Well, you didn't.
I never laughed. I've got a dark sense of humour, but I certainly never laugh at fucking particular victims.
As I said, I don't. First of all, I don't see them as victims. I reject the term victims. Number one, and number two, I've already said I couldn't care less. So if you want to have a discussion about the merits of war, fine. But I couldn't care less if you find it unpalatable or disgusting.
I find it unpalatable and disgusting. Yeah, I do.
I couldn't care less.
Yeah, I know you've made that statement, and I said we'll have to agree to disagree.
Well,
I think that makes you despicable.
Well, again, I couldn't care.
Well,
couldn't care.
What do you say about this?
I tell you.
I'm listening. Yeah, I mean, I think Jupiter, you'd probably be. I mean, you know what Pat's about. You know Pat's position. You know he's probably not going to be yielding on too much. I mean, this is he's the product of a generation.
Well, that's what I said. We'll have to agree to disagree. I just think it's despicable to laugh at any.
You mentioned Appleby Horse Fair. So have you been to Appleby Horse Fair before?
Why would it make any difference
Well,
to you?
have you met travellers before?
Obviously.
So you've met travellers from like the north.
Yeah, I've met travellers from all over. Why
Alright,
would
so
that
well,
bother
I'm
you?
just saying you're a little bit older than me. I've not actually met that many people who knew the sort of the worst parts of the Troubles. It's not really as relevant these days. But if you go back a generation, like it was more common. Like I'm sure you've met people who have Republican sympathies, no?
I've met, look, my in-laws, right? One was Republican and one was not. So at the end of the day, I'm used to it. For some strange reason, in my whole of my life, I've always had differing factions and been able to deal with both throughout the whole of my life. So to me, it's not a problem.
Well, yeah, that's what I was hoping. Maybe you could employ some of the strategies you might have learned in dealing with Irish people with Republican sympathies. I've met both. I've met loyalists and I've met Republicans, but
yeah, but even those, I would not have laughed at fucking people being dead. Specific people. We're not talking about a joke here. We're not talking about a dark joke and then people have laughed.
Outrage.
We're talking.
I haven't actually seen this video.
No, it's not false outrage.
Well, let me take. Let someone have a response. Let someone have a response.
It makes a comical joke. Yeah. I've got dark humour. I can laugh at dark humour.
Well, whatever.
But
get over it.
When you're specifically pointing out a set of people and taking joy and glee, then it becomes a little bit narcissistical and nasty and fascistical.
Well, I couldn't care less for any of them terms. Narcissistic, I don't think is the right one. But anyway, Irish rebel music, okay? Come Out You Black and Tans is a jolly tune about shooting black and tans. Gosh, there's pretty much every Irish rebel song is talking about killing. And quite a few of them have a jolly tone to them. What do you think of that, Jupiter?
Well, I think is anybody that I think during war there is banter and those kind of things can be moralistic. It's bad on both sides, I would imagine.
So you think Irish rebel music's bad?
Imagine there's war songs on both sides. Let's not make out that don't happen between the men.
Well, one's right, one's in the wrong.
But what I'm saying is to actually laugh at specific people that have died is wicked.
Look,
it's wicked.
For instance, there's an Irish rebel singer who wrote this song way post Good Friday Agreement, probably not even 10 years old. And that song is called 18 Brits Were Blown to Bits. What do you think of that? What do you think about him? Do you think he should be allowed to sing that? Or is the free speech enthusiasm going to go away now?
Should have wrote a song back, Irish cunts, a little runt.
Well, there you go then. You can do that.
Well, there you go.
Go and do it then.
John Lennon wrote a song, Give Ireland Back to the Irish.
John Lennon said...
That was Paul McCartney. John Lennon wrote a song calling... He done one called Luck of the Irish and Sunday, Bloody Sunday. And it
was John Lennon that wrote the song Give Ireland Back to the Irish.
No, it was Paul McCartney.
I think Land might be right.
No, Paul McCartney sung "Give Ireland Back to the Irish." John Lennon done.
Yeah, I'm on your side now, Land. Give it to him. Go on.
All right. Well, the fact
he's offended me tonight. I'm back. He's back in my bad books for a few days.
I'm a bit of a John Lennon fan, so.
Anyway, Paul McCartney definitely sung "Give Ireland Back to the Irish."
Yeah.
See who was the one. McCartney or Lennon.
Lennon did two songs, and he actually referred to the English as pigs in one of those songs. Stupid. What do you think of that?
What?
John Lennon wrote a song where he called the English people pigs for what they did to Ireland. What do you think of that? I
think John Lennon got shot, and maybe he deserved it. No, but he wears glasses, so he's 4 eyes.
It was Paul McCartney.
John Lennon also sang a song.
I think he sang it for McCartney.
The people.
No, he did. But the point is, there's so many examples of, I guess you'd say, music and poetry that is going to say things and whatnot that you won't agree with. It's tough. Like that person you just said that wrote that song, and you said you're going to write a song calling what was it? Irish people cunts. Well, go and write it then.
Yeah, well, I'll go and do a rap.
Yeah, go and do it. Go and do a little rap.
Yeah.
I've got to say, Pat has held it up for the anti-imperialist position today. Tonight, he's smashed it. He's pretty much taken on all comers. So
Paul McCartney, yeah.
Big up. No, yes, he's dealt with Land of Celts.
That's because you don't like music, Land. That's why you didn't know who it was.
And it was banned by
you were backing him though, there, Jupiter. You were backing
him. Only because he was having a go at you. You ain't even going to deny that.
But you know, like, I mean, what do you expect, Jupiter? In all honesty,
decorum and integrity.
Well, you guys certainly didn't display that in your campaigns around the world, did you?
Yeah.
Listen, fighting's one thing. Fighting's one thing. Laughing after all these years later is another.
You weren't fighting, and it's all these years later. You weren't fighting.
Yeah, all these years later.
Now, let's get it right. You weren't fighting. You were terrorizing people. Let's get it
out
right.
of it. Like you didn't terrorize back.
Well, that's tough. You cast the
well,
first
there
stone.
You go. So all shares in love and war, but you don't have to be fucking a bit fucking evil afterwards.
No, you cast the first stone. Okay, does that not matter to you?
Cast the first stone.
Yeah.
We must have been without sin then.
No, see, this is the problem with these sort of discussions. Can you not even admit that you started that conflict?
No, I can't because I don't really know too much detail about it. All I know is from basic history that I learned at school. Ireland wanted to separate. A group of people didn't want to. They wanted to stay British. It was down to religious sectarianism, and they were fighting with each other. The ones that wanted to stay British, we had to fucking defend them, so we had to send our army in to defend them against their own people.
This is the British education system.
Actually, we are saviours and protectorate.
This is the British education system at work, people. Let's Park Island then, because we can use another example, many examples. Who cast the first stone in India?
I don't know.
Well, you do know.
Someone go and get Raj.
You do know. When you were bayoneting a 12-year-old Indian boy called Raji.
No, I don't know, and I didn't bayonet anybody.
Yeah. So don't come here about decorum.
I never bayoneted anybody.
When your boys bayoneted a 12-year-old Indian boy in the head,
my boys.
Because it wouldn't.
My boys are good boys, I'll have you know.
Your army boys, when they were around the world terrorising, not fighting, terrorising. And you expect people to have respect for them. You're having a laugh.
Yeah, I do expect people to have respect for armies, all armies of all countries. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
So you have respect for an... Okay, have you got respect for the Mahdi army then? Who are killing your boys in Basra?
I've got respect for every single person that fights in an army to defend their own country. Yeah, I do.
What about the invasion?
Taliban.
What about the invasion? Yeah, the Taliban, you got respect for them?
No, not unless they're officially the army.
Who decides what's official and not you do you?
If they're fighting for the state, I have respect for them, yes.
Right. So when Maggie Thatcher was supporting the Mujahideen in the 80s, were they official enough for you then? But they weren't official enough when you turned on them in the 90s, no?
I would have to find out why she supported them.
Because you hated the Soviets.
The Soviet Union.
Yeah, if it was tactical for the benefit of Britain, then let's
put it this way. Let's put it this way. Let's even move it away from like warfare.
Yeah.
Are you against, say, you heard of Nat Turner?
Yeah.
Right. Is Nat Turner right, and is it right to celebrate and honour Nat Turner and hold up what Nat Turner did as right, or is it wrong to do that?
Oh, I have no clue, to be honest.
So, do you know who Nat Turner is?
No.
You did.
Yeah, so, I thought I did, but obviously yeah, go on.
The black slave that
Sam Sharp and people, or any like anti-colonial movement. You know, when the French were in Algeria, which was brought up earlier, Are the FLN correct to remove the French from their country through force of arms or not?
Do I think anybody should be removed from their land? No, I don't fucking give a fuck who it is.
What?
I don't think anyone should be removed from their land.
Right. The French occupation of Algeria. That's Algeria. It's not France. Algeria. So do the French have a right to Algeria, or is it right for the Algerians to shoot them out of there?
No, but if they go to war, I couldn't give a toss. France,
they've already waged war by colonising a person's country. That's
but that's not my fucking problem. It weren't the British. Well, now why are you telling me about the French?
Well, because I thought it could detach your emotion from it. That's why I changed it to France.
No, I couldn't give a toss what the French do and what the fucking Algerians do.
You know when you went into Iraq in 2003?
Right, yeah.
If Iraqis shot back at British troops, would you say they were evil people? They were wrong. Or were they right?
No, they've got a right to fight back. Everyone's got a right to fight back.
But are the British Army in the wrong for being there?
Depends why they were there. If they were called in by the people, no.
Right, no. So you know about Iraq 2003, okay? So we forget what's going back.
I don't know any of the warfares in detail because it doesn't interest me.
But you're very political, but you've got no interest in arguably the most important thing in relation to politics.
I've told you before, I'm not an imperialist, but you won't believe me.
Well, look. All I'm trying to establish, Jupiter, is whether or not you believe the British Army are a just force in what they did around the world, or if the people that were resisting them were the just force. You've got to detach your emotion from it.
Everybody's got the right to defend their own lands.
And they can do it in whatever way they want, can't they?
And their own peoples.
And they can defend their land however they want.
Unfortunately for you, if the Republicans of Ireland or whatever are still fucking English, then we have to fight for them, don't we? We have to protect them. They're our people.
Do you mean the lawyers?
You've got a very basic.
Yeah, it's basic, but that is the basic problem that we've got all the way through, and it's even held up the fucking leaving the EU. To be honest,
look, well, it's a thorn in the side. I agree with you there, but the problem is the British Army have gone around murdering for 300 years since the inception of it, terrorizing, looting, raping, massacring, assisting in genocide. And they expect people to have respect for that.
But that's what people do in war.
No, Jupiter. You can't understand the simple concept of
what I'm
right
saying
and
to you is that just because we were the most successful of it doesn't mean other countries didn't do it either. What about the Mongolians?
Oh, but
what about the Romans?
You just said a minute ago.
What about the Romans? What about the Zulus?
You just said a minute ago.
Don't make fierce warriors in every other civilization.
You just said a minute ago, why am I switching to other countries? So
yeah,
what do you want to do?
But you're still doing it. So now I'm going to tell you how I feel generally.
So do you think I'm sitting here blind to what the Mongols did?
I don't know.
Do you think I'm going to sit here and defend the actions of Genghis Khan?
I don't know what you're going to defend and what you ain't going to defend.
It should be pretty obvious, shouldn't it?
Well, no, not really.
Do you think I'm going to sit here and say I support the Ottoman Empire? What do you think this is? We're talking about Britain.
What do I think the Ottoman Empire is? An empire.
Yeah. Do you not get the point? You're saying everyone else in the world has done it, which is not actually true. But
listen, I understand what you're saying, but you're going deep into deep history, and at the end of the day, it's irrelevant to today.
It's not irrelevant to today because it's not, though, is it?
Yes, it is.
Well, you've just admitted it impacted Brexit. You just admitted
if everybody
it impacted Brexit, so
agrees,
it's not irrelevant.
Everybody agrees that everybody's got the right to defend themselves, which I do agree with you on. I'm not going to say that. That's fine. What I'm kind of saying you're wrong for is for laughing at the death.
Well, we've already said, and I've already said I don't care about that, and there'll be no.
No, you don't care about it.
Okay.
And I said we'll have to agree to disagree.
Okay, you do know. That's
despicable.
You do know that your nation celebrates the murder of other people too, don't you?
Like who?
Well, what do you think when your movement is out on the streets marching, singing "No Surrender" is all about? What about Alexander?
It
Blackman?
means we ain't going to fucking surrender.
What about Alexander Blackman? When Alexander Blackman breached the Geneva Convention, I can distinctly remember people out there going, good what he did. It's real aggression on their voices.
Yeah, well, it weren't me, mate.
Yeah, but the reality is that's the case. Okay, that's the case. What do you? All this soldier A to Z nonsense.
I would say that those people are just as despicable as you if they do that.
Fine.
If people were talking about laughing about people being killed, they are sick.
Well, as I said, I couldn't care less. Big up all the fighters against colonialism and celebrate your victories against your colonizer.
What colonialism? No one's trying to colonialise anybody anymore.
Yeah, so anybody on here, whether you're Vietnamese, Irish, whether you're wherever you are in the world, good. Celebrate your victories. Don't bow down to these people. Celebrate them because you're in the right.
Celebrate what victories?
Their activities.
Right, so you think so if they come into our country, invade it, you think that's okay because of the past? That's basically what you're saying.
Who's invading your
that's
country?
basically what you're saying. If they infiltrate and they come in here and they overtake, that's what you're saying, yeah?
No, you've misread me completely.
I don't understand what you're talking about then. What are you telling them to celebrate?
Okay, I'll make it simple.
If they've been losers all the time, and Britain has been the greatest civilization because they're the ones that have picked on all these poor countries, and not one of them was fit enough to stand up.
Well,
They're all
stood up. They all stood up. Just see the ridiculousness. Not one of them stood up. They did stand up, and they shot your back and bombed your back and killed your back, and then you moan about it.
They bombed us back and killed us back, and then you say that they lost.
Who lost?
Well, you're saying that we fucking victimised everybody. But now you're saying that we didn't victimise them because they shot back.
You're the one who just said they were too weak to stand up. I'm saying the people that did stand up against you and shot back against you, the people from those lands, wherever it may be, should celebrate those people as national heroes.
Oh, if that's what you're saying, yeah, I couldn't care less if they do that in their own country.
Yeah, well, there you go then. Fine. So
I don't care if you celebrate what little fucking battles you won in your own country. That don't bother me at all. Even if it's against us in your own country.
Right.
But to laugh at the death of people.
Well, again, you keep bringing it up. I don't know what you want from me, Jupiter. I couldn't care less.
I know you couldn't, and I've said we'll have to agree to disagree.
Okay, well, you're the one who keeps mentioning it. What do you?
No, you keep bringing in other fucking countries and start going. What about this then? What about that then? What about this then?
Because it's a universally accepted thing, I would say. Where whatever ideology you belong to, surely you know right from wrong. Surely
well, you would have thought so, wouldn't you? But you obviously don't.
No, you guys don't. With all the terrorism.
No, you don't, because you think it's okay to laugh at death of people.
What people? What people specifically? People that have carried out acts of terrorism.
You have got no respect.
Was there not jokes and laughing when Baghdadi got drone striked? Were people not laughing when Suleiman got drone striked?
Well, yeah, probably you.
So if someone laughs at one of these people being drone striked, you hate that too.
Like I said, if it's done in a joke context, I can understand it because I've got dark humour. But what I heard recorded wasn't done in a dark humour sense.
Listen, tough.
Well, you say it's tough.
Yeah.
But it's just disgusting, to be honest. It's not tough.
I couldn't care. Again, I couldn't give two figs, love, in all honesty. Couldn't care less. It's the end of the day. What are you doing? So what, stupid? What is this? Some kind of... Bear in mind, some of it's edited, so if you want to go down this route, as I said, it's dealt with months ago, but... So what, stupid? So what? So what? Where are we going with this?
What I'm saying you is it wasn't a joke, it was bragging. You were laughing, it was bragging.
In response to what?
So at the end of the day, it's not...
Can I ask you, what was that? Okay.
Not clever, is it?
I would assume you're at least decent enough to go, what was that in context of, and what was it in response to, or do you not care?
No, I will go and look into it. Look into it.
Okay. Well, I'll put it up on my channel. Okay, because I tell you something, when someone makes a joke about beating Irish children and slapping Irish children about, damn right, I'm going to come back and laugh at their misery that's been inflicted on them.
Well, who
Damn
did that
right.
then?
But then
Who
you don't
did
know the
that?
context. This is what I mean. You don't know the context. You don't know the context. That's fine.
Well, I'm
You have
asking
your
you.
witch.
Well, now you chance to fucking tell me.
I don't care. I don't explain myself to you. I don't explain myself to no one. So I don't care. You have your witch hunt, but I will upload the entirety. And you can have your witch hunt, but then people can refer to context. And like I say, when someone says they were beating Irish children and then beating Irish children, teenagers, smashing their faces in, damn right I am going to laugh at the misery inflicted on their force. Damn right. So you go away your witch hunt, I will upload the context. Okay? Simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't know the context, did you? But that doesn't matter.
Whether somebody says that or not, that's disgusting. It doesn't make it right to fucking laugh at the death of people.
Well, let me tell you now. I am not going to sit there and let some scumbag from that institution gloat about beating up Irish children while they're in the army and not respond with an
Yeah, but I
equally...
haven't seen the proof of that yet. I've only seen the proof of what you did.
Jupiter, I couldn't care less if you don't see it. But the point is, I let you have your little witch hunt for 20 odd minutes, but I will upload the context. And I don't even want you to watch it. I don't want you to watch it because your opinion means nothing to me.
And?
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but I mean, and what do you want me to say? Do you want me to care that my opinion don't mean nothing to you?
No, I don't. So
ain't going to change the fact that I think it's despicable what you've done.
Well,
I don't know what you're saying to me. I've already said to you we'll have to agree to disagree.
I'll say it 100 times. I'll say it all night long if you want. I couldn't care less, Jupiter.
That's what I've said to you. We'll have to agree to disagree. I don't know what you're not getting.
Because you're the one that keeps bringing it up.
I brought it up because it got dropped in the side chat.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So I asked you about
100%. That's
You've
fine.
replied it. That's it.
But you keep bringing it up again and again. So every time you bring it up, I'll give you the same answer. Simple.
No, I don't keep bringing it up again. All I keep saying is I'm not going to change my stand on it. It's despicable. You're not going to change your stand on it. You don't care.
Every time you say that, I'm going to respond with I don't care.
What is your problem?
Because every time you're going to say it's despicable, I'm just going to say I don't care.
Well, it is despicable.
Well, I don't care.
Well, it's despicable. So we're going to do this all night then?
It's up to you, innit? Listen, if you want to sit there doing it all night, it's up to you.
I've already let you have the last word 2 or 3 times.
Sweet then.
But you still have to go on and have another last word. What is your problem?
Sweet then. What's the topic then, Jupiter?
Change it. Go on, Dan. I don't know. You switch it up.
Someone was saying in the chat about homosexuality being taught in schools. I think that was Orient Express a little while ago. Wanted to get Pat's opinion on it and Jupiter's opinion.
On LGBT in schools, I think people know my opinion on it. I think it's wrong.
So you'd probably dovetail in that.
I don't agree with children being taught sex education at the age of 5. I don't agree with the transsexuals going into the classrooms and reading stories. I think that sex education should happen, but at secondary school. And probably the year before, most likely the first year of secondary school, because that's when girls will start their periods. I think around about a year later for boys, in my opinion.
Celts or Pat?
Well,
yeah, I disagree with it completely.
Yeah,
I'm fairly sure that's pretty much everyone on the panel.
Yeah, like it's irrelevant. Like anything. Primary school's madness, obviously. That's a whole nother level. But even secondary school, I don't rate it. And I don't.
It doesn't matter what we're against it. As I was saying earlier, what you want and what you get are 2 different things. It's going through whether you want it or not. The state is going to ram it through, and if you even make a peep about saying that you don't like it, you'll be charged under a hate crime. And you'll find yourself up in court. That's what'll happen.
Well, in Birmingham there was that protest.
you'll be like Uncle Omar for the first time in history, removed our Speaker's Corner for freedom of speech.
What did he get removed for? Was he inciting
For
hatred,
exactly
though?
saying the same thing. For saying that he doesn't like sodomites.
And that was the
It
that
can't
was
have
the
been
precedent.
just that, surely.
Did he hit anyone? Did he attack anyone? What did he do?
No, it must have been more than that. They wouldn't remove just for that.
They removed them because of that. Robin, it has him in court. Batman and Robin want to take him to court, and they want to bring it further to get him charged. First, they got removed from the park for saying that he's anti-homophobe or homophobia speech, and
Okay, so it's slightly different then.
Well,
so because he's saying he's against homosexuality, they removed him.
So that makes it okay.
Yeah, but he wasn't saying that he was against schools, was he? But teaching.
Yeah, but most of the park are against homosexuality, I'd imagine.
Nearly I'd say.
Yeah, but I would say the majority are probably more liberal in that sense in Britain.
So wait, but does that mean that you then can't utter any homophobic opinions or
Personally, I think he should have had the free speech to be allowed to say it.
Whoa.
I think if they're going to say that that's hate speech to even talk about it, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but that's what he was banned from the park from. Now, of course, his personality of who he is, it made it easier for him to do it, and because everyone was afraid to say, "Oh, you can't do that," so it was easier for them to remove him. But if it was anyone else, it would have been harder to do. But because it was him, it was fairly easy to get him removed. But it doesn't change the fact that he was removed from Speaker's Corner for freedom of speech, for saying something he believed in, and they removed him for it.
Yeah, I think that's wrong, actually. If that is all it's down to, homophobia, I do think that's wrong.
Like, just saying because I think, it's just
talking. If he was shouting at people, you're going you should have this happen to you and you should have that happen to you, then obviously that's inciting.
No, you would have seen
it. If all he's doing is standing there saying he's against homosexuality, then he shouldn't have been removed for that.
I'll tell you what he was saying. Like he was saying, Steve in the park. He was saying like, Adam and Eve. It wasn't Adam and Steve and pointing at Steve. That's it. They removed him.
Steve's not even homosexual. That's quite funny.
Well, are you
got a kid?
Are you sure?
Elton John, he was married for a very long time with a woman.
Yeah.
What's it called? It's called a jacket, isn't it? Is it a jacket?
It's called a what?
It's called a jacket. When you're gay and you've got a wife, it's like you put on a jacket.
A jacket, right. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to have proof of that, otherwise it's slander. You can't just go around saying that.
We have got proof.
But you've got proof that he's gay.
He admitted it to Uncle Omar when he first came to the park. He admitted it. And then he stopped saying he used to be. What do you think? Do you ever see the old videos from about a year and a half ago? Where he always used to be like constantly talking. He was like a gay LBGT, always talking about gay rights. And then he stopped it because of all the youth down the park and the way they would say, "Oh, he's a batty man," and he didn't want to be getting. He didn't want anyone to stop. Everyone started saying it to him, so he's basically just never talked about it again. But he's
but how do you know if he was knowledge? No, hold on. If he was saying that he sticks up for the LGBT rights, that doesn't necessarily make him gay, does it?
Look, Jupiter, you're from the West. We know there's certain things in someone's personality or their speech that gives them away.
Yeah, but you'll be surprised. Not always, because I know exactly what you're saying. He has got an effeminate voice and stuff. I know what you're saying.
And I also outed another person on this Hangouts, and he actually admitted it. Dan is a witness. Dan, didn't someone basically come out on this hangout?
Someone's come out on the hangout.
Who's that?
He outed him. Well, he basically came out of the closet on this very station.
Fucking hell, did that happen? I don't know. You have to
Do you not
remind me
remember
about
that night?
Nah. Are you gonna expose that again or not?
You know I'm telling the truth, though, don't you?
He may as well. He might.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Hold on, Dan. Just admit. I won't mention the name in case it will come back on your channel, but just admit that and say, yeah, he's telling the truth.
Well, can't you give us a clue?
I can't remember. If I'm honest, I can't remember.
Oh, you're going to have to give us a clue.
You have to talk about the Israeli and nuclear weapons thing, I think.
I don't get it. Huh?
No, there wasn't a comment like the Israeli nuclear weapons program.
Someone. Oh, I'll just say who it is. I don't care.
It doesn't matter, though, does it, anyway?
James SC.
Oh, God.
I think he's got a girlfriend, no?
No, look, he admitted it.
I told you, Land of Celts, that's a bit of a...
He admitted it. He admitted it. He said, look, and then when Dan said, here, look, Land of Celts is talking about saying that you're the Batty man. And then he just went quiet and then went, another way people always, Israel has a nuclear policy of non-confirmation. They always say, we'll neither confirm nor deny. Well, when I was saying in the comments, like, you know, James SC is gay and he's afraid to come out, and Dan goes, here, James SC, Land of Celts is calling you a batty man because, like, I've never heard, I didn't even know what a batty man meant, but it's like it's Jamaican slang. Yeah. So Dan says it, and he just went quiet for a second, then he just goes, and he started laughing and goes, I will neither confirm nor deny.
Wait there, was he in the chat or on the panel?
He was in the chat, and he admitted it, and then he actually even went further and started saying, yeah. And then you went, oh my God, hold on, this is something where this is the force, this isn't official. And you went, are you saying that you know? And he goes, well, I've done all types of experimenting in my life. He admitted it.
Well, I don't think I was reading the chat. If that happened, fucking hell. Yeah.
He admitted it. It's in one of your hangouts. I looked for it and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, but Dan's saying he's got a girlfriend, so maybe he ain't.
They all say that.
I thought that's what he
said.
said.
They all say that.
Fucking hell. I don't know.
But, you know...
It wouldn't surprise me.
I guess what you're getting at, Land of Celts, is the premise is you're saying all these people that have an issue with Islam, they all happen to have this sexual persuasion.
Yeah.
Right.
Interesting.
No, I don't believe that's true either, for God's sake.
Well, no, but
that's what he's getting at.
Islam, Sharia, but I can assure you, I'm not fucking.
No, not you, but
you could throw
mentioning.
You could throw Anne-Marie Waters in the mix there as well.
Yeah, another one.
She's a lesbian.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I suppose some of them have got concerns they're going to get thrown off a roof, haven't they?
True. Well,
yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Yeah, they see this thing, but and these are usually the ones that they don't just like maybe give their opinion. It's like part of their life. They're like they go out and they make a sort of like a business, and they're out and talks.
Yeah, but you can kind of understand why, can't you?
Well, it's not happening in Britain.
Well, no, yeah, but the point is, if they're hiding behind that, I think is the problem.
Yeah.
So if they were saying like we have an issue with Islam because it's I'm gay, but if you're hiding it, it comes across a bit.
Yeah, they're not admitting to it. They're not admitting that it's because of that. They're hiding it. That's my issue. And two people won't admit it when everybody knows it, and yet one of them actually.
Yeah, but maybe it's because they won't admit it because they're not. I mean, I've seen him with a little boy that is his son, isn't it?
Look,
at the end of the day,
no, I don't think that's the case. At the end of the day, he is quite an effeminate guy. Yeah, we all agree on that. But maybe he's bisexual.
Could be.
That. Yeah,
you could get out on the technicality if someone asks if you're gay.
Oh. There's a bit of audio on YouTube. I can't find it for it again, but it's an audio of Jedi talking about it, and he went to what's that guy that was in the park, Pat? The guy with the man that was sticking his hands into Jedi's face, Simon Lord. He went to the well-known gay club. Steve went to the well-known gay club with Simon Lord and Jedi was actually talking. I was trying to find that audio.
Yeah, but that don't make you gay. I mean, Raspect.
Oh, come on,
DJing no, seriously, hold on. Raspect done DJing in a gay club. It doesn't make you gay to be inside a gay club.
DJ is one thing. I will admit that. I will admit.
But he denies. Michael, just hold on, Jupiter. He denies that he's performed at a gay club. He said he's performed at places that have like gay flags because it's Gay Pride Week or something.
Well, I think it was Random Exposure. Or one of them actually put the video out.
Oh, that's a lot. Even half of that shit. I don't. There may be they added things and then they call that? They cut it out and edited things. I look, the Random Exposure thing. A few of these videos are true and good, but a lot of the shit is just added on. It's not all true. It looks edited and pasted, and you can see where they added pictures of Jedi and put them in on a magazine and to make it look like that he's part of the thing. I'm like.
Yeah, but I couldn't care less anyway. I don't worry about all that rubbish. The things that have been said about me, I don't worry about it. I couldn't care less if Jedi was a pole dancer. He was a pole dancer. If fucking Raspect went in the gay club, who cares? I think other people. I think it's quite funny that grown men in the park worry about so much of this stuff more than the women.
No. I think the point that's being made.
He done that. All right then.
I think the point that's being made is it can be observed that there may or may not be certain people who are gay and are hiding their single issue with Islam kind of behind like a padding. They add a load of other reasons, but at the core of their issue is something that they don't actually reveal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, Dan, you've actually brought up an interesting point, Dan, because there are a lot of people on the right that are allegedly gay, and I don't think the FNATs are particularly keen on the gays.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting factor as well.
Yeah. Again, I don't see ethno-nationalism being like successful for a number of reasons. I think going against liberalism now, you're gonna have it's gonna be an uphill struggle. But I don't think ethno-nationalists are really talking about.
Yeah, but I don't think it makes sense. Look, I don't think we need to be liberal to the point of allowing in paedophilia and all that shit. That's ridiculous. But I don't think it makes sense to completely say that you've got to get rid of all your liberal values either, because that's ridiculous as well. Right.
I'm going to try and find that video I just found it by accident.
Yeah, go on then. You just found it by accident.
Jedi. I didn't even know this.
I never thought I'd find you fun. It's so funny, actually, Lazarus.
I thought you were going to get the microphone one, Land of Celts.
He's quite amused me tonight. He's just found it by accident.
Big up to the people watching. I think probably going to go for another 20 minutes or so. Hit the like if you haven't already done so. It's been a bit of a mad show tonight still. Big up to the chat. Subscribe if you haven't already done so if you're new to the channel. Don't stream every day, but we're about. I'm knackered, but I'm gonna let it run for a little while.
Ricky Millwall.
Oh God.
Like that's the uploader of the video. The uploader
Ricky gets about, doesn't he?
Ricky Millwall. That's the name of the thing.
Oh, Ricky. Ricky Millwall's got some good videos, actually. Have you seen some of them?
Do you know him? Do you know that's who it is that uploaded it?
I don't know. I know who he is, but I don't know him in person. But I know his channel. Yeah.
So this is who it is talking about. I just want to check the fucking thing's gone off.
He's got some other good videos there. You should look through and see what other ones he's got.
Check that. There. Hold on. I don't think that's the one. No, that's not the one. Hold on.
Why is Night Bloodfire saying I've got diabetes? I ain't got diabetes.
Oh, here it is. Here, actually, hold on.
I actually went and checked to see, make sure I didn't have, and I ain't got a diabetes.
Here it is.
Okay, yeah. Oh, we've been on to Kevin Murphy for a couple of weeks now.
Oh, we got Raspect. I can hear Raspect in the background.
Kevin Murphy's been. These are the not racist civic nationalists that Steve's rolling with. Yeah. We can talk about Steve, you know. You can talk about Steve. Okay. He wants some smoke. Steve is ready for smoke. Because as far as I'm concerned, I feel, you know, when you don't give no one energy, that's been like 3 years, Ras. And I honestly don't think I've had more than like 4 words or 5 words to say to the dude, yeah? And I think that funds him, innit? And obviously, he's another one that is not racist, just like he's not gay, do you know what I mean? But seems to just do everything gay and racist. Do you know what I mean, yeah? And this guy here, that the people he likes to hang out with and drink are clearly ones that are allergic to the truth, racist. They seem to support everyone from the Bacon Lady to Tan to Kevin Murphy. And I'm just like, yo, like, what do they say? Show me your friends, I can tell you your character. Like, bro. This is what I'm trying to show. Imagine, though. You got the Simlats saying we're not racist, but they are racist. So then, for me, fam,
Oh God, it's part of Raspect.
Do you see that? That's the video. I'll post it.
Yeah, but that's just an allegation. That's not proof, is it?
No, it's true.
No, that's Jedi making an allegation
No,
with
it's
Raspect.
true. It's true.
We know Simon's. He admits it, but I mean,
he admitted it. He said it to Uncle Omar. He said it to Uncle Omar.
Are you suggesting
Celts is not letting it go, is he?
Yeah, but I want to know, like, are you suggesting there's like a gay cabal?
Yes, that's exactly. A gay
cabal. A gay cabal.
A gay pink claw.
What you think? You think Simon and Steve are an item?
Definitely. Simon Lord, Batman, aka Steve.
Don't start that again.
Robin. The Cape Crusaders. Batman and Robin. Simon Lord and James Speaker's Corner. And they are.
Oh, what, you think they're having an orgy, a little freezer?
It's a pink claw. It's a pink claw that's aiming at the scene down in the park. They want to block all that. That's straight away. But they're hiding.
So what about this Mohammed Hijab? I've heard that he's gay as well.
No, that's just shit.
Is that what Sarah Garvey?
At least we can back up things. We can back.
No, there was some guy come on put out a video about 18 months ago, claiming to be his lover and
Stop.
I'm telling you.
Shut up.
That's bullshit. No.
Let me see if I can find the video. I'm telling you, 18 months ago. Let me see if I can find it.
The video is one thing.
Hold on a minute. I've never heard of this. I've never heard of this.
No, it's shit. Come on.
Do you remember that guy, Colin? Do you remember Colin?
Yeah, definitely.
I bet it's him.
Yeah, it's him.
It's the sort of thing he would do.
And he's gay. He's another one.
I know, but if it's not him in the video, then I don't know what to think.
Yeah.
But again, that was, I think, a random exposure thing as well.
No, not random exposure.
Let me see if I can find it. It's probably been removed though. Did you know where it was? Where it was released? It was released in a free speech group on Facebook.
Yeah, but hold on a minute, Jupiter. Do you believe it's a true story in this video, or it's just done as a propaganda hit?
It looked like the thing is, it looked like somebody that was actually calling him out and saying you've lied and all this sort of business. But whether it was a spoof or not, I don't know.
Well, I've never heard of this video, and I'm shocked, to be honest.
That's the video in the back chat if anyone wants to look
What
at
of the Mohammed hijab thing?
No, the other thing.
Oh.
That's not it.
And look, it was Jedi that said he's seen him going into a gay club. And this is not the first person to see
So
this.
what, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, they put it on Twitter.
Yeah, but he will go into a gay club. I mean, it's not unusual for straight men to drink in gay clubs for a laugh, even.
In my book, they're not straight if they go into a gay club.
Oh, come on. You're telling me that you've never, ever been inside one?
Never when I was younger, even when I wasn't, up until I was 27. For 27 years, I wasn't Muslim. And I never would be seen dead. Never. And if you were seen in a gay club, that's it. You'll be suspect for the rest of your life.
Do you know, the thing is, though, but beneath all like who is and who isn't homosexual, yeah, I could imagine there being like some kind of concerned movement organised against Islam for that reason.
Why don't they just admit it?
Yeah, I agree.
And come out
that's
and
the
say,
thing.
We are.
Someone in the comments wrote, I saw Steve loitering at the public toilet. You probably just went, go, we.
Yeah, there's another one then, you see.
Yeah, I can't find that video on Mohammed Hijab. Can't find it.
Because it doesn't exist?
It doesn't exist. I did hear the rumour. No, I did hear
Listen. I wouldn't say that it existed if it hadn't have done, but it's obviously been taken down because it weren't true or something.
So what you're saying is, Jupiter, someone done a video,
pretended
that they were his gay lover, and this is like just a propaganda hit.
That's just too much.
But that's the sort of thing they could do, like you land the Celts,
yeah.
On a real one, because you keep going on about it. One of these people probably do a video going, "Oh, I was with the Celts 20 years ago," something,
in the George or something, Yeah. Yeah.
So that person in the side chat. What do you want Steve to do then when he wants to go to the toilet? He's not allowed to queue up and use the public ones because you think he's gay.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Until I went to the park, I thought, from like watching the videos on YouTube, I just always had the impression he was. You know that. But then since
I did think he was.
Can I ask you lot a question, please, if that's okay?
Oh God! Did you clear up all those fucking bins you knocked over?
How did you see that?
Did I see it? We all heard it when you entered last time.
Yeah, I had to go on mute, man. My supervisor was shouting at me. But my question was like this. Do you not think that poor guy was really truthfully a Muslim in the beginning? Or you think he was just trying to... How do I describe this? I'm saying, do you think he was a Muslim from the heart and get-go? Or was he like, I'm gay, I want to just be Muslim and see if I could get accepted by these people?
Yeah, well,
or was he infiltrator? Or was he infiltrator?
Yeah, but no, he confuses me because he's definitely gay. He don't even deny it.
Yeah. And he does follow
he champions Islam. It's quite funny.
That's what I'm not. It's not even that. Like he's
hardline law as well.
It's almost like he wants to be slung off the building.
No, he does. He subscribes to the. He actually subscribes to the what is it? The Hannibal or something? What is it? Whatever it is, the jurisprudence thing. He subscribes to the most like hardcore.
Ambali.
Yeah, where he would be. Done.
It's basically like the...
That's right, Hambali, sorry.
Yeah. Which even some Salafis don't even follow that.
I remember when Saeed gave him a lift to the police station for one of the police meetings, and there was this long video and a long conversation about him no longer being gay and being Muslim and all this rubbish.
Yeah, I heard that as well. You're right, Jupiter.
I know the video you're talking about.
But then he came back. Then he came back and said, "Yeah,
it was a convertible."
Yeah, and then he come back converted. But the title put out was "Paul tries to seduce IEDL."
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well,
Yeah, it's possible. Well, you know what's more shocking? Like, is
Did you just
now
say
he's
hold on, Askgetti, did you just say it's possible?
no, it's possible that he's saying these things because he's fucked up, bro. The guy now he's saying he's not Muslim. He's saying because you lot bullied me so much and blah blah blah. So like, if you knew you're gay and you're coming to be a Muslim, you was expecting these things, innit? Your faith should be stronger than certain people just bullying you, innit?
Yeah. I definitely believe that's why his crusade against everyone in the park is that, because of the same thing. Just like Batman.
Land of Celts. Is he trying to normalize it? Do you think he's trying to normalize it in our religion?
He's
Or is
been
he
in and
trying to
out of
be...
the religion so many times.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Unbelievable. I reckon what
What do you
happens
think
is
he's
when
going to
he
go
gets
next?
better,
Was he going to be accepted?
I think he's an infiltrator. I think he's not a
Yeah, I think so.
infiltrating with his gayness.
What, cruising, you mean?
Yeah, cruising with that handkerchief in the back pocket. Like the Al Pacino film, Cruising.
Oh my God.
Did you ever see that film? Did Al Pacino film?
Yeah.
There was a time he came on Raspect show with it, and then like Raspect, it's like, look, we Rasta people, and wouldn't say if a Rasta person is gay, he wouldn't say I'm a Rasta and I'm a gay. So why are you saying this, Paul? Paul just went crazy. I said, fuck. You didn't remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember that. But you see,
and he was like, I'm not a Muslim, you fucking Rasta. He's saying something about you sell out your people, to Rasta.
You see, a lot of it's not just that. It's down in the park. A lot of the non-Muslims, especially the black non-Muslims, it's known to be like the culture, the batty man, and that's another thing why Steve stopped admitting it completely, because it's
Why
not
is,
just the Muslims.
why is it only the black non-Muslims? How do you know that there's no?
Because in Caribbean culture, it's a very macho culture. Like,
Yeah, but you do know that there's gays all over the world in every culture.
Yeah, I know that, but
I hear nowadays actually the trend is in Jamaica, they're beating up the men them in Jamaica nowadays. They're beating them up proper. They're like going out in gang, going into villages, beating up the Rastas.
What, the homosexual community?
Yeah, I guess where they're living in the sewer. They're living in the sewer.
In the gully.
They're beating up people for shit, man, nowadays.
Yeah, well, that's a bit bad. You do it. So, do you think, as a bit of a radical, do you think that we should be making gay people live in sewers?
No, like I don't know what. Personally, I don't know what to do with them.
Personally,
the thing is with the community, with the communities, like. I think even in Jamaica, with this problem where there's this thing called HIV and the public see these people are just coming out and spreading this thing on the streets. But really, truthfully, they're giving it out to gay people. So whoever is gay is falling for this shit, innit? So like, I don't know what's going on in it. They should try to find out who's gay or not, who's got the disease, what you're gonna deal with these people. You know what I mean? If that's a problem.
In Africa as well, that's where mostly the Caribbean they get a lot of it from. In Africa, in gay, it's still illegal. You see in Africa how the way they treat gays.
100%. This is like this is where like they've asked free leaders. They asked like free leaders. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Let me just say this. They asked like free leaders. They went to Uhuru Kenyatta. He said like, this is not our problem. We've got other problem. Then they asked the president of Rwanda. He said, in Africa, we don't know about this thing. We don't even know about it.
Do you remember
He's denying it fully. He's denying it fully.
Yeah, but you see the video that's playing on YouTube at the moment, the fella that Paul's talking to.
Yeah.
Are you trying to convince me that the fella on the left ain't gay as well?
Which one? Hold on, show me.
With that little shirt number.
He seems a bit gay looking.
That's Imran, Beyond Atheism.
I don't know who that is.
No.
No, I don't know.
No.
Do you think
you can't just go around labeling people gay? Though,
I hate that.
But how do you think they kept it under control here in the UK with the HIVs and that, like not being spread too much?
Yeah, and they're saying
there's a big population out here.
With the camera there.
Education, I would say.
Or do you think people just like get tested straight away and that?
Yeah.
But that's clinic in all over souls in that area.
I think there was pretty effective public health campaigns, media coverage. Yeah, I think
Because the way it is, bro, is it's not controlled. You know, you see what happened in Africa, and it could just spread out so quickly.
Yeah.
Then you have this disease that, sorry to fully divert, you know, but I didn't want to divert too much. But this disease in China, mate, like they're saying 100 people, 1,000 people one time. Then they're saying it's like 500 people. Then they're saying the whole city is on lockdown. And they're saying there's 2 cases in France. So there definitely must be a case in UK, you know. And there's 2 cases in Australia.
Are you talking about
this
coronavirus?
It's
corona
just
thing.
the bird flu, the same thing that we had in 2003. It's the exact same.
But mate, they're saying it's like you will have a dry cough or something like that.
Yeah.
You start off with a dry cough, and then you get dizzy, and then you
It's
just faint.
it's pneumonia. Or what do you call it?
Like with me, look, I live very close to Heathrow, innit? So I have actually thought about this. It's fucked up, innit?
All
especially when you live. I live
China
close.
should be
Yeah.
banned.
Yeah.
Every single flight.
Mr. Billy the Queer in the audience says, news.
Oh,
Gay
shit,
men are not
Imran's there as
stupid
well.
and don't go around shagging all day and night.
Do they not?
And beyond atheism, Imran has confirmed that he's not gay. He says, "I'm not gay. I have a lot of girls."
He said he's not gay. He's got lots of girls. Are you allowed lots of girls? Are you married? Are you treating them all equal?
Ask him this question: if he knew another person did have HIV, and for example he had HIV and he was gay, would he still sleep with that person? That's what my question is.
Who would?
Billy. That's. I think that should be a more question.
Askgetti, do you think people out there would, anybody, whatever your orientation, would go with someone with HIV if they knew?
No,
You'd have to be a nut job.
I don't know, but I think that these people urges are way stronger than that, but they don't give a damn.
So their urges are that strong. They're willing to
I think that they all think they've got it already. I think they all think they've got it.
Ignorance is to do with gays. It's quite funny.
But you know what? Did you see the one on BBC 4? It's on actually YouTube about this guy that was going around the gay, and he was just sleeping with everyone and giving them HIV.
Yeah.
He was arrested.
It's called. What's the punishment for a person like that, my friend?
16 people. He gave AIDS to 16 people, and he when he'd sleep with the other gays, he'd say ha ha ha, and with a smiley face, I just gave you.
I was watching this video yesterday, about this Kenyan woman. Sorry, bro, to interrupt. I was watching this video about Kenyan woman, and she's like advertising how it is okay to be living with HIV, which I understand. She may be in that situation,
but
right?
These are people that's living.
But she's talking about, hold on, my friend. She's talking about her using this medicine, and that is giving people less chance of, like giving it to people. And she sees this. She's telling people, don't be scared of me to sleep with me.
You do know.
How do I know that
you
use that?
You do know non-gay people have got HIV and all that.
Yeah.
And
they could be born with it. Yeah, I've heard about cases like that.
No, but you don't have to be. But you don't have to be gay to have HIV, Askgetti. Like even if you're not born with it, I'm saying.
But bro, that lady said she had it for 27 years, bro, and she looks really healthy.
Yeah,
how
because
did she
it's hold on.
Do you know that there's one case of a woman from Africa that actually got it and cured herself, and they're trying to use her blood and that to find out how?
That case, I want to actually tell you something about that. I've got a family member of mine who was from Holland, In 2002, we all came on a family holiday in Somaliland. But it's funny, the whole family was telling me, stay away from this guy. Don't even talk to the girls he's talking to. Don't drink the same cup as him, this and that. They were telling me this. Yeah. But now, like 2015, the whole family telling me he hasn't got it no more. And that he went and keep changing his blood. He like this guy, Magic Johnson. We did what Magic Johnson did.
Hold on. Listen.
Draining his blood, putting new blood. Okay, bro.
Anyone that, I'll tell you, you can take drugs for HIV in the West. They made it. It's called antiretroviral drugs. This is the thing about a lot of people in Africa and the Middle East. They don't know anything about HIV. They think that if you drink from a cup, you get it. You can take those tablets, right, every day. And hold
on, bro. What did you say? You can drink a cup and get it, or what are you trying to be sarcastic?
Just listen to me.
Did you know they've even cleaned the sperm up now so that a woman can get pregnant? Yeah, so the child don't get it.
Askgetti, listen, right? So if you take those tablets every day, and as long as you take those tablets, and the infection level goes down, and then that person actually can sleep with someone, and they won't. Now there's maybe a 1% chance, maybe a 0.5 that they get it, but it's extremely
But
hard
land
to
of
get
Celt,
it.
I've heard if she doesn't use it for one day, let's say she's been using it for 20
the
years,
virus starts to
and she
grow.
don't use it for a day,
Yeah.
then it's back to normal again, so she can give it out.
Doesn't. Listen, hold on. It doesn't go back to normal. If they stop taking the tablets for maybe say a week, the virus, the viral load starts to get stronger and stronger, and the more stronger it gets, the harder it is to, or the easier it is to spread. So that's why they want to give out in South Africa.
But mate, like if this lady has living with this thing for 27 years, yeah,
because she's taken those tablets. That's why you can
But
look
if-
healthy, perfect. You are actually they can't get rid of the virus, but they can get it down to where it's literally dormant. And
they're
that's
just basically they're just like they're like someone who hasn't got HIV, but there's still a chance of them giving it out to people.
no, as long as they're taking those tablets, they can't spread it.
So how come they made this medicine outrun cancers and all these other stuff? You know what I mean? Like even
It's not this. They can't get rid of HIV. They don't know how to cure it. They just know how to keep it at bay.
Yeah. There is that one lady though who's become immune to it.
I heard of it, Jude. I heard it.
Yeah.
And there's a guy, a Russian.
what about the president of the ex-president of South Africa, Zuma, when he was told that lady she's got HIV, and he said he slept with her and said as long as he take a shower then he should be okay.
He's a fucking nutcase.
I'm telling you, this is what everybody know. Like I'm thinking, what's wrong with this guy?
Because there's the stupidity of they think that if this is the reason why it spreads and that is so much, and people don't know anything about the virus and they think they can't get it. That's why it spreads so much in the south of South Africa, man. Oh my god!
Apparently, I hear it, bro. It's like every third person, every fourth person, fourth person, at least fourth or fifth person.
No, it's about 30% of the country has HIV in South Africa, which is
bloody hell. That's quite high.
Insane. And the other little country that's in between South Africa, Lesotho, there's about 40% of that. It's all in not the very south, the one beside it, Zimbabwe, 11% has it. It's just unreal the amount, and that's why they.
What is it in the UK? Have a look. See what it is.
No, it's
I heard last time I checked, it was something like 300 to 400,000 or something like that.
No, but it's very, very low in Western countries. But you know the one country where it's the lowest of all in the whole of Africa, in Somalia.
Really?
I couldn't say that. I believe it's true, bro. But you know, with these Kenyan military and the Ethiopian military coming and raping our women and that.
Wait until I'm
Are you the fella that's got the Somalian wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're a bit biased.
No, listen, I'll tell you how it spreads, because I've looked at loads of these documentaries. We want to know how it is. In Africa, in all the other sub-Saharan Africa countries, how it spread is when workers who drive trucks through Africa, when they're away from their family, they're
100%.
sleeping with prostitutes, and then
100%.
when they come back home, they give it to their wives. Where in Muslim countries, there's a reason why all the Muslim countries, not just Somalia, all the Muslim countries, it's at its lowest. I'm not saying they don't have it.
It's basically, bro. It's more to do like we don't really accept, prostitution on the street. Like a citizen of a Muslim country, it wouldn't like if I'm a like motorist, and I drive past like 30 girls just like standing for motorists on the road, I'm gonna call the police, bro. If I'm in a Muslim country,
Hold on, okay.
He's going to call the police if it's in a Muslim country.
Because the thing is, Jupiter, people are coming from another country with that ace. A truck driver is coming in, sleeping with these girls, and they're going to go into the club, sleeping with 2-3 drunk men, to get some money.
So if any
story land of Cal, Jupiter, that's just wait for
police on them.
Jupiter, if you don't believe me, check the UN statistics of the numbers and the percentages of who has the highest and who has the lowest, and you'll see.
But land of Kirk, when you look at the how it's spread out to this HIV, there's a big population of HIV in Ethiopia, for example, right? That's East Africa. Then you have the West Africa and South Africa is more represented in Nigeria and and South Africa, right? Then you have these countries like Burundi, and you have Kenya as well. Kenya has got high numbers as well. But then Somalia has just like kept to himself in it.
Yeah, listen. Do you know? I'll tell you the truth. This is where I agree with you. But the countries that are the most superstitious about it and have the least education about HIV and AIDS are the countries that have the highest amount. And one country is Russia. Russia has the highest amount of HIV infections in the Western, I won't call it the Western world, but
I would say America, mate, to be honest, because I've heard it's every 20 person.
You're completely wrong.
Every person I heard America, every second 20 person.
You're completely wrong. America has it completely under control because they have all the health care and the companies. Russia has the highest rate. Russia is basically crawling with HIV. The Russians are, and because of the drug problem, and they look at it. They you know what they say in the Soviet Union? Oh, that's a Western disease. It's from the West.
I'm gonna have to look that up. What's Russia's percentage then?
I think it's for the 5.5%, 6%, maybe 5. And
that's a lot. Like if you look at that, that could be like 1 in 10 person in that. If you look at that way, you know.
No, it's not. It's not that much.
Okay.
It's 1 in 2,000. That's still a lot for a country like Russia. It's supposed to be a developed country.
So if you look at what Bill Gates is doing, you know, he's making all this. What's this medicine called? RVs or something like that. And he's giving all over Africa. Why wouldn't he do that for the Russian people?
Because it's expensive. It's very expensive.
I've heard that as well. Then I'm hearing these people in South Africa. There's a new drug called Neope, and they have to use this HIV drug to smoke with that drug. You know, have you heard about that?
There's the cheap way of doing it. And this is where all the African countries, they get like these combination, and you have to take about 10 tablets. That's the cheapest way of doing it. The Western way, they have like one tablet in the morning and one at night, and they're the most expensive tablets. So the African countries, they get it off the UN.
Are you a doctor? How do you know all that?
Just read and watch and. I know that's a bit of a strain. I read and watch a lot of the documentaries. I'm just interested in this type of thing. But that's it. I know, yeah. So that's why the UN they only pay African countries a certain amount of money, and it's really doing nothing. The infections are still rising. They're still rising, like so. Yeah. And it's not. The infection has gone into gays. It started off with gays, but now it's gone into.
Sonia, whatever said, effeminate Steve is gay. Is gay okay? She's confused. I don't have a problem with gay people, but some of them do.
Me, I couldn't give it. If they're gay, they're gay, but it's they're hiding it. They won't admit that they're.
He don't like them hiding it. He wants them to get out the closet.
Yeah. Don't hide it. Like they if someone is constantly going on about gay rights and homophobia.
But Land of Celts, you said that there haven't been found any cure yet, and I'm seeing all this. I'm seeing this new. I see things every day, like almost. There's a new cure. They don't want to give it out. Things like that.
Lunatics, don't mind them.
Don't mind them, yeah.
Cure for HIV, none. There's none.
I heard they found like a tree somewhere in Africa. I heard something like that.
No, they didn't.
You heard they found a tree in Africa?
Yeah.
One tree.
Some special bongo tree, in it. Bongo tree.
That's like your man, the lunatic. That if your man from South Africa, that he ended up getting rid of him. You know that.
Now that's what people in Africa believe in. They're saying if you got money, you can cure yourself. That's what they believe. That's what they believe in that as well. Like they're saying if you take a shower.
That's why 30% of the population has HIV, because they believe in it. Yeah. If you believe in that, well then you go right ahead and you'll have HIV.
And sometimes, bro, what I see as well, Land of Celts, I see like I'm watching these documentaries, like these roadside prostitutes, yeah. They get with a man that's literally on his last stages of AIDS, like he's dying. Maybe he might die like 3 months after that.
Yeah.
But she was
People
still
in the
sleep with
chat
him.
are saying they
She was
think you're
still sleep
gay,
with him.
down to Celts.
Well, let them.
They're saying you're closet because you've learned all this stuff.
He can't be that when he's with a Somali woman, innit?
No, because
He can't be that when you're with a Somali woman, innit?
see, I will admit I was scared. I grew up in the 90s of the AIDS epidemic, and I remember it when I was a kid, and everyone saying, "Oh, that AIDS is going. Who's going to get it next?"
I heard that was the time when it was serious. Can you just tell us about the death rate and that at that time?
In the 90s, there was no drugs. Like, there was no cure. They only found that in the late 90s.
And people were dying like 5 years after contracting it.
I'm the type of person that you have to educate yourself to not get something. I'm not one of those that believes in wash yourself, and have a shower after you, and that'll make it go away. Because if the truth is, if you talk to many of these people in the comment section and you actually ask them, how do you stop yourself from getting HIV, and how do you not catch it and catch it? 90% of them wouldn't have the fortitude.
But land of Kelp, I could say that's about, I think, maybe 20% of the population, of this human population, that couldn't contract it, even if they tried, because their immune system is too strong.
Sure, even
that I believe in, or even 30 to 35%.
It's not just in your
I think some people will just, some people got very strong immune system.
Even in the West, the infections are still getting higher. You would think that because of all the things that they know about it, that the infections would drop. It's still going up. So you just don't.
It's basically, we don't hear about it. Because I thought this epidemic has gone down now. They're saying it's something like 50 million who's got it now, 50 million, which I don't believe in,
Let me finish. You see all the young ones, the young girls or whatever, or young teenagers, they think that, she hasn't got AIDS. I won't get AIDS off her because she hasn't got HIV because she looks healthy. Only sick. They always look sick looking, which is not true. Someone can look really healthy and still have HIV.
So you know a lot of gays then?
It's not only gays who's got that, Jupiter.
Well, in the drugs, HIV in my area, the area that I grew up in, was destroyed from drugs, and a lot of them.
But could you say that's more syringes and that? These needles and that.
That's the most common. That's the most common thing.
Because I hear that a lot in Afghanistan as well.
Shooting up. There was syringes where I grew up. There was syringes everywhere. Syringes all over the ground.
That's terrible. So has drugs really took hold that bad over in Ireland, or just in small places?
Ireland, for the size of Ireland, Irish are the biggest importers of heroin. I mean, you go to Dublin, they're like zombies in the city centre. They're so stoned.
Even we got that as well here in London, Jupiter.
On in the street. They're turning on means in Irish slang, injecting. In Broadway, they'll be on the bus and
not where I live.
Jupiter, have you heard about this area called Slough?
Yeah, Slough. Yeah.
Have you heard that's an area there? I think
it's always on the
Staying Massive, something like that. When apparently there people are turning to zombies now. And
for fuck's sake.
They were zombies, criminals and that before. Now they're all like zombies and that.
They're like zombies. Zombies. They're not real zombies.
I know there's meant to be places in America, aren't there, where people are just sort of like slumping out all over the place and stuff.
Yeah. And it's because of that thing that they're putting in. What's that?
And outside London, and outside, countryside as well, like Portsmouth and them areas. There's high epidemic. But I'm thinking, is it because they live in a port and that, and they have easy access to the drugs and that, maybe?
Yeah.
Because they live in a port.
Yeah, trust me, it's like some fisher boat, like, you know what I mean? You just get called, you just standing, you sit in your house, you're getting called and telling you to go to the port. Like a fish boat coming. You get your daily drugs for that. The junkie will get his daily drugs for delivering that. You know what I mean? Yeah. You probably deliver it to town centers and that.
Oh God.
So
But that's what I'm saying. I think, like, you know, in the UK and in Europe, we've got a bigger problem. Like, you know what I mean? Especially if you're a parent and that, you don't want to see your kids, you know, going into this thing. So where do we tackle this? Do we tackle this through, I don't know, do we tackle this through and finding out who's bringing this stuff in from Afghanistan and these countries? What companies are bringing them in? What ships are bringing them in? You know what I mean? Because I think it's the major businesses who's doing this.
you never stop it. Never. You're wasting your time. That's what I've come to believe. You never stop it. As long as there's people wanting it, you won't stop it.
Okay, brother, I'm gonna go back in the chat. Sorry for that, yeah?
Alright, go on. Anyway, what time's it now? It's 3 now. You won't stop drugs.
Yeah, I think Dan wants to finish the stream anyway.
I'm gonna round it up for
right, Dan.
3. So yeah, big up to Jupiter, Land of Celts. Big up to Askgetti. I didn't even get to say bye. He did a French exit. Yeah. It's been an interesting stream tonight. Yeah, lots of stuff covered.
It's been quite amusing. It's made me laugh.
I think.
Right, so now we know what to look out for with the guys. I'm glad that Land of Celts has educated us all.
I
take
can't
care.
believe you didn't know that. Anyway, yeah. So Steve, like, they're out for me and Pat's blood, but well, we should call them Batman and Robin. That's their name. Batman.
Yeah. Take care, Land of Celts.
Later on, people. Fucking hell. Big up to the viewers, man. It's been a good one. Khan just turned up. Hassan Saber on the rebound. Yeah. Whoa, maybe I'll do a disclaimer. The views of the panelists, the views expressed on this panel are not the views of the host. Let me just say that. I'm probably on a watch list at this point. I had a lot of controversial people on the panel. But yeah, tonight I think was probably one of the most controversial. But big up to everyone who did come on the panel. And who sort of stayed to get some questions thrown at them or whatever. It's been a good one. Big up to Reactionary. Big up to Nasser, big up to Pat, big up to Shahid, big up to Suleiman, big up to TY, Wendy, waiting for the scroll to come back round. Who else was on? Ali Khan, of course. Big up to Halima. Halima was on the panel for a bit. Big up to Hassan Saber, who's on the panel at the start. Land of Celts. Yeah, big up to Land of Celts and Pat, actually. I think it got kind of like a charming effect on the ladies. And I think that's everyone. It's been an interesting stream. Stream will be up for the next couple of days. I think I'll probably just leave this one up, actually. Just whatever. Please do subscribe if you haven't done so. What else? Belly Vision will be live again. G Block is kicking out the daytime shows at the moment, so make sure you check out Belly Vision tomorrow. What else? Yeah, I think that's it. We'll probably be back. I'll definitely say for the weekend. If you get a stream before then, it's a little bit extra. But yeah, big up to Bad Marsh, big up to Glasgow Irish, big up to Mukit K, big up to Mr. Billy the Queer, big up to Comrade Pepe, big up, who else? Rodney K, big up to Real One, big up Jem Wallace, big up to Sal Rovers, big up to Mr. Trill Hudson. Big up to Sonia, whatever. I'm scrolling. Big up to Al Bahith. Big up Princess Dominique. Big up to Another. Orient Express, big up. Yeah, I think that's it. If I haven't shouted you out, I'll see you next time. We got